Look, dude, man. You know how excited I am for you, man? The amount of stuff you're gonna learn. Woo! I mean, look, 5 years ago, I wish I had a course like this. And, well, yeah. So this is 5 years of knowledge, of my own knowledge and experience, like condensed into 60 lessons. So you made the right decisions, and just want to congratulate you because, man, I think your life is about to change for the better if you work hard. So, just a disclaimer: what I want you to follow is this is my own personal criteria on how you should take this course. You can take it however you want, but I think you should take it this way. First of all, don't skip through the lessons and the modules, because if you do, then you might be shooting yourself in the leg, because I have designed this sequentially for you to follow step by step, not jump by jump, right? And also, two, take notes, right? Because if you don't take notes, you're not gonna learn anything, right? So take notes, arguably on your tablet, on your phone, or with pen and paper. I recommend pen and paper, but you do whatever you want, right? And also, on each of my videos, I've written text below for you to read, for you to comprehend, and for the lessons for you to understand deeper. So read the text below, don't skip it, because look, man, you bought this course, so you might as well squeeze every ounce of everything you can learn out of this, right? So watch the videos, read the text below, and take some notes. And another thing is, pay attention. If you watch my videos and you're just like scrolling through Instagram, you're like, oh yeah, whatever Elke's saying, right? And my voice is like in the background, it's like monotonous white noise, then what are you doing, bro? Pay attention, right? Turn off your phone, tell your friends if they want to play Fortnite, whatever, they can do it themselves. You're busy trying to build a business. You're busy making money, right? Or if that girl's texting you, she finally texted you after what, like 4 hours, you're like, oh my God, she texted back, whoa. Just go like, shh, shh, right? I'm trying to learn copywriting here. So pay attention, take notes, read the text, watch the videos, and I'll see you in the next module. All right, so I'm gonna intro you to what copywriting really is. And some people have a semblance on what copywriting is, right? But to really dumb it down, to really bring it back to the basics on what it truly is, what it really is salesmanship in text. So what do I mean? Salesmanship in text. So if you ever been to, you went to a mall, right? And then there's like a lot of salesmen there. They try to sell you, they try to sell you shoe deodorant for your shoes, right? And they're like, oh, this is something so great. It's gonna make your shoe, not smell of like skunk ass or whatever. That's basically what a copywriter does. But the difference is that a salesman tries to sell you through vocally, while a copywriter sells you through text. So essentially, copywriting is just salesmanship through text. And another thing is that copywriting is actually a very beginner level skill. It's a very learnable, approachable skill. You don't need any talent, and you don't have to be born, have a special fire inside. I truly believe anyone can learn this skill. You just have to have a willingness to learn this skill, right? And I would argue that people who know how to do copywriting, they're further in life, because writing in and of itself, it bleeds into everything you do. It bleeds into talking to your colleagues, talking to your boss, applying for a job, or writing a convincing email so you don't get arrested by the IRS or some shit like that. But yeah, it's a very learnable skill. You don't need any special talents to learn about it. So yeah, I'll see you in the next lesson. So to summarize, copywriting is salesmanship through text. So write that down. Yeah, I'm gonna say write that down on every lesson so you don't forget. So I'll see you in the next one. All right, who, what, where and why. Who are you writing for? You are writing for businesses because in my experience, most business owners aren't that good at selling their products. So this is where you come in as a marketer or as a copywriter to sell their products. See, because building a business is one thing and selling a product is another. You are selling the product, or you're going to be helping your client, which is the business owner, sell the product. So what are you writing? As a beginner, I would start with emails and captions, because like that is the easiest thing to sell, especially emails, because you'd be surprised, like most business owners don't have a welcome flow or like a sales sequence or a re-engagement sequence, which we'll talk about in another lesson, right? So this is where you come in, so you can make them those flows, those emails, and then get them more sales. So essentially, where does your writing appear? It appears in Gmail or it appears on Instagram. If you're writing captions, it's going to go on Instagram. If you're writing emails, it's going to go on Gmail, right? Or Yahoo or Bing, I don't know, right? So why does any of this matter, right? Because to go back to my main point, business owners know how to build businesses, but they don't necessarily, in my experience, know how to sell a product that well, better than you can. So this is where you come in. This is why copywriting matters, because it turns potential window shoppers into buyers. That's where you job. That's your job. You convert them, right? So yeah, the impact of copywriting, of great copy, is essentially that to drive specific action towards either getting a sale or getting someone, a viewer, to click a link to go to your client's landing page, or essentially anything like that. That's like the impact of great copywriting, which of course I will teach you. So yeah, quick video just to get that thing out there. Who, what, where, why, right? So I'll see you in the next lesson. All right. So this is gonna be one of the final points I'm gonna make. I know you're tired of seeing my face and you want to see copywriting in action, but just bear with, all right? I'm very handsome, so just bear with. So, essential tools. What do you need? First of all, you need a computer, and second of all, you need a Wi-Fi password to steal Wi-Fi from your neighbors. I'm joking. You just need an internet connection. So, I mean, people still ask me, it's amazing, you know, people still ask me, like, do I need like something like a secret coffee to enhance my cognitive abilities? I'm just like, no, bro, first of all, you just need a computer, you know, a laptop, and just an internet connection from anywhere. I don't know, steal it from a coffee shop, or just pay for their services or buy credits, right? And, well, first of all, you also need a brain. You need a curious, analytical, and creative mind. So how do you get that? Don't sleep 6 hours a day. Sleep at best 8 hours, so your brain's fresh and ready to go. Because if your sleep is shit, well, you know, your copy's gonna be crap, right? So yeah. Also, you're gonna need a portfolio too. But Auke, I don't have a portfolio. So yeah, after the end of this course, you're gonna have a portfolio. I can guarantee it, because I'm gonna make you write one. So yeah, don't worry about that. And if you're too lazy to write a portfolio, again, you bought this course, so yeah, whatever. So I tell you what you don't need though. You don't need an English degree or a journalism degree or expensive software or a fancy office. I mean, look at my room, like jacket collection, right? That lighting over there, is it fancy? Maybe, I don't know. I think purple light is pretty fancy, but yeah, you don't need a fancy office. So like, let's say you're gonna get on a call with a prospect, just make sure your background isn't like fucking anime girls, you know, and your prospect's like, what the fuck, this guy's so fucking weird. You're like, yeah, I got a pillow, an anime pillow, look at this, she's my girlfriend, I love her, the love of my life, right? No, don't do that. find a nice background or use the background on Zoom. So yeah, and also you also don't need previous writing experience, because people assume it's like I gotta learn how to write properly first to get into copywriting. I'm like, listen, man. Writing grammatically correct is one thing, but copywriting, sometimes you gotta bend the rules. Not all the time, but sometimes you gotta bend the grammatical structure to get the impact, to make the impact stronger, right? And we all have to start somewhere, so you don't need previous writing experience, right? So yeah, to summarize, you need a computer to write stuff. You need an internet connection. I don't know where you're gonna get it. If you do have it, great. If you don't have it, find a way. Get a job maybe, right? To pay for their services. And yeah, that's it. So I'll see you in the next course. All right, so lesson 4. What do you write? This one's gonna be maybe a bit of a boring one, but this is where you'll actually see me write copy over the shoulder. So let's think. Maybe I'll write an email for a sneaker product. Yeah, that works. So let's just try this out. I'm wearing my glasses, by the way, because I need to read. So how do I change this? Okay. Exclusive 24-hour VIP access. Start now. That's a subject line, which is what will capture the attention of readers once they get an email, right? So yeah, let's just continue. Hey, name. Okay, so that's pretty good. I still don't know what the shoe looks like. I'm just thinking of Nike, but yeah, this is what I'll usually start out of. So like a CTA or call to action button, where I usually put it is right over here, so they can click on it. And the PS is that it will make people want to buy more. I don't know, it's just something about a PS, which I'll explain in a different lesson. But yeah, PS, very important. I don't really use it for a lot of emails, but yeah, you can read it here. And some key takeaways. Key takeaways. I'll list them below so you can read it. And don't forget, take some notes. I'll see you in the next lesson. All right, so you've seen how I write an example for an email. So now I'm gonna show you how I write a caption. So we'll start with the easiest one. I think weight loss is like one of the easiest ones to start with. So yeah, let me just share my screen with you. Hold on. Put this thing here. Okay. So subject. You don't really need a subject thing, but okay, real talk. I mean, as someone who lost weight, yeah, I relate. it's not, you don't lose weight in 18 days, sure, but it's not, you're not gonna lose like 100 kilos, right? In 18 days. It took me quite a while. So I'm just gonna write this based a little bit on my experience, so bear with. For Instagram, yeah, we're off to a good start. Let's take it further. Journey. Let's support each other. Yeah, so like that's usually what I would write, something like that. If it's for a weight loss client, sure. If the weight loss client is selling something like, let's say, a diet program, then yeah, this could be one of the captions you write for them, because one, it's realistic and it's not selling snake oil, but honestly, it really depends on your client, If your client's a bit scammy or whatever, hey, whatever, if they're paying you, fuck it, So this is what I usually write for a caption. So yeah, I have the key takeaways below. I'll write it down. So yeah, read it, take notes, and I'll see you in the next lesson. All right, lesson 5, target audience. So I'm pretty sure you know what a target audience is, but let me just read the description for you. So a target audience is someone who would like to buy your product, who wants your product, who likes your product, who can afford your product, and yeah, they're interested in your product. So for example, I'm drinking coffee, right? My cup of joe here. Means I'm the target audience for coffee. You wouldn't want to sell coffee to someone with gastric problems, right? So avoid writing for people with gastric problems and try to sell coffee to them. No, right? So identifying your target audience is crucial for effective copywriting, because if you don't know, you're just wasting your time, right? If you don't know who you're writing for, you're probably writing for no one. If you don't know who you're writing for, you're probably writing for nobody. Not probably, absolutely. So yeah, creating a customer avatar is a representation of what your target audience would look like. So for example, let's take me for example. I'm a customer avatar, right? I drink coffee. I work as a writer, copywriter. I go to the gym. I drink like 2-3 coffees a day. I do Muay Thai, whatever, right? I'm a very high energy person. Like I demand a lot of energy, mental and physical. That's why I need coffee to function properly. So like I'm a target audience for coffee, right? And research methods you would use is probably social media, analytical tools. How I usually do it is that I just use just social media actually. Just like I go on like my competitors' Instagram page, and then I'll look at what their audience are saying, what the comments are saying. I'll go on their review pages on their e-com stores, read some good reviews, read some bad reviews, and I can kind of get an idea on like what my target audience will look like, right? So you can find them either on Instagram or on blogs or on bad reviews on like Shopify or something like that, right? So you won't always find them in the same place. They hang out in different areas. So for example, like if you look at subreddits, yeah, they hang out there. They talk about specific things. Let's say they talk about like Mercedes. My Mercedes engine is breaking down. What do you think you can fix it? And it's like, well, and then they'll like reply, you gotta change like the tubes, and you gotta change like the air intake, and blah 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 blah. And if your client is a kind of guy that sells air intake specifically for Mercedes that can permanently fix the problem for 5 years, because Mercedes is a very shit car, then yeah, you wanna create a customer avatar based on those people who are actively looking for that. So yeah, quick video, that's what a customer avatar is, and I'll see you in the next lesson. All right, another email example, but an actual detailed one. And this is a method that I don't know who named this. It's called DIC, right? Not your actual dick, but DIC stands for disrupt, intrigue, and click. So it's very, very simple. Disrupt, intrigue, and click. You disrupt someone's attention by spouting out, or by grabbing their attention by, I don't know, saying like your dick's gonna explode in a few minutes. That's a very bad example. I'll probably write one later. Actually, yeah, I'll write one in this course right now. Let's do something about it. Intrigue part is you intrigue them with the copy, which I'll show you later. And then click part is that you drive action towards either clicking a link, clicking the link to go to someone's webinar, to go to someone's landing page, or to buy a product. Arguably, in emails, there's one thing you gotta keep in mind with emails. Emails, you always gotta sell the click. Never the product, never the webinar, never the landing page, or never the fucking OnlyFans, right? Always sell the click. The click has to mean something. So always sell them the click. So all right, disrupt, intrigue, click. Okay. Shit. What do I write? Toothbrush. Yeah, okay. How do I disrupt them? Your brush killing turtle. Okay, so I finally figured out how to spell Anemo. It just got back to me. All right, so Dick, your toothbrush is killing turtles and your teeth, right? Dick, did you know your plastic toothbrush will outlive your great-grandchildren? Intrigue, it's true. That innocent-looking tool in your bathroom will take 400 years to decompose. By then, it might have choked a sea turtle or poisoned a fish you eat. But here's the kicker. It's not even cleaning your teeth properly. Plastic bristles are harsh and in your gums, the fuck. So, click. Introducing the Eco Brush. Made from sustainable, fast-growing bamboo, naturally antimicrobial, bye-bye bacteria. Here's what our customers are saying. I don't have to fill this shit out. I mean, I could just make some shit up. By the way, never make anything up. Never make a testimonial up because, unless you wanna have no morals, then it's fine, whatever. If you're getting paid, you're getting paid. It's better than selling drugs. So. By the way, so EcoBrush is such a shit name, but whatever. This company doesn't even exist. I just, pull it out of my ass. So, okay, Dick. Your toothbrush killing turtles in your teeth. Hey, name, did you know your plastic toothbrush will outlive your great-grandchildren? Right, intrigue. It's true. That innocent-looking tool in your bathroom will make your ears decompose. Right, intrigue. Interesting EcoBrush. I'll put the key takeaways below, right? Which you will learn. So click. For the next 48 hours, we're offering a special deal. Get an EcoBrush for just $4.55, usually $7.99. Buy a 3-pack and get a free bamboo travel case. Free shipping, blah, blah. Again, I'll put the key takeaways below. Take notes, read it, and yeah, Dick framework has served me very well. It's a very simple framework, and most emails use it. You can kind of pinpoint what disrupts, what intrigues, and what clicks. You can kind of pinpoint that, but usually they use other frameworks, which I will also show you in our next lesson. So yeah, take notes, read the key takeaways, and I'll see you in the next lesson. All right, so you've heard of Dick framework. I'm gonna show you another framework, which is, it's called NESB or NESB. Yeah, not as funny as Dick, but NESB stands for new, easy, safe, big. So I'm gonna write, holy shit, yeah, I'm gonna write the same email, but I'm gonna use a different framework. So this email up here, we used Dick, right? So disrupt, intrigue, click, we disrupted them, we intrigued them, and we get them to click, right? So I'm gonna use this one now. Same email, but new, easy, safe, big. So let's just start. All right, so intro them first, and the new is this. Like, this isn't your grandma's bamboo toothbrush. We've taken eco-friendly to the next level. Yeah, so people heard about what bamboo toothbrushes are, so like, you know, what's new? Well, look, I don't know. I'm just making this shit up, right? This is all for the lesson. So, you know, sleek, blah, blah, blah. I mean, you can read the key points below, right? So, new, easy. It's easy to handle because it's light. It's big because big. Why? Because, well, the company is planting 2 trees, blah, blah, blah. You gotta come up for a reason. If you're writing an email for your client, you need to come up for a reason for the easy, safe, big, or NESB, right? So yeah. So key takeaways will be below, but let's take this further, yeah. All right. I think this lesson has been going long enough. I mean, how many minutes has it been? I can't see, but yeah. So everything will be below. Key takeaways. I have to write it. Holy shit, this is a lot to unpack. Look, I've been doing this for a while, so I can come up with these kinds of stuff like off the top of my head. But for you, I mean, it's gonna take a while, right? Which is fine. Eventually, you're gonna get the hang of this, and you can write this in like 15 minutes or maybe even less. So yeah, that's the lesson for NESB, for the exact same email I wrote for Dick. And take notes, read the description below, and yeah, I'll see you in the next lesson. All right, so right now we're gonna talk about building emotion. And if you're probably wondering, Alko, do you ever change your shirt? No. Anyway, so how do I do this? All right. Building emotion. So what do I mean by that, right? Because in copywriting, if you don't make anyone feel anything, then it's not really copywriting, right? It's just writing. And if the writing fails to deliver emotion, then like you failed as a copywriter. So example, I'm gonna write for a weight loss pill, I'll probably write, I'll give you 2 examples. So bad example was, hey, you're fat. Buy my weight loss pills. See, that's bad, right? Because you're not eliciting an emotion. I mean, look, fat people know they're fat, right? Fat people get called fat behind their backs every day. And I was fat, and when people call me fat, I was like, yeah, I know I'm fat, right? So like, how do you make a fat person buy a weight loss pill? So let's try it out, right? Let's try a good example. So good. All right, that's off to a great start. So instead of saying, "Hey, you're fat, buy my weight loss pill," you try to connect with them emotionally, right? You use real world descriptions. Like, do you ever see a fat person stare at themselves? Or do you think, as I say, you're fat right now. If you stare at yourself, do you feel like, wow, I'm handsome, or wow, like, I accept myself, this is who I am? No, like, probably in the back of your mind, like, wow, that is fucking disgusting, right? I wish I was skinnier. So yeah, you could say like, listen, I know what it's like to stare at yourself every time you look in the mirror. Where do we go for that, right? Where do we go from that? So there you go. Like, that's much better than saying, "Hey, you're fat, buy my weight loss pills," which is what, look, this is a very dumbed down examples, but like most new copywriters, when they try to write something, it's too blunt. It's like someone throwing a brick at you, right? Most of the time, you just piss people off. So empathizing with them like this, like saying, you try to cover up the fact that you're overweight by trying on great clothes, buying bigger sizes, or justifying a fattening meal by saying, "I'll start my diet tomorrow," or "I'll start exercising tomorrow after this pizza," or whatever, right? See, that's much better. So here's why it works. One. Relatability, right? It's relatable because, yeah, fat people don't like looking at themselves in the mirror. Or if you do, if you're fat and you like looking at yourself in the mirror, hey, good for you, whatever, right? No judgment. You're still fat. Or like, I'll start my diet tomorrow after eating a fucking, I don't know, like 3 bowls of ramen or a pizza, right? And also, it's relatable. It creates a vivid memory. Like, yeah, like I don't like staring at myself in the mirror because, every time I stare at myself in the mirror, I don't feel good. I feel less confident. Nobody wants to sleep with me. Why am I so fat? Why is my life like this? Why can't I make good decisions? Why am I so addicted to fat food? Why? So yeah, people don't like to be reminded of bad memories, and that creates a vivid memory. So, and it's also, there's specific examples, right? Because that's not how you spell examples. Because like you're trying on bigger clothing and you're trying on like, better clothes. Like you're trying on expensive clothing to cover up the fact that you're fat. Like expensive clothing is expensive, but you're still fat, right? So, and like addressing internal monologue, which is, yeah, start my diet tomorrow. Like, I'll start my diet tomorrow. Like, that's an internal monologue. Look, fat people don't say that out loud. They think it though. So like that again. Like I'm gonna talk about real world examples in another lesson, because that is very, very important for you as a copywriter to know what that is. And an emotional climax is, let's say if you say like, aren't you tired? Like you go through, you're tired of, like you stare at yourself in the mirror, you're fat, you keep justifying buying expensive clothing or buying bigger sizes, and then you stay, I'll start my diet tomorrow, which you never do, and then you stay, I'll start exercising after this pizza or exercising after these fucking ramen, right? 3 bowls of ramen, fat fuck, right? And I'm like, aren't you tired of that? You tired of living this life? Aren't you tired of being this guy, right? So that's an emotional climax. So building emotion is something like this. This is a very good example. So a bad example is, hey, you're fat, buy my weight loss pills, because like that just pisses people off, which is, if you piss people off, good for you, but we don't want to piss readers off. We want them to buy our products, right? So being relatable, and after that creating a vivid memory is one of the few things, and then set specific examples, addressing internal monologues, start my day to emotional climax, time to retire, right? So it's all about building emotions. You take them through the lows and then you take them high, which I'll show you in the next lesson. So yeah, okay. How about we sell a vacation package, right? Vacation package. All right. Bad. Stressed. Take a vacation. Like, no shit, Sherlock. Of course I want to take a vacation, but I can't. Like, how the fuck am I gonna take a vacation? My boss is gonna kill me. My coworkers are gonna say, like, oh, look, he's fucking, he's showing off in some shit. Like, just put this down here. Right? So, stress. That's not how you spell stress. Stress, take a vacation. That's a bad example. It's right here. Here's a good example. So, another good example will probably be, see, this is another good one if you want to sell a vacation package, because one, again, relatable, vivid memory. Vivid memory is like rush hour traffic. Relatable is like what they wish they were going through, right? So, and also another vivid memory is like microwaving last night's leftovers. Like, bro, if you want to feel like a loser, right? That's what you do. You start microwaving last night's food, or you start reheating last night's cooking, right? Like, it's not a fresh meal, it's not a new meal, there's nothing new about it. It's from yesterday. It tastes disgusting, stale, it's gray, it's sad, it's depressing. You're like, what the fuck? Why is my life like this, right? So yeah, this is another good example. So yeah, again, I will put like the key takeaways below. You can see it. And yeah, so bad. Hey, you're fat, buy my weight loss pills. Bad. Stress, take a vacation. Good. Follow this, right? And okay, exercise for you. What I want you to do is, I want you to either take your own personal experience or your friend's experience, or you just read somewhere on, like, you watch some fucking Instagram video and you see like this guy, and then you try to write about that. Try to base it off of him and try to build emotion off that, right? So, exercise. Build emotion with your copy. By the way, if you don't do this, again, you paid for this course, so it's really up to you, but you should do it, because why the fuck did you buy this, right? So just do it. Try to build emotion with your copy. Submit it to the group. I'll review it. Other guys will review it too, and yeah, I'll see you in the next lesson. All right, let's talk about creating curiosity. So, what does that mean, right? So, curiosity killed the cat. Motherfucker, come on. Curiosity killed the cat. What do I mean by that? If you've ever been curious about something, you've automatically feel this drive inside you to find out more, right? So, as a copywriter, creating curiosity is a very important factor that you need to implement into your copy every single time you write it. Every single time? Yeah, maybe every single time. Arguably every single time, because if people aren't curious what you're writing about, they're not going to read it. If people aren't curious what the product is, they're not going to buy it. If people aren't curious why they're getting this email, they're going to unsubscribe, right? So, curiosity is very important. So if we take a look at our yeah, let's take this one for example. Take this one for example, right? So this is very emotional, I would say, right? Which is still, but it's like it's building up to something curious. So let's make a curiosity boosted version. So So that's, why the fuck is this in, oh, I didn't change it. Alright, well, yeah, whatever, right? So, what if I told you the mirror could become your best friend, not your worst enemy? Holy shit, if you said this to fat people, which they don't like looking in the mirrors, I'm gonna assume that because I didn't like it, and most of my fat friends who I'm not friends with before anymore don't like looking at themselves in the mirror either. Or most the subreddits don't like looking at themselves. Look, I'm pretty. But anyway, so what if I told you the mirror could become your best friend, not your worst enemy? That's a great opening line. So let me think, how do I do this? Okay, so this is a great opening line because it's curiosity that drives people to read the part where they build emotion. So curiosity, it building emotion. But I've told you the mirror could become your best friend. Listen, I know what's it like to stare at yourself every time you look in the mirror. You try to cover the fact that you're overweight by trying on blah 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 blah, right? Okay. Again, back to curiosity part over here. So curiosity, building emotion, curiosity, right? So okay, so we're off to kind of a good start. I have a feeling this is gonna be, I'm gonna have to make this smaller and I'm gonna have to make this a little bit longer just for you to comprehend properly. So, okay. Okay. Okay, so I'll put the key takeaways below, but yeah, we're off to a good start. I'm liking where this is going. Sounds pretty scammy, but you know, that's copywriting. And selling a weight loss pills, you would want to do this when you're running an email campaign to, like, say to new subscribers, basically. So this is what you basically write, right? As a one-time campaign or whatever campaign, right? And we're off to a good start. I like where this is going. I think in the next lesson we'll move on to making this longer. Yeah, let's just make this longer. I think by what lesson is this? Yeah, I don't know. Whatever. All right, I'll see you in the next lesson. We're gonna make this longer, and by lesson 14, 15, I don't know what, right? You'll be able to read the entire copy with my key points that I highlight, so you can take note of, so you can copy and you can make your own email or long form sales email. Yeah. So I'll see you in the next one. Okay, so let's talk about. So over here we created creating curiosity, right? And then we did building emotions, but like, what's the next step? The next step is driving. Oh, Jesus Christ, for this, yeah. Driving action, right? So, what do I mean by that? If you look at my last video, I talked about like the goal of copywriting is to drive action towards something, right? It's to make the reader take action towards a specific goal. Either it's clicking a link to a webinar, clicking a link to a sales page, clicking a link to a long form sales page, clicking a link to a landing page, clicking a link to a, to a web, like a Pornhub app or, OnlyFans, right? It's to drive action. It's to drive action to go somewhere else. And then right now, we're gonna make this over here drive action, right? So, this is gonna be a very short video. So let me just, copy and paste every writer's wet dream. All right. Okay, we're off to a good start. So, driving action, you need to have like more than just one link for people to click on, because you still have to convince them. Like, if someone told you, do you want to buy this car? You're like, I'll think about it. And like, okay. And then the salesman comes up with a few more reasons. So like I said, your job, you're a salesman through text. So you're going to have to come up with more reasons, like what I'm doing right now. So you can just come up with something that's relevant. You don't want to make this the same link, right? Because you can hyperlink it with convincing words here, right? So claim your spot before time runs out, right? So this is another link. Okay, so this is how you drive action. This is a very dumbed down, simplified version. I'm gonna make this really, really long, because I'm gonna show you what a long form sales letter or long form sales email looks like. You don't have to do this as a beginner, long form sales letter, but it's good to know right now, and it's good to learn now than you learn it later, because a lot of clients will ask you like, hey, I wanna make a long form sales letter, and if you don't know how to do it, you're like, oh, Alco only taught me how to make flows in small emails, bro. Then you're fucked, right? So I'll see you in the next lesson. Wait, put this to my head. Okay, bye. All right, let's talk about storytelling. So we're gonna go back into this one here, and let's see what we can do. Okay, let's just take this shit away. All right. Oh, by the way, I'm gonna explain. Before I write this, I'm gonna explain why storytelling is very important. See, storytelling is what drives human emotion, human curiosity. It's what also makes you human. If you watch Harry Potter, that's a story. If you watch movies, you watch it for the story. Imagine a movie without a story, and it's just a guy walking around the city, and he's eating bagels, and he's drinking coffee, and he's like, he wants to talk to a girl, he's too scared, and he's like, oh, that's actually an interesting story. Anyway, so stories is what also drives curiosity, to stay curious, because you're curious on how the story ends. So storytelling is very important, and if you can't find a real story for your copy, just make one up, right? If you have a client that has an interesting story, yes, please ask him like, what's your story? And then you write his story down for the reader, so it makes them more relatable, and it makes your client look less like a robot and more like a human. So storytelling is very important. I'm gonna go get back into this and show you how I would do it. Let me just come up with an example out from my ass. All right. That's fucking good. Yeah, that's good. Needs a little bit of editing, you know, spacing and whatnot, but yeah, it's good. Arguably, when you copyright, you want to have as much white space as possible. You don't want it to look like a novel like this, you know. This looks like 50 Shades of Grey. So yeah. Alright. As much white space as possible. White space meaning the space here, 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 here. Because it's very easy for people to, you know, our attention span is fuck, and you don't want to lose your readers' attention. So always make white space a thing here. Okay, so that's pretty good. Usually you want to put a testimonial here. You know, let me just write one, because again, this is not a real person, so I'm just like, this is all an example, so I'll just give you what a testimonial would look like in your copy here. So usually I'll put and it has to be a real testimonial from a real person, right? Don't fake it. If you're writing for someone, it has to be a real testimonial. If your client doesn't have any testimonials for their products or their services or whatever they're selling, you know, that client is shit. So always have a real testimonial here, because if you don't, you might get sued. Yeah, you might get sued. Anyway. Okay, that's usually what testimonial would look like. A testimonial, in my experience, you don't need white space for it, because, yeah, I mean, it's just like you're just copy and pasting comments of what people actually said, right? Except for this part, but yeah, whatever. That's great. Look at me, I'm jerking off to my own copywriting. Jesus Christ. But yeah, if you feel like it could work, it probably could. But write something, just send it to the group, and then we'll review it, or I will review it and see if it's good or not. So yeah. This is the link, by the way, to go to their products or their program, whatever, right? So yeah, this is a story. So look, we took the same we took the same copy, right, which is curiosity based and action based, and we made it a story in the end, and then we went back to action over here. So should I put a PS? So always put a PS, like I said in my previous videos, because it makes people want to take action more than ever. So another button here. So, okay, again, this is not long enough because I'm gonna put everything I know into this one long form sales email, because in my experience, long form sales emails can range from, how many words is this? It can range from like what, 300, 500 words to like at least 3,000, depends. So yeah, this is, I don't know how many words this is because Google Word doesn't show, but yeah. I'll see you in the next lesson, and we're gonna move on to, well, I have to check my notes, but yeah, see you in the next lesson. All right, let's talk about open loops. Building curiosity requires a little bit of an open loop, but open loops is an entirely different thing. Very similar, but entirely different. So what do I mean by open loops? So if I say, hey, I've got this weight loss solution that can make you lose weight in 5 minutes just by taking like 5 minutes a day. Want to know what it is? See, in the next 10 minutes, I'm gonna explain to you what it is, and then you start like talking about some stuff that is not related to what you're gonna say, and it's like, okay. And then by the end of the email, you still didn't tell them what it is, right? So it's like, okay, I didn't tell you what it is because, as a matter of fact, I need you to know this one specific thing before I reveal it to you. And then you go on again, blah, right? And then after that, they're gonna be like, okay, so what the fuck is it? Is it what? Is it a weight loss pill? Is it a weight loss program? Is it a fucking fruit? Right? And you're just like, well, you see, now that I explained what it is and what you should know, I'm gonna tell you why this is actually kind of dangerous and why you need to take precautions for it. And then you tell them why, but you don't reveal what it is yet. And say, okay, so now you know why it's so effective. So let's see what other people are saying about it. And people are like, wow, this is so good. I lost this much, blah, blah, blah. And then it's like, you still didn't tell them what it is yet, right? So they're like, what the fuck is it? And they're like, the human mind is a very curious thing. The more open loops you present to a person, the more invested they are, because they're like, man, what the fuck is it? What is it? What is it? What is it? Like, tell me what it is. Tell me what it is. What is it? If you want to know, click the fucking link. There you go. You don't actually tell them what it is in the email, right? You just create an open loop. You say you're going to tell them, but you don't actually tell them. And if they want to find out, click the link, right? This is very good. This is a very good method to use in your emails. However, don't overdo it, because it'll piss people off. Because if all your emails are open loops, right, people are just gonna be, it's like, it's this fucking guy again. He never tells me anything of what he's saying. He always tells me to click a link to find out, and I found out that the secret to weight loss is to stop fucking eating breakfast and lunch and only eat dinner, you see? And it's like very anticlimactic or whatever, right? So only use open loops sparingly. All right? So I'm gonna show you. I'm gonna show you how I do it. So let's see. So over here is our other copy, Sarah, right? So let me think. Let's remove this. Okay. Okay, so yeah, this needs editing. So, what did we actually reveal? Right? There's two links over here. But did we actually reveal anything? No. We just made everything an open loop. Again, we're just building curiosity. Everything is an open loop. You're just, driving people insane. Like, what the fuck is it? What the fuck is it? What the fuck is it? Right? So, yeah, this is how you do an open loop. I don't recommend you do it every time, but if it's like a big sale going on, or like you're onboarding new customers, or blah, 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 this is a very good one you should try. All right, after 2 minutes of thinking, I think I finally come up with another reason on how to make this better. Yeah, part of being a copywriter is taking a break. So anyway. Again, still didn't tell them anything, right? So, we can take this as long as possible until everyone's just like, where the fuck? And they'll start clicking every link and they don't even want to read the copy anymore. But you'll be surprised how long people would actually read this. So, yeah, let's take it up a notch. So, again, still not reviewing anything. You're probably tired of watching me write this, but hey, it works. All right, this works for people, especially in the weight loss industry. Why did I write translation? Transformation. Yeah, I still don't know how to write transformation, by the way. Okay, there we go. So yeah. Holy shit. I just came up with this at the top of my head, but this is looking pretty long. How many hours have I been here? Yeah, whatever. Alright, so alright, so yes, this is still an open loop because we still haven't told anyone what the fuck we're selling, right? So why is my camera angle like this? Wait, hold on, I need to fix it. Okay, there we go. So I haven't said anything, right? So that's an open loop. You can go on and on and on and on. Just don't make it too long, and don't make it so monotonous that people start to get pissed off because it's just like, man, is this guy just fucking around, or like what's happening here, right? So yeah, I'll see you on the next lesson. All right, so let's move on to objections. So by this stage, everyone's just like, or the reader's just like, what the fuck is this? Like, this sounds too good to be true. Like, man, 3-minute ritual, losing like 20 pounds in 30 days. This sounds impossible, right? So yeah, let's just change this. So this is how you overcome objections. right? And then they'll probably have another objection after this question, after I answer this question. I still need to put some testimonials, which is gonna be on the next lesson. So, to summarize, this is how you handle objections. So, like, where is it? Yeah, put like 1 or 3 objections here and answer the questions over here, because objections will always come. And to tackle them earlier is better than to tackle them later or to not tackle them at all, which will decrease sales towards this program or like the product you're selling. So always handle objections because they will eventually come, and handle them either below or on top. So yeah, the earlier the better. So I'll see you in the next recording or the next lesson. Bye. All right, so I finally decided to change my shirt. Anyway, so this is going to be the final section of the email, which is testimonials. Very important. Now, obviously, this is a fictional product that I made for weight loss, right? So I don't know, or we don't have testimonials. So I'm just gonna make one up and show you what it would look like. So okay, so let's just go here and let's write something. So that's one testimonial. Usually I put probably like 3. So, okay, this is Sarah, who is, whatever. Okay, let's do one for a dad. Just putting random percentages and numbers. Again, this is just an example, right, of like what it will look like. So next time if you're doing something for like weight loss, just remember this lesson. Or you can apply it to other products you're writing for. The structure is the same, it's just different words, right? Okay, so probably put another P.S here, which I'm struggling to come up with. You'll probably see it in a Finnish copy, which I will link directly so you can read it, and where I will go to dig into the lessons deeper so you can understand it deeply. And also take notes, write it down. And yeah, I think this is it. Yeah, this is it, I guess. How many words is this? Again, this whole lesson is pretty boring because I'm not talking so much, but like this is what copywriting looks like, right? It's messy, you need to write it, and then you need to go back and edit it, and arguably write it when you're in the moment, so like don't worry about spelling mistakes or all of that stuff, right? Just like write it, get into the flow of it, and edit it later with your logical side of the brain. So I will link the whole copy below for you to access. So yeah, I'll see you in the next lesson. Okay, we're gonna start talking about headlines, right? And this is gonna be a very short lesson. You can just probably read this description below, but like I just want to keep this very short. So 1, the 4 U's, right? Useful, urgent, unique, and ultra specific. I don't know who made this term, probably I did, I have no idea, but one, you gotta make it useful, because if your headline is useless, say, well, what's an example of a useless headline, right? A useless headline could probably be like, Your brain is sabotaging your success. Find out why. No, that's not useless. Wait, that's pretty useful actually. Yeah, whatever. Your brain is sabotaging your success. Here's 5 breakthroughs on why. Right? So that headline probably is useful because your brain is useful. It's urgent because what did I say again? Yeah, whatever. Urgent, unique, ultra specific, right? Why your brain is sabotaging your success. The 5 breakthroughs. That's ultra specific. Why your brain is unique. Like, it's unique because it's sabotaging your success, and urgent because it's like find out why. Of course, if your brain is sabotaging your success, that's automatically urgent because it's your brain. So, all right, another lesson you want to know is power words. So, secret. The word secret is a power word because wouldn't you want to know some secrets? So let's say 5 secrets the financial institutions don't want you to know about investing in your 20s, or like 10 secrets about your career, or 10 secrets about your career that you might be sabotaging, or like whatever, right? So secret or instant. So get instant access to a training module, get instant access to a weight loss program, get instant access to Warren Buffett's secrets into investing, right? So you can see where I'm going with this. And breakthrough, again, this is just an example of power words, right? You don't have to follow this step by step. It's just like an example of like what power words are. You can search it up on Google on like, because there's a lot of power words you can use, like discover or like reveal or like, yeah, stuff like that. So breakthrough. So how would I do this? The breakthrough secrets of ramen noodles and why it might actually accelerate weight loss, which is not true, but breakthrough, right? New science, new discovery, a breakthrough, right? So yeah, and ask questions. So example, ask a question. A headline could be like, right, is your toothbrush killing you? That's a question. Like, what do you mean? Like, what do you mean my toothbrush is killing me, right? So that's like one example. So, they want to click, and then after that, like, they got to know more. So ask questions, or like another question could be like, see, that's another question you can use. Again, just an example to show you what great headlines look like, right? So, man, I should have wrote it for this thing. Whatever. I actually forgot. I'm gonna have to rewatch the video later, but I'll put it down below in a lesson. So yeah. So numbers. So people like numbers, right? When you write numbers, never write it as 1 or as 2 or 3. Always go for the actual number 1, 2, and 3, because numbers, they stand out in the headlines and they stand out in copy too, because your brain is designed to scan for something that is abnormal or stands out. So numbers always stand out from letters. Always remember that. Maybe because it reminds people of money, but I don't know. Yeah, numbers. So always use like 5 ways to, or 3 steps to, or 10 truths you'll uncover about X. See, like specifics, like numbers. Always use numbers, right? So, what else? Bold promises. This one you gotta be careful a little bit, because a bold promise could be like, click here. No, a bold promise, this is another headline. By the end of this article, you will realize how easy it is to make $10,000 or something. Or by the end of this article, you will have the tools to become a millionaire. Or by the end of this article, it is almost guaranteed that you'll lose 40 pounds, right? A bold promise. It always has to be true, though. You can't make a bold promise and then after that, just fucking gaslight them and be like, oh, I never said that, or that's not true. So curiosity gaps. Curiosity gaps is just to tell the reader enough to make them want to click. So a curiosity gaps could be another question like, example, this is your toothbrush killing you, or are your investments killing your financial future? That's a curiosity gap, right? Because it shows just enough to the reader to make them want to click. Again, the whole goal of a headline is to make the reader click the article or the email or the sales page or the webinar or the whatever, right? The tweet or the LinkedIn post. So curiosity gaps. Okay, emotion. Again, emotion could be something like that. Why your marriage won't make it past 12 years, the shocking 12 secrets. So that was like, someone's married and then they read that and they're like, what the fuck? What do you mean? When am I gonna get divorced? Finally, she's getting fat, right? So yeah, emotions. So another one is keep it short, right? You want to make it like, this is as long as I would allow it to go for myself personally. Arguably, you should always keep it short. Always keep it short, because people's attention span, look, a goldfish has a longer attention span than human beings because our brains are completely fucked from smartphones. So always keep it short, always keep it enticing, and always make them want to click, right? And I want you to practice this, by the way. So below, below the text over here, below this video, I'm gonna share some resources to you of what great headlines are. So let me just write some more examples actually. Yeah, that's pretty long actually. But yeah, why buying a sport car is the best investment you can make, despite what your financial gurus tell you. So, and I can tell you why. Because if you buy an expensive car, people will want to know what you do and who you are, and then you'll get more business. So yeah, so if you want to read more about headlines, go here. I recommend this website, swipe.co, right? Go here, read more headlines, because the best of the best, or like the best curation of copywriting in the world, is in swipe.co, and you should check it out. And I want you to do some exercises. So write me 5 headlines today. Share it in a group chat. Write 5 headlines, or no, actually don't do that. Write the entire copywriting of Dick and NESB and building emotions and storytelling. Just write all of them and at least have 5 headlines on each of them, just to test out which one's good and which one's bad. That way you learn faster, and that way, look, the sooner you learn this, the faster you're gonna find a client and get paid. So just do it. So okay, I'll see you in the next lesson. All right. So next lesson, let's talk about direct response copywriting, right? Because something you gotta know in copywriting is that there are different types of copy you should be aware of. And in my experience, they all blend into two things. It either blends into direct response copywriting or brand copywriting. So what direct response copywriting is, if you see on swipe.co, that's most of the copy there are direct response. So direct response, what is direct response copywriting, right? Spoiler alert, is what I've been teaching you. Direct response copywriting is to elicit a direct response from the reader, not a later response, not a 2 years from now response, not a tomorrow response or a 2-week response, a direct response, which is a response that is going to happen directly right now, right here, right? So why is this important? Why is direct response copywriting important? Well, in my experience, if you want to drive sales fast, right, you need direct response. And you probably bought this course because I use direct response, right? So to convince you to buy this course, right? So, you know, hey. And yeah, I mean, like, another thing you got to think of is, or in my experience, direct response copywriting only works on products that are not as famous as other products. So let's say, for example, Coca-Cola, right? If you use direct response copywriting for Coca-Cola, like, hey, it's like, imagine it was 30 degrees outside, you're running around, and then you're thirsty because, I don't know, your boss is like trying to get you to get some paper in some other office somewhere down the street, and you're just dying from the heat, and then suddenly you went past this vending machine and there's a ice cold can of Coca-Cola just ready to quench that thirst, ready to go down your throat and ready to bring you relief, ready to bring the heat off your neck, the heat off your back, the heat off your fucking, I don't know, your back of your neck and stuff. And then after that, you're just like, wow. See, I mean, yeah, it sounds good, but it's kind of weird, right? Versus just like, hey, you know, Coca-Cola, drink it. Like, everyone knows what Coca-Cola is, right? So, like, you don't really have to use direct response. Direct response only works for products that are not as famous brands, right? So I'm gonna show you an example of what direct response would look like. So direct response. This is direct response right here. Because first, it starts off with like, did you know that your tea is filled with microplastics? You know, your balls are not going to work anymore. You didn't say that, but yeah. So the direct response over here is the direct call to action to buy the product, right? This is usually an email campaign. So that's direct response. Hopefully you get it, right? Hopefully you understand it, because direct response is the art of buying now, not buying later. Do it right now. That's direct response. So this is an example of some shit I made up, pure tea, right? I don't really drink tea, but I drink coffee. What is this, packaging? Packaging. Sorry, boys. All right. So this is a direct response example. Let me just put it up here. Right, so what's a non-direct response example? Let's I'll show you. Oh man, okay, non-responsive example. And which is actually it's actually no problem doing this, because non-direct response usually most of the time falls into brand copy, which is something I will teach you later on what brand copy is, and you actually need to learn what brand copy also is. So if you're working for a, I'll save that lesson for later. Let's just write this so I can show you. So that's what non-direct response usually looks like. So compare it to this, where there's like bullet points and it's easier to read. I think it's more entertaining to read as well, versus this, which is just reads like a Wikipedia page, All right. So yeah, keep in mind, non-direct response is also very important for you to learn, but arguably it's more 80-20. So 80% of your copywriting will be direct response, and only 20% will be non-direct response or brand copy, right? So yeah. So I'll see you in the next lesson. Or maybe you can take it up a notch so I can really write the CTA and whatnot. So hold on. I'm going to link every key takeaway down below as usual, right? Because I need time to think about like what I'm doing. So, but you can already see the difference, right? Hey, you know that sense of calm you get when you sip your favorite brew? Now imagine that feeling shattered by the realization that every cup you drink contains thousands of microplastic particles. Shocking, right? Versus, at Purity, we believe that our perfect sip of tea shouldn't come at the cost of our planet's health. That's why we created a range of delicious tea packaged in 100% biodegradable materials, right? So you see which one's easier to read, which one sounds more entertaining to read, and which one engages you more. Yeah, but obviously you still need this. If you're writing for Coca-Cola, you're gonna have to write something like this. Versus if you're writing for a new drink like PewDiePie's, what do you call that? G-Shock, whatever, right? It's gonna be something like this. So yeah. All right, I'll see you in the next lesson. All right, let's actually go deeper. So the difference between direct response copywriting and brand copy. So, all right, let me just share my screen over here. So these are models of brand copy. So if you think Nike, just do it. Apple, think different. McDonald's, I'm loving. And L'Oreal, because you're worth it, right? That's a motto. Not exactly like an email of brand copy. So let's actually just I'll show you an example right now. So brand copy example.
emails. So let's see. Hopefully we can find one. So what is this? Thank you for being a top listener. Hey, it's whatever my name is, your whatever. All right. So, Netflix. The end of an era. Hi, Smiles Davis. The 3-part is ending, and your account will be charged after Wednesday. Blah. So, okay, that's very unexciting, but like that's the typical of what brand copy looks like. Look, brand copy is very easy to write. It's not like direct response copywriting where you gotta think about these angles and then you gotta have a massive headache like what you saw when I was writing all these examples in my previous lessons, like how much of a pain in the ass it was. It was not that much of a pain in the ass, you get used to it, but yeah, now you know what I mean. So what is this actually? Let me just zoom this in. Hi, I'm super excited that you're coming along with us on this journey to help change the way the world thinks about sunscreen so that everyone will enjoy it. Wearing SPF every single day. Blah, 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 right? So this is very straightforward. No BS, no power words, no fluff marketing, no fear mongering, blah, 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 right? So brand copy is very vanilla, very, very stale, right? And it usually comes with the brand colors like Webflow over here. Or like, what is this? Localio, what a master copywriting for conversions. Nice. So yeah, you don't have to design the colors. Usually the designer, when you're working for a client, usually the designer like puts all these stuff here. You just write the copy, all right? And if your client says you need to design the emails, you charge them more. Don't do it for, don't just charge them for copywriting if they did ask you to design the email. See, like over here, PayPal. You've been invited to apply for a PayPal credit, right? That's brand copywriting. So brand copywriting examples is just stale copy like this. It doesn't really read like direct response or like in my, like this, right? So if you want to buy, let's give you an example, right? Like if you bought, or if you're looking to buy an iPhone, you're not gonna get an email from Apple trying to sell you the iPhone through direct response, right? It's just gonna say like, hey, here's the iPhone, here's our new features, here's what the camera does. It can zoom into, if you're in Singapore, you can zoom into Malaysia by, doing 10x zoom, and you see all these like Malaysians trying to cross the border, and you're like, your passport how, bro, right? So yeah, and but versus like if it's direct response, it's like, listen, I know you're racist, I know you like zooming in on people who can't cross the borders because they don't have good paperwork, I know you follow the situation in the southern border in Texas with Donald Trump and all that, and you just want to see all these Mexicans suffer. Well, good news, the iPhone does just that. Okay. Why is my thing lagging? Holy shit. All right, so brand copy examples. Let's go direct response examples, yeah? You see, all of it is just text. Experience a significant improvement in mental focus and enhanced blood circulation in just 1 week. Are you tired of struggling with mental fog and sluggish circulation? Do you know how you can both improve mental focus and enhance blood circulation simultaneously? What I told you that you can improve your mental focus and enhance blood circulation in just 1 week. And no, it's not a fake moment either. Give me a moment how. Give me a moment how. What? Gaia herbs ginkgo leaf is only the solution you have been searching for. Blah, 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 right? You see, this is direct response. And in direct response, you don't really need pictures to convince people. Pictures do help, but usually it's the text just like this that already convinces people to take action to go here or there. So, okay, what is this? This is brand copy. Give me another direct response. I cannot read this. Whoa. But okay, you get what I mean, right? So this is whatever increase in area left up in the, what is this? Oh, okay. But now you get what I mean, right? What's the end result? If you eat it's 2 capsules in the morning and 1 capsule in the evening, then only in 1 week it's not only doable your mental focus, but also enhance proper blood circulation. Imagine how you'd be able to watch your favorite movie and read your favorite book with the double concentration due to 1 peak of Gaia herbs ginkgo leaf. Like, what the fuck is this? What is Gaia herbs? Jesus Christ. Yeah, this is direct response copy. You see the difference? See the difference? Again, look, below the description, I go deeper into this, like the differences, right? So you can just read that. But over here, I just want to show you like what the difference is. So I'll see you in the next lesson. All right, short lessons. We're gonna talk about captions. Now I know what you're thinking. Oh, good. Didn't you talk about captions already? Well, we're gonna go back into it because in my experience, captions is one of the easiest things you can upsell to your client. So let's say you already have a client, you're doing their emails, right? You're doing their product descriptions or whatever, anything related to copy. And then you see their Instagram is performing like shit. And then you see the engagement is like little to non-existent, right? It's sad, it's very sad. And then their captions usually look like this. Right? So obviously no one's gonna listen to them, no one's gonna read their stuff, and no one's gonna engage with their reels, right? So yeah. So I'm gonna show you an example later how to write a caption, a giveaway caption, which can increase their engagement and in turn get more organic followers so they can get more organic customers, right? Because the thing about organic customers is that you don't have to spend any money on ads just to get it, so to get them to buy your stuff. So it's like free money raining from the sky, right? So, and another very important point I want to make is that Instagram Reels are like taking over everyone's attention span. Everyone's attention is on Instagram. Everyone's attentions are on shorts, right? Reels, like on TikTok. So part of being a copywriter is to go where the attention exists. Go where the attention exists, right? And if the attention is over there, that's where you want to get their attention because it's already there. So I'm going to show you how I would write let's say a productivity giveaway, right? So this is like a program or a fucking nootropic pill to make you productive, whatever, right? So I would start with all right, so that's, minus the spelling mistakes. So that's how I usually write one for my clients, right? Again, very simple, and this is going to be a very short lesson. And reason why you want to get into captions is that, again, very easy to upsell your existing clients. Upsell, not sell. You can't close people with captions. Though in my experience, I've seen it happen to some people, but yeah. You don't want to close anyone because of captions, but I don't know, look, if you can, yeah, just do it. If they're paying you, yeah, just fucking do it, whatever, right? But this works better as an upsell. What is an upsell? I think I explained it already in the beginning of the video, so anyway. So yeah, this is how I usually do it. And see this part over here? You can use a software, let's say you have a giveaway, right? And you can use a software that can track this keyword to automate the giveaways to anyone who to anyone who writes this keyword, right? It doesn't have to be this keyword, it can be any keyword, right? It can be, right? Any keyword works fine, right? Or just tell your client to do it and stop being a lazy piece of shit, right? Or whatever. So yeah, anyway. Again, very short lesson, and that's how I usually write a caption. And I'm starting to think this course is slowly turning from learning how to do copywriting to watching me how I copyright and losing my mind while I do it. So anyway, see you in the next lesson. All right, so we did captions, which is good, right? I just got a coffee break. So now I'm gonna talk about pages. I'm gonna talk about pages. About pages. All right. Anyway, it's a mouthful. Do you know what an about page is? If you don't, I'll just show you. Let's just go somewhere. Does Ferrari have an about page? Let's see. So an about page is an. Oh, there you go. See, this is an about page. Yeah, shut the fuck up. All right, this is an about page, right? So, about us. All right. So Ferrari has an about page, right? Born of the spirit of racing, Ferrari epitomizes the power of our lifelong passion and the beauty of limitless human achievement, creating timeless icons for a changing world. Yeah, I guess that's pretty good. It's kind of boring though. Whatever, right? So an about page, it usually looks like this. Well, not usually, because like our values, individual and team, our talented individuals, blah, blah, blah. All right, so you get the point what an about page is right now, right? So why are we talking about this? Because about pages are very easy to upsell as well. So most people's about pages are shit because they focus on themselves, right? Like say like, hi, my name is Sarah. I founded this candle company because I wanted to smell nice candles everywhere I go because, you know, I love candles. I love the way they melt when they burn, right? It really turns me on. You see, it's all just like me, right? People forget that about pages, a good about page is about you. It's about the customer. It's about why did you build this company? I built this company specifically to help you. So a bad about page could be okay. So this is looking kind of good, I guess. Okay, see, that's way better than the one I wrote just now. Or what usually, so okay, I'm gonna assume, I mean, fuck, I did this so many times, right? So this over here, this is way better than this Obviously, you can agree. Yeah, this looks more standardized and whatever, but usually a very high converting about page usually looks like this. It has bullet points and it focuses on the reader. It's reader centric, and it usually looks like this. Not like this, but like this. So yeah, kind of a short lesson. Again, about pages are very good upsells for you if you already have a client. So yeah, just say like, hey, your about page is shit, let me write you a new one. They're like, oh, what do you mean? It's like, yeah, let me just write you a new one. You write them a new one, you send it to them, tell them to test it out, and to see how long does it take for them to like convert those people on the second most viewed page of their website. So yeah, again, very short lesson, and I'm gonna see you on the next one. All right. What lesson is this? Is this lesson 21 or lesson 20 or... Man, I have no idea. I don't know how many lessons we're in already. So, we're gonna talk about real-world descriptions. So, what are real-world descriptions? Real-world descriptions is a direct response copywriting. I wouldn't say formula. It's a direct response copywriting method that you should probably always 100% use, because you know, if you're trying to sell something to someone through direct response copywriting, you need to get inside their head. And if you don't have real world descriptions, which I'll explain later, then you can't sell them anything. Or you can sell, but the sales are not going to be as impactful, or they're not going to be high converting. So all right. Real world descriptions, right? A real world description is basically something that happens in the real world that your customer or target audience experiences. Say you're fat, right? Which we used in our other copy analogy. Like, I don't like looking at myself in the mirror, or your mirror could be your best friend. What if I told you your mirror could be your best friend? Like, have you ever, like flap your stomach and be like, oh man, I'm so fucking ugly, right? That's a real world description. So copywriting without a real world description, but still direct response, probably looks like so. Okay, this is what usually beginners write. They don't write Japan. Beginners usually write stuff like this, which is almost good but not as good, right? Because it lacks any nuance, right? It lacks any character. It's just copy that is talking at you, right? You're just reading it. It's not eliciting any emotions, not eliciting any drive to take action. It's just, our weight loss program helps you shed pounds fast. You'll feel better and look great. Join now and start your journey to a healthier you. Obviously, okay, this is a very, very dumbed down version, right, of like what direct response without real world descriptions look like. So I'm gonna try to explain it better, but yeah, I'm gonna try to explain it better. So something without real world descriptions usually lack any real world descriptions. Like, if you ate a McDonald's hamburger, after like 2 to 3 hours, you would feel pretty shit. You'll feel, your limbs will probably feel a little bit weak. You have this like brain fog behind your eyes. Like, you can't think properly. You can't get any concrete answers or come up with any creative ideas, right? It's just your brain's fried, your brain's fucked because there's too much shit inside a McDonald's double cheeseburger, right? See, that's a real world description. So I'm gonna write one. I'm gonna write one that has a real world description. All right, off to a good start. You see, this is way better than this, right? And this is just an example. So always use real world descriptions in everything you do, every copy you write. So if you want to get real world descriptions, right, just look at like some subreddits or people's comments under people's Facebook posts about that specific thing. Or go where your target audience hangs out and then just read and take notes about all their experiences and what they've encountered, what they felt, what they saw, what they tasted, what they smelled, whatever, right? So it's usually something like this. All right, so I'm really jerking myself off with this one, right? So these are real world descriptions on what someone would feel like in the future. And listen, if you're fat, right, like you would want to feel like this, what this person has been through, what this lady's going through, right? You want to feel like this, right? Like you're really painting a picture that they can almost touch and feel and smell, well, like with this, right? So always, this is like another good, this is like another good way on using real world descriptions. Now, real world descriptions can either be used for the future, like what I use over here, or it could be used for the past, right? Which I used in the other examples, like looking in the mirror and blah. So, yeah, always use real world descriptions. And if you want to find out what people real world descriptions are, what they want their future to feel like, what they want to be like in the future, or what they experienced before or what they're experiencing now, just go on subreddits, look at Facebook comments, look at the bad reviews on Amazon or whatever, right? See, the more you can do this, the more you can get inside their head and paint a real world description, the more sales you will get, the happier your client will be, and then your client will refer to their friends and you'll land more clients and you'll make more money, not just $2,000, right? Although $2,000 is pretty good, but yeah, again, always use real world descriptions. And yeah, I'll see you in the next lesson. All right, this is not really a lesson. This is just something to keep in mind. So, not all copywriting is the same. Like, there are many methods to copywriting. It really depends where your copywriting goes and what you use it for. So I'm going to share it on my screen here, some notes that you can read. So website copy. If you're writing if you're writing for a website, say a landing page, always keep it scannable. Use headers, bullet points, and short paragraphs, because you'll be surprised, people go on websites not because they want to read it like a book. They skim through it up and down, right? They go up and down, like, oh, what is this about? Like, let's say if I go to Ferrari, I don't read everything that is on Ferrari. I just like skim through it, right? Like this, right? I don't read anything, right? So, always keep it scannable. Use headers, bullet points, short paragraphs, front load important info. Remember, people skim through websites, right? So, like what I said just now, SEO matters. You don't really need to learn SEO because, it's being an SEO expert is a completely different skill than being a copywriter. You're learning how to be a copywriter, not an SEO expert, although it does matter. It does matter. So just, if you're writing for like a chocolate cake company, you want to make sure you put in the keyword like brownies, chocolate, and cake, right? You don't put in the keyword horses, cows, and dogs, right? So yeah. Email copy, Again, what we talked about before, you nail their subject line so people can click on it, right? Keep it personal, right? Like you're talking to a friend. Because if your email writes like, like an immigration email telling you you're gonna get deported tomorrow, right? No one's gonna keep reading that shit, unless they really care about getting deported. Clear call to action. Why are they reading it, right? Or what action do you want them to take? So they're reading it because you want them to take a specific action to go to a landing page or whatever, blah, 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 right? So, and social media posts, punchy, captions, sprinkle in emojis. Again, don't use this, don't overdo it, right? So yeah. Twitter, short, witty. If writing thread, make each thread tweet stand alone. I will go more into this. So, okay. When you're writing a tweet for a client, right, or a thread, you want to make each thread stand alone. Meaning, if each thread is not a continuation of the thread above, it's more retweetable. So I'll show you an example later. But yeah, just something to keep in mind. So LinkedIn posts, more professional tone, focused long form posts that add value. So long form. So LinkedIn, they don't really like short form posts like Twitter, because I don't know, it's more towards like professionals. People are there to network, engage, and read boring ass content, right? So LinkedIn likes more long form posts, right? Instagram, yeah, I mean, I taught you how to do this, right? Just treat it like a mini direct response email. Keep the principles of DR on this, right? DR meaning direct response. Also, maybe use a little bit of real world description. Video scripts. I'm not really familiar with this, though I have some friends who do it. So yeah, hook them in the first 5 seconds. Keep it conversational. Match visual with dialogue. Example: if you wish you had a fashion fairy godmother, well, hibbity bobbity boo appears on me. Well, I don't think you really want to get into this as a copywriter. I think it's pretty shit, right? Podcast ads, yeah, blend podcast with tone, tell a mini story, clear call to action, easy to remember URL or code. You know that feeling when you're standing in front of a closet wondering how you can have so many clothes yet nothing to wear? Well, listeners, say goodbye to wardrobe paralysis. Yeah, stuff like that, right? Print ads, striking headline is crucial. Use visuals to complement copy. This is not really your job unless you want to get paid for it, right? Your job is just to write copy. So like ads on Facebook ads or Instagram ads, you got to keep it very short. And yeah, I think it's pretty straightforward to learn. Instagram ads and Facebook ads are like, again, direct response. You want them to take an action, like if you saw like an ad that says like, do you want to increase 10x your revenue in 3 months using this one short method, click here. That's like a good ad for Facebook or whatever if you're a business owner, right? Product descriptions, balance, feature, and benefits. Use sensory language. Sensory language meaning touch, smell, feel, whatever, right? And yeah, again, very very short lesson. Not really a lesson. It's just something for you to keep in mind. So again, you can find it in the description below with more details. Because again, not all copy is designed the same. There are different formats to copywriting. So yeah, I'll see you in the next lesson. Okay, I just shaved. So anyway, this lesson we're gonna talk about something I do still for like one guy, and it's called ghostwriting. So, what is ghostwriting? In simple terms, ghostwriting is the art of pretending to be someone else. So example, have you ever seen one famous entrepreneur who published a book? Chances are he didn't write that book. A ghostwriter did. So I'm not telling you to ghostwrite for entrepreneurs by writing their like life story, their books. No. We're talking specifically about social media ghostwriting. So I'm gonna share my screen here. Hold on. All right. So social media ghostwriting. See, there are millions of founders on social media who crave a personal presence on the internet or personal brand, right? So the internet is, well, I wouldn't say change. I mean, it's evolving into a more personal brand centric, or I wouldn't say the internet, I'd say like business in general. See, the reason why people really like Apple, or one of the reasons why, is because of Steve Jobs. People know who Steve Jobs is, and the reason why people like Tesla, or the reason why people like Twitter, is because Elon Musk, right? Who else? Who else is a good example? Okay, maybe J.K. Rowling, if she published another book, she'd probably get like instant millions of sales because everyone knows who she is. Because everyone knows who you are. So, okay, entrepreneurs, they want a personal brand, right? They're usually looking to grow their personal brand or completely start a personal brand from scratch. And to do that, you're going to have to start with Twitter, because that's the bread and butter of social media ghostwriting. So why? Why Twitter? Well, Twitter is where everyone hangs out, and Twitter is also a very text-based social media platform, meaning you don't go on Twitter to look at to watch videos or to like look at pictures, right? You go on Twitter to read stuff. It's a very text-centric platform. So the reason why you want to start here is because it's quick. You can get famous fairly fast, right? I'll show you some tips and tricks in another lesson maybe. Because ghostwriting is it's still copywriting, but it's a very deep, it goes very deep. It's not like, what I teach with like emails and stuff like that. There's a lot of tips and tricks you gotta know, a lot of insider secrets, right? Which of course I will share with you because you paid for this course, right? So okay, here's what I do, what I offer my clients: 2 tweets a day, 5 threads or long form posts a week, 6 long form posts a week on LinkedIn. Topics vary because of niche, but that's the basic structure. So when you offer ghostwriting on Twitter, you're gonna have to automatically offer maybe LinkedIn as well, because Twitter is where you build your audience who want to buy your stuff, whilst LinkedIn you build your audience of like, I'd say, LinkedIn followers are a little bit more higher tier than Twitter followers, I would say, because LinkedIn is a platform specifically for business to happen, right? Whilst Twitter, it's more nurturing your audience, yeah? So it wasn't always the case. It was completely backwards before. It was Twitter was like the go-to, but now LinkedIn, I'd say it's slowly becoming the go-to place. But arguably, you should still start with Twitter and LinkedIn second. So, software I use: Tweet Hunter for Twitter, because you need to schedule posts, right? And ideally, you want to write like 1 week's worth of posts in a day, like by Monday, and then schedule them all here. So 2 tweets a day, 5 threads or long form posts a week. Author up for LinkedIn, again the same thing. For LinkedIn, you just want to have 6 posts. You don't want to do small posts like small tweets on LinkedIn, right? Because arguably just one or 2 posts a day on LinkedIn. So post wise, don't tell anyone this. Don't tell it to your friends. Don't share it with your mom and dad, right? Post wise is an artificial intelligence. Let's just say this, it's ChatGPT on steroids, right, for Twitter and LinkedIn. So just use this if you're lazy, right? Arguably, you shouldn't use this. You should write threads yourself because, it's still copywriting. But if you're lazy as fuck and you just want to make a quick buck, in my experience, just use Postwise. So let's dive deeper into each aspect of social media ghostwriting. So Twitter's more where personal brands are born and nurtured. It's fast-paced, engaging, perfect for sharing insights. And here's how I approach it. So daily tweets, these should be a mix of insights related to a client's industry. So example, say your client's working in fitness. He has a fitness niche, right? You want to have insights on fitness, like protein intake for your body height and protein intake for your body weight. So there's like, no one's built the same, stuff like that. Personal anecdotes, fabricated but believable. yeah, you can do that too. Engagement with other accounts in the niche. This one's not really necessary, honestly, but you could offer this. You could offer this as an upsell, like, hey, I know you don't have time to engage with your followers, so pay me to become your VA, right? So yeah. So thought-provoking questions, inspirational quotes, use sparingly. No one wants to read quotes all the time, so just use this sparingly, like from Warren Buffett or whatever, right? Personal anecdotes, fabricated but believable. I'd say make it as true as possible and don't fabricate shit. If your client isn't a billionaire and you write, I'm a billionaire by the way, yeah, that's fucking horse shit, right? So long form posts. These are where you really showcase your client's expertise, structure them like mini blog posts. So that's the great thing about Twitter, is that threads are for multiple topics in one section, whilst long form posts, write this down, you focus on one topic only. So example, where do we go? Right. I need to buy, yeah, anyway, so usually a thread looks like this. Some shit, right? Okay, so that's the headline, and then you go like 1, masturbating, right? 2, eating carbs. 3, wet farts that don't go unwashed, right? So, threads are good for listicles. This is what I call listicles. See, 1, 2, and 3. That's a listicle, right? Threads are not so good for. They work better as listicles versus as like mini blog posts, because threads are meant to be retweetable. So another example you're supposed to keep in mind is that you should make each tweet inside a thread more retweetable, so, or more standalone. You have to make them standalone for each other. You know why? Because you gotta make them more retweetable. So say someone just wants to retweet this, then they'll retweet it. Or someone wants to retweet this, and then they'll just retweet that. They don't necessarily have to go back on top and retweet the whole thread. Though, yeah, whatever, that helps, right? So just make every tweet stand alone, so it makes it more retweetable, right? So that's a thread example. Now, long form tweet could be like, right? So a long form tweet, usually when you click on it, yeah, usually when you click on it, right, it just reads like, what is this? Oh, this is a tweet. Do I have any long form threads or posts that I saved? How about this? Probably not. Yeah, just search it up, whatever. I can't find an example, and I don't want to write an example because my brain is fried. So Right here. There you go. So this is what a long form tweet looks like. See? And then you can see the difference. This only focuses on one topic, which is this, right? Over delivering is your only path if you want a stable, never ending of the room as an expert and professional without having to struggle, no exceptions. See? It talks about over delivering your services, right? So that's a long form tweet. Okay, anyway, so hook, yeah, but you can read this below, by the way, so yeah, whatever. So LinkedIn is where you establish your client as a thought leader in their industry. It's more professional than Twitter, so adjust your tone accordingly. So on LinkedIn, I've seen some of my clients' friends like say fuck, shit, and like bitch, but very rarely it's more of a Twitter thing to swear, right? LinkedIn is more of a, you wear a suit, you be on your best behavior, you don't be fucking erratic, you're not a moron, right? So yeah, LinkedIn ghostwriting. Long form post should be at least 1,300 to 200 2,000 characters long. Structure them like this. Attention grabbing first line. This is where you show in the feed. Personal story or industry insight, lessons learned or tips to share. Call to action or question for engagement. So LinkedIn is kind of easy to grow. All you got to talk about is just like how your manager is a bitch, or how like 9 to 5 is a piece of shit, and this is how you would change a 9 to 5, stuff like that. Or more specifically, like 12 brutal career truths you didn't know you need to know, or 12 brutal career truths I wish I knew at 22. Now I'm 40, or stuff like that, you see, because LinkedIn also works like listicles. Arguably, a listicle will blow up more on LinkedIn than it will on Twitter. So yeah. So content ideas, industry trends and predictions, career advice, company culture insights. This and this is like number one. Keep that in mind. Just write it down. Personal growth stories and thought leadership pieces. Not really. And industry trends also. If you want to show your clients expertise, then yeah, sure, write industry trends. But like usually, in my experience, the clients, they do this themselves. They don't need you to write it, because it's a more, you wouldn't know what industry trends and predictions they would know, and then after that you can learn it, but it'll take a few months. So yeah, usually just stick with these. If you want to grow your clients' LinkedIn profile from like 0 to 100,000 followers in like less than 5 months, just do this, like what I did. So, okay, pro tip, use author up to format your post with line breaks, emojis, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, emojis work kind of on LinkedIn, but just don't use too much of them. Because you're a copywriter, not a emoji crafter, right? So, newsletter, ghostwriting, again. So this all boils down to one thing, right? You find people who are already successful, right? Write this down. You find people who are already successful, who already have a thriving business, who are already making massive profits, who are already, they have a huge company, right? Or they have a small company that is doing large numbers. And usually people like that, they have one thing. They have money, but they don't have time. So this is where you come in. Sorry, it's the coffee. Oh, sorry. So they don't have time, you have time, because of course you have time, right? So you just pitch them, hey, I'm a ghostwriter. I noticed that you're trying to grow your personal brand, and followers are like this, the engagement is so. How about this? How about I write for you, right? How about I ghostwrite for you? How about I take care of your Twitter, and I'll take care of your LinkedIn, and I'll take care of your ConvertKit or your newsletter, right? And this is another thing. If you want to grow your clients' socials fast on both Twitter and LinkedIn, you need to have a newsletter for them, so people can click somewhere, and then you can convert that audience from the engagement on Twitter and LinkedIn into a subscribers for your newsletter, which the client, your client, can sell them either a program or a product or coaching. And yeah, you could make money from that too. Just talk to him or talk to your client if you land him. So, art of mimicry. The key to successful social media ghostwriting is capturing your client's voice. Here's how. Study their existing content, note common phrases and tone. Very important, so write that down. Create a voice guide, document their typical sentence structure, vocabulary, and even go to their go-to emojis. Again, write this all down. Stay updated on their industry, set up Google alerts for relevant keywords. Nah, this is bullshit. You don't have to do this. I don't know why I put that there. Though, if you can, if you want, I don't personally do it because I don't need to. Regular check-ins, have weekly calls with your client to align on messaging and upcoming content. Yes, this is very fucking important, so do it. Adaptive feedback, be ready to adjust your writing style based on client resources. So, okay. Please do this. Write 1 week worth of content on like Monday or Sunday and then give it to them. Have a specific time for them to review everything, to give you feedback, and then do it accordingly. Ideally, you want to have only 2 slots. 2 slots for you to how do I say this? To edit everything. Not more than 3, because otherwise it's going to be back and forth for you editing and editing and editing and editing, and the client's just going to be like this. No, it just has to be as close to what the client wants. And if the client doesn't know what he wants, then he's a fucking idiot, right? So, yeah. Pricing your services. Social media ghostwriting is value service. Here's a rough pricing guide. So Twitter only, $1,000 to $2,000. So I started with this, right? I don't anymore because, but I did start it with this. Arguably, maybe you want to start with alright, this sounds pretty bad actually. $500. $500 is pretty shit. But look, you're a beginner with no experience, and the least you can offer is $500. Don't do less than that. Don't do $250. Don't do $50. Don't do $100. Do $500, because $500 is like a sweet spot where the client takes you a little bit seriously, and you take yourself a little bit more seriously too, because there's pressure, right? So do this. Charge this. When you land your next ghostwriting client, or you try to upsell him with LinkedIn, charge him this or this, right? Now LinkedIn only, this, 1,500 to 3,000. I mean, yeah, just copy everything, right? Twitter plus LinkedIn, yeah. This is a good package. Twitter plus LinkedIn, this is what I do for one client, and this is how much I usually charge. I don't really go for this because, I'm not the best ghostwriter around, so I don't do this. I usually stick to one client that charges this, right? So 1,500. So if you get, if you charge one client 1,500 and you get 4 clients, that's $10,000 for you. That's good money. So yeah, just do that. Add additional newsletters. So newsletters, again, this one over here. You can add another $500 to $1,000. Depends on the newsletter. If the newsletter has like 0 to no subscribers, then just charge them this. And also you want to build them flows too, like welcome series, opt-in series, and opt-out series. So yeah, start with this, and then once you build their flows, you can charge higher. So challenges to overcome. Writer's block. Use content creation tools like Feedly to find inspiration. Ideally, you can also go on LinkedIn and see what people are writing about, and then just copy that. Don't copy word for word, but take inspiration. Or go here. I use Tweet Hunter, by the way. So let's go to Matt Mick. So okay, this is Matt Mick, right? And in Tweet Hunter tool over here, you can see what is his highest performing posts. So 10K likes, 6K likes, right? So yeah, that's one tool you can use. So okay, the client, like who's the ideal client for you to land? The easiest people or the easiest clients to land ever, in my experience, right? Whether you're gonna do email marketing for them, or newsletter writing for them, or ghostwriting for them, or product descriptions for them, or whatever. The easiest clients to land are always clients who are already, one, successful, but two, they don't have time to make their own content, and three, they want their own personal brand, right? They want their own personal brand, but they don't have time. This is where you come in. Those are the easiest clients to land. The easiest clients to land are always when you save them time, because they don't give a fuck if the sales are bad or if the engagement is shit. If you save them time, it's good. So they don't really give a fuck, right? Because they're already successful. So those are the easy clients to land. Just keep that in mind, write it down, and blah, blah, blah. So yeah. Maybe I'll make another lesson. Depends if how many of you are interested more on ghostwriting versus on email marketing. But yeah. Anyway. Oh boy. I'll see you in the next lesson. Okay, so right now we're gonna talk about types of email marketing. So most people still don't really have or cannot really grasp the idea of like what email marketing or how many email marketing sections are exist in this world, right? So I'm just gonna show you right here. So types of email marketing include newsletters, which we talked about in the ghostwriting section just now. Lead nurturing emails, which is an email flow you do on email marketing. Confirmation emails, confirm your subscription. Sponsorship emails, by the way, I have a friend who sells chocolate milk, and then after that, you can get a discount on this chocolate milk if you type in this code. Like promotional emails, by the way, I got a promotion I'm running for my protein shake, blah, blah, blah. Automated emails, which is, let's say someone clicks your newsletter that you wrote, but he only scrolled through it and he's just like, nah, and then you send him another newsletter and he's never clicking on it anymore. You automate an email to say like, hey, are you still there? So abandoned cart emails, also if someone clicks add to cart but they didn't check out, abandoned cart. So re-engagement email campaigns, these are for like super dead subscribers that never click on anything you send them and all your shit is just going into their spam folder. So yeah. Transactional emails, so like thank you for buying, blah, blah, blah. Event invitation emails, yeah, that's self-explanatory. Survey emails, like, by the way, I'm running a survey for like a hair product and a hair follicle enhancer, blah, 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 blah. I'm just wondering, have you experienced XXXYYY, blah, 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 1, 2, 3. Product update email, we've updated our products. So the Rolex Submariner is no longer 40 millimeters now, it's now 41 millimeters with a 22 lug to lug or 21 lug opening. So yeah, that shit dimensions there. Customer feedback email, put your feedback there. Milestone email, we just achieved this, blah, 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 in investments. Seasonal holiday emails, yeah, Christmas or Idul Fitri if you're Muslim, right? So yeah, that. As a beginner, focus on newsletters because this is the easiest fucking thing to sell. Again, ties back to saving people who are, one, already successful, two, they want to save time, and three, they want to have a personal brand. So newsletters, very easiest thing to upsell them, right? Or easiest thing to offer them. Welcome series, which I'll show you later, right? Welcome series also very, very easy to sell because you'll be, it's very crazy. Most people don't have a welcome series, like most businesses don't have a welcome series. Most founders don't have a welcome series. I say like 80% of founders don't have a welcome series. And it's crazy. When you like subscribe to something, it's just like, it's dead. It's just there. It's not like, hey, welcome, It's like a house with no door, basically. Promotional emails, re-engagement emails. So yeah. Why focus on these as a beginner? So newsletter, easy to sell to prospects, regular consistent work, allow you to showcase your writing skills, helps build long-term relationship with clients, often requires less technical knowledge than other email types. So yeah, you don't have to do like flows, right? Which is another ballpark to learn. Great for developing your voice and style, provides opportunity to learn about various industries. So yeah, if you're writing about brain scan machines and how brain scan machines can, or certain brain scan machines can detect brain cancer 10 years in advance before it actually occurs in your brain. That's a good thing to learn. Welcome series critical for clients customer onboarding. Relatively straightforward structure, teaches you how to create cohesive multiple email campaigns. Often evergreen content, meaning long-term value for clients. Yes, very important. Promotional emails, direct impact on clients' bottom line. Teaches you to write persuasively action-oriented copy. So, direct response. Often tied to specific metrics, helping you understand the effectiveness. Seasonal demands provide regular work opportunities. Re-engagement in event for clients maintaining their email health list. Teaches you to write empathetic, personalized copy. So, I understand what you're going through is not the best, just so you know, we're here for you if you need anything, and if you need to blah, 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 just make up some bullshit, right? Get them to buy something. Anyway, often involves creativity to recapture attention, demonstrates your ability to solve specific marketing problems. So newsletters are particularly easy to sell because many businesses know they should have a newsletter but struggle to produce consistent content. They provide ongoing value to subscribers, keeping the brand top of the mind. They're versatile, allowing for various content types, tips, industry news, company updates. Yes, that's why it's good, because variation. So keep that in mind, write it down, and just focus on, this is very easy to sell, right? It's like ghostwriting. You are ghostwriting if you're writing for a founder and you're pretending to be him, right? So yeah, very important that you learn how to do this too. And yeah, that's not really a lesson, just a short reminder. So I'll see you in the next one. All right, short lesson. Not really a lesson, but anyway. So I want you to sign up to these newsletters over here, if you can see. So Morning Brew, The Hustle, The Skim, and Next Draft, right? You can read what it is about all over here. Why did I spell digest like that? Right? Very good newsletters. The whole goal of signing up to these newsletters is that, one, they kind of evolve around what newsletters are ultimately about, right? These 4 newsletters over here. So just sign up to them, read their stuff, take some notes, and see their structure, right? So how do you write a killer newsletter? 1, know your audience, right? So this one, I think you already know, you saw my other lessons, but something you still keep in mind is to know your audience, because if you, let's say you're reading Harry Potter, right? As a child, you're reading Harry Potter, oh my god, wands and magic, and suddenly Hermione gets bent by Ron, right? And he's and then they're making out and they're taking each other clothes off, and slowly it goes into grotesque detail. I was and then he slipped it inside her, and she gasped, and she's wow, feels like magic. Right? Then you're what the fuck? This is a children's book, right? So know your audience. Again, nail your subject line. A newsletter is not really a promotional or sales email, right? It's a newsletter. It gives you the news about some stuff. A whole goal of a newsletter is to either make your readers smart. Make your readers smarter. So let's say if I had a newsletter, right, I would talk about copywriting and how to land clients all the time. That's it. So yeah, nail your subject line, 10 headlines that will make people click and buy your product, blah, 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 stuff like that. So start strong. Your opening line should grab attention like a cat video in a boring meeting, right? So if your newsletter is just hey, so it's Thursday and I'm just gonna get straight to the point with you. So I've recently got divorced, blah, 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 and it just reads some fucking trauma dump, right? It's just boring shit. You gotta start strong. Okay, I promise in the headline I would 10x your sales. So bullshit aside, let's get straight into it. First things first, wake up earlier, all right? So anyway, provide value. Again, yeah, self-explanatory. Keep it scannable. So use bullet points. Use bullet points like this. A newsletter shouldn't read like a newspaper or a book. It should read like an email, because ultimately it is an email. It's just a longer form email, right? Add personality. So this one's kind of self-explanatory, but let's say your client is Bruce Wayne. You want to mimic the tone of Bruce Wayne. If you mimic the tone of like some anime ooh-woo girl, right? And everyone's like, the fuck, is Bruce Wayne writing this or is a dickhead writing this? Because this doesn't sound like Bruce Wayne. So keep that in mind. It's like that ghostwriting lesson I said, right? Killer call to action, be consistent. If you're posting on Thursday, your next post should be on Thursday, right? Because there's a few newsletters that I've seen amateurs make, and I know they're amateurs because one, I got them on Thursday, and by next week I got it by Sunday, and I was like, what, is this 2 newsletters? But then in their CTA or like somewhere around the board, it's like, this newsletter is like 1 letter a week. But I'm like, so why am I getting this on Thursday? I mean, I got this on Thursday, but last week, so I got this on Thursday, and next week I'm getting this on Sunday, right? That's like, what the fuck? So Thursday, keep it consistent. If it's Thursday, just keep it on Thursday. If it's Sunday, keep it on Sunday. If it's Saturday, keep it on Saturday. You get the point, right? Test and iterate. This is very self-explanatory. Let's say if one newsletter gets 30% open rate and another one gets 50%, right? Then of course you stick to what works and you mimic the 50% open rate. So sign it off. Keep it friendly. Hope you have a good day. Hope your weekend is you start the weekend strong or start the weekday strong, and remember, never give up or like stuff like that. And P.S. always use a P.S. So P.S. but wait, before you go and like masturbate, right? I just want you to know that this is what's going to happen to your brain if you masturbate. 1, you're not going to be ambitious, and 2, you're not going to attract women, and 3, you're not going to be rich, so don't masturbate, right? And PPS, this one you should use sparingly, like sign up to my friend's newsletter that talks about how to get laid, right? Stuff like that. So again, very short lessons. You can read the description below. So sign up to these. And also, another tip for you. Find your favorite creator and see if they have a newsletter. Chances are they do. And if they do, just read what their newsletters are talking about, right? So you can find other people who are similar to your creator and pitch them newsletters, and then you already have a source to mimic of, right? You don't copy it word for word. Just like find inspiration from your favorite creators' newsletter to use for your other creators who maybe, God willing, is your client. So yeah. And yeah, that's pretty much it actually. I'll see you in the next lesson. All right, welcome series. Again, this is gonna be a very short lesson because when I first started out and this guy asked me to write him a welcome series, I was like, hi, welcome to X company that sells this. Thank you for buying our shit, right? No, that's not how you do it. So I'm gonna show you how to write a really good welcome series and like what welcome series are in general and some things to keep in mind, right? So a welcome series usually spans for, let's say, weeks, right? So every week you get an email from them. So the first email is, yeah, that's a welcome series, which I'll show you. You know what I can do actually? I can just show you some welcome series I wrote for companies in this. I'll probably make a link down below so you can see it, and then have to just like copy it. Don't copy it, you motherfucker, but like just see what it looks like. So second one usually is a founder's message, right? Like if you're buying a product from let's see these headphones. Let's say this company right here, right? You bought the product from this company, and then you get an email talking about the founder or the founder's message that is written to you specifically that says like, hey, thanks for buying my headphones. The reason I want to tell you a story like why I made these headphones, because
I've been a sound engineer for X amount of years, and then my right side of my ear is deaf or slightly damaged compared to my left side, and there's no headphones in the world that can make specifically this one louder and this one softer, right? So that's why I founded this company, some shit like that, right? So founder's message, and another thing, best sellers, right? So let's say you got a service package for copywriting for busy founders, and he's just like, here, like, hey, I got a bestseller over here, or the best service, and which is, if you take this package, which most founders take, then I'll provide you newsletters, comments, Twitter ghostwriting, LinkedIn ghostwriting, LinkedIn comments, and web flows, some shit like that, right? Total price $5,000, right? And another thing is, so discount ending soon. Say your client is selling headphones, and then after that, this one, welcome series. Make sure you have a discount code in the welcome series that has for the headphones, right? And the last one is discount ending soon. Last chance to land a sweet deal, right? So yeah, that's basically it actually. Welcome series, 1, founder's message, 2, bestsellers, 3, testimonials, 4, discount ending soon, 5. Yeah, that's all you gotta keep in mind for a welcome series. And that's how you actually write a welcome series. Keep these in mind. You don't write a welcome series by saying, hey, welcome, and then the second email next week is like, still, I can't believe you're here, or like, welcome. There's like 2 welcome emails, the fuck, right? So just keep this in mind. And again, I'll link my welcome series I found, wrote for some companies below. So yeah, see you in the next lesson. Okay, so we are gonna start with how to write a welcome series, right? I mean, I just explained it, but I know some of you guys would be like, well, how do you write it? What does it look like? Even though I just read it. I'm not insulting your intelligence. I'm just gonna show you what the process looks like, right? So yeah, anyway, let's just start this thing. Okay, let's here. Planet. Now, there's a reason why everything is woke and LGBTQ shit. It's because they're following the agenda from BlackRock, so you gotta write emails like this. Even though it's a little bit gay, but whatever. Okay. Okay, so that's a welcome email. I don't know what the hell EcoSud is. I just pull it out of my ass, right? So yeah. Anyway, expat from us, nice. So that's what a welcome series would look like normally. So very short, very straightforward, and of course you give them a gift here. This is like what a usual welcome series would look like normally. Some are longer, some are shorter, some don't have one, but anyway. Okay, so that's a welcome series. Let's write the second one.
All right. Man, I swear. So that's usually what it looks like. You get a welcome series on the first week, and then maybe on the second week, or on the same week you send another message after 3 days of waiting. It's the founder's message, and usually it's like, you know, why I started this company, or like what my goal was, or like why I got divorced, why I only drink Coca-Cola with a certain substance that most people sniff. Anyway. So, okay. You know, this course is slowly turning into a video you watch on YouTube on how people write copy over their shoulder. So yeah, just so you know, you got scammed. You paid for this, and now you're gonna have to watch me write this stuff that you could have watched for free on YouTube from some other guy. So yeah, massive scam. I stole all your money, and yeah, anyway. I'm joking, by the way, if the joke flew over your head. So anyway. Nice. Excuse me. So that is what it usually looks like. Again, very simple, right? And usually how I run it is send one email a week in the welcome series section, welcome series flow of your campaign. That's usually best practices. You send only one a week. So this whole thing is 5 weeks. It's a 5-week sequence. So it's a month and a week. Again, you can do it like this. Send this, send 2 a week. But I don't really recommend it. You have to be a pretty big company to do that. And you know, most people don't like to be bombarded with marketing emails, so just follow this, you'll be much safer. And yeah, I'll see you in the next lesson. Okay, so we're gonna talk about PS, or the power of PS, the power of postscript. That's what PS stands for. It stands for postscript, right? So, why do PS matter, right? Because it's often the most read part of your email after the subject line, right? Believe it or not, that's how lazy people are, because they click on your email because you intrigue them with their subject line or headline, and then after that, the first thing they do is just skim through the end and they just read the PS. Yeah, so that's how lazy people are. And then after that, after they read your PS, it's like, oh, they can get some idea of what the hell this is about, and then they'll read the rest of the body of the copy. Most of the time, it's like that. So, why it matters? Because it's a chance to reinforce your message or offer, right? So that's why it's important to use it. And it can also add urgency or fear of missing out. It's perfect for that final persuasive push, right? So, a PS, you should use it, I think I said in my last email, you should use it for every email. Well, I think I changed my mind. You should use it sparingly. Only use it on important stuff. So this is the final email of the welcome series. So it has a PS here, right? And you can see the rest of these ones. I deliberately didn't put it there because it's still in the founders phase. Sorry, it's still in the welcome phase, right? So if you keep putting PS on everything, it's just like, what the fuck? So only on the first one, PS follow us on Instagram, and then on the last one, still on the fence, check out our 5-star review on our website. Our customers' experience speak for itself. So yeah, you don't really, there's not really a rule to this. You can do it anytime you want or don't do it at all. It's just like, or you can test out emails. Use an email, one without a PS and one with a PS, and see which one's better, has a high conversion rate. So yeah, it's all up to you if you want to use a PS. But like I said, like PS, it's good for the final push. So I'm not going to read this. You can read it yourself over here. This is just what I wrote down. All right, so remember, your PS should be short, snappy, and pack a punch. It's your last chance to make an impression, so make it count. So, like what I said just now. And also you can use a PPS or postscript for an extra little nudge, but I think I said in like a few lessons back, you don't want to use PPS too much because it's just like, it gets kind of annoying. Because look, people, when they read your emails, sure, your emails are free, but they are paying for it with one thing, and that is their time. They're paying it with their time to read your emails. So if you keep doing like postscript and then postscript and postscript, and it's just like, yeah, like you're not writing a novel's worth of afterthoughts, right? So it's get kind of annoying. So just use PPS sparingly and use PS with, you can use PS on every email or not. It really depends on you, right? Again, just test it out. So yeah, short lesson, and I'll see you in the next one. My hair is so frizzy. Holy shit. God damn. I didn't use shampoo because, I don't know what I'm doing. I'm just testing some shit out. So anyway, so what lesson is this? 29, 28, whatever. Okay, so this is the lesson you probably have all been waiting for. You're like, what the fuck? Where's the meat? What the hell? What industry do I write for, right? Like, what's the most lucrative industry that can make me rich quick? I want to get rich quick, right? So, picking a niche. Who do you write for? Do you write for, one, the fitness niche, the car niche, the watch niche, right?
headphones, fucking drugs, right? Remote controls for, right? So, don't know why I did that, but yeah, picking a niche is very simple actually, because in my experience, this is so fucking simple. So look, I'm gonna assume you're an actual human being with interests, right? You like certain things. You probably like hentai, right? Which is fucking weird. You probably like football, or what the Americans call it, soccer, right? Or maybe you like entrepreneurship, which is one of the reasons why you bought this course. You probably like finance and everything, right? So here's what I want you to do. Write down the 5 things that interest you in life, or the 5 interests that you have right now. It could be the gym. It could be tennis. It could be, picking up random women on the street with your Riz, right? Using your Suave, cold pickup, whatever, anything that interests you. Fucking nootropics for your brain, your cognition to work and function properly, or whatever. It could be anything, man. Anything, right? Pick 5 things that interest you in life right now. Write it down, right? Fucking write it down. And that's your niche. Yep. That's pretty much it. That's your niche right there. So, I don't know why people fucking overcomplicate this shit. Like, who do I write for? What's the best niche, right? Any niche is a good niche, but look, if you don't have that, here's something I want to reinforce. Yeah, so there are niches that have a lot of money in it, but if you don't enjoy writing for them, then you're not gonna excel as a copywriter, because 1, it's fucking boring to write, and you're gonna dread work, which is number 2. Every time you wake up in the morning, which you should do, you should wake up in the morning. You shouldn't wake up in the afternoon, right? Fucking lazy fuck, and I'm joking. It's just gonna be like, oh fuck, like I gotta write about this now. Fuck, it's so boring. Fuck, but they pay a lot. I don't know, right? So pick the 5 things that interest you in life, right? It could be the gym, could be Muay Thai, it could be whatever. It could be horse racing, right? It could be gambling, right? So yeah, it's very simple. Just keep it simple, and that's your niche. So in the next lesson, I'm gonna show you how to do outreach the right way, because most people fucking suck at outreach. So yeah, short lesson, and I'll see you in the next one. Okay, let's talk about outreach. Oh man, I know you've been waiting for this lesson, and I still can't believe it. It's like, how many lessons are we in? We're like 29 lessons in, and then only now I'm talking about this. But hey, look, I'm trying to get you to become a very great copywriter, right? And hopefully I'm doing a good job at it. I think I'm doing a fantastic job at it, but like the rest is up to you if you want to be a great copywriter or not for learning this. So, outreach. Here's what I don't recommend. The first thing I don't recommend is mass outreach. What is mass outreach? Do you ever get like, let's say you're on Instagram, right? And then after that, someone hits your request section, and you're just like, who the fuck is this, right? And when you click on it, it's just some guy trying to sell you his SoundCloud mixtape, or just like, just some warehouse in China trying to sell you a fake Submariner, which is a Rolex, right? And it would be like, oh, we sell fake watches. You're a fake watch enthusiast. Yeah, hell yeah, fake watches, bro. You're gonna get laid, increase your chances of getting laid 100% by wearing a fake Rolex, right? This is not a Rolex, by the way. This is a Seiko mod of a vintage Rolex 1965 GMT Master. Anyway, right?
That's an example of a bad outreach. I'm just gonna show you right here. So, hey girl, wanna be your own boss? Join my LML and make money, right? Like, come on, right? I can get you 10,000 followers in a week, 100% organic. Check out my mixtape, bro. It's fire, right? So, that's a very dumbed down example of why outreach, what is bad outreach, and usually outreach like this, right? It's like mass outreach. It's copy and pasted by some fucking bot, right? And listen, if you can make someone feel special and if you can make someone feel like you are a human being talking to another human being, which is them, you're already like 50% through the door, right? The competition is so fucking low for this that being personal, sending a personal direct message, a personal DM is already getting you 50% through the door, right? So that's how much the competition is fucked. It's so low, man. You can like do this with your half your eyes open. You can do this with a hangover, you know, and you'll still get like replies. So before we get into outreach, you know, before we get into the scripts, I'm just want to just write this down, which you can read below, but obviously keep this in mind. Do your homework before reaching out, right? You don't go to a car salesman and say like, hey, I heard you sold like McDonald's, right? And it's like, dude, we're a car business, and you're like, car business, right? Like, come on, right? Personalize your approach. Generic messages scream, I'm spamming everyone, which is true. What I explained just now, right? So tailor your message to each prospect, provide value first, don't start with a sales pitch. I'm gonna show you how to do that, right? Because, look, listen, something you gotta keep in mind. People don't like being sold to. They like buying stuff, but they don't like being sold to. So you gotta make your offer, the product, which is your offer, right, as something that they bought, not something they're paying you to do and they lose money on their quote unquote investment, right? So you just gotta make it like that, right? So be genuine. People can smell fakeness a mile away, which is very fucking true, because genetics, we have like this gut feeling on like when someone's being fake or not, whether you see them in real life or you see them through a text message. You can just feel something is fake. So always be genuine. Respect their time. Keep your initial messages brief and to the point. If they're interested, they'll let you know. Yes, so some people, my God, man, their mass outreach, it looks like a fucking, like, it looks like these notes over here, which I don't know what I wrote, right? It looks like these notes over here. It's like a whole paragraph for a Harry Potter book, right? If J.K. Rowling is still a great writer, I don't think she is, but yeah, it just looks like shit. It looks like a fucking, a draft for a novel, which don't do that. Just keep it simple, dude. Keep it straightforward. Give them a compliment. Keep it straightforward. If they want it, sure. Just continue after that. So follow up. Don't harass. If you don't hear back, it's okay. Follow up once or twice, and after that, take the hint and move on. So there's a lot of idiots, right, in this world that says when you send someone a cold DM and I don't reply, and then they follow up with me and I still don't reply, and they keep following up with me again and 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 again. Hey, I noticed you're not opening my DMs on Twitter. Is everything all right? Motherfucker, do I know you? Get the fuck away from me. Block, right? Which is, if someone blocks you because your follow-up game was so shit, I mean, you kind of lost the prospect to begin with, but if they didn't message you back, it's still a loss anyway. So just don't waste your time. You're kind of wasting more of your time. If you relentlessly follow up with them and they don't reply, then you are wasting their time, because they can hit block anytime on any social media platform. So yeah, don't harass people. So focus on building relationships. That's another thing. Your goal shouldn't be to make a quick sale, but to establish a connection that could lead to a long-term collaboration. So most of my clients that I work with, I actually have a relationship with them. Like, I know who they are. I know who they are. I don't like, oh, this is my client, we work together. No, you want to actually build a genuine relationship with them. You want to actually know them, and they want to actually know you. You know who they are, right? Those are the best clients, when you have an actual relationship with them. Because if you don't, man, it's gonna fall flat. Like, give or take 3 months down the line, he's just gonna be like, yeah, these results are great, but I don't know who the fuck you are, so like, get out of my house, right? So yeah, build a genuine relationship with them. And genuine relationships, I would say, if you're not a complete, like weirdo into hentai and shit, you can actually do this like that, by building a genuine relationship with them, right? If you're fucking socially awkward, oh my god, fuck, you got a lot of learning to do. Watch some YouTube videos on how to be more charismatic. But yeah. Again, short lesson, something to keep in mind over here, how to approach this the right way, right? Before I give you scripts, which I know you're dying for, because they work so well, man. It's insane. They work so well. So like in 2 weeks, I was able to close this one guy just by like genuinely complimenting him. I didn't want him as my client, right? I just like genuinely complimented this guy, and he was just like, yeah, that's interesting, blah, blah, blah. We took an interest, right? Took an interest in each other's services and each other's business. And I'm just saying like, hey, I could write like a great welcome series for you because you don't have one. And he's like, done. Send me an invoice. $1,000 I made just from that, right? He wasn't my first client, but like, look, this script I'm about to show you in the next lesson is so good that you can probably, with a lot of work and a lot of personalized outreach, you can land a client within 2 weeks, or maybe within fucking 48 hours, right? So again, very short lesson. Write this down. Keep this in mind, right? Don't be a dickhead, and let's move on to the script, shall we? Okay, before we go into the script, right, I just forgot to share something important with you. So here's what not to do. Personal outreach is better than mass outreach because shows you've done your homework, makes the prospect feel valued, increases your chance of getting a response, allows you to tailor your pitch to their specific needs. Mass outreach screams, I'm desperate and I'll take anyone, often gets caught in spam filters, like, the spam folder in emails, or like the request section on Instagram. Makes you look lazy and unprofessional because it's like robotic and monotonous, has a success rate lower than any attempt at making souffle. Having a personal domain is also better than having a Gmail account. You know why? When someone sees a Gmail account, they're just like, what the fuck? Like, who is this guy, right? It makes you look like an amateur. It makes you look like you're broke, which please don't be, right? Having a personal domain like John Doe copywritingwizard.com makes everything more memorable than John Doe gmail.com, right? Because when it comes with a personal domain, people will remember you more because they'll associate the name of that company with your name, right? The name of your company. You don't have a company, but yeah, right? So this is way better than using Gmail, because Gmail account screens, I'm doing this as a side hustle, which if you're doing copywriting as a side hustle, sure, you can make money, but eventually you probably want to make it your main thing, because why wouldn't you want to make copywriting your main thing? Copywriting, like, you can make so much money out of this shit, it's fucking insane. So anyway, makes you blend with every other wannabe copywriter, make clients question your commitment and experience, right? So just have your own personal domain, and it's just like what, $2 a year, or like $9 a year? I mean, come on, $9 a year, you can afford that, right? Another thing, have a clear headshot, a clear profile picture, right? So if you go on my Instagram, you can see what it looks like, or you can see like other people you admire, other creators, they have a clear headshot of their face, right? Or you go on LinkedIn, which is, kind of a shit example, but LinkedIn, everybody's headshot is clear and they can see who you are, right? Because like, I don't get it, some of you guys, like, you have like anime profile pictures. Like, what the fuck are you doing, man? Like, oh yeah, but like Naruto, he's my idol, you know, or Goku's my idol, or like, what are you guys watching nowadays? Fucking Tokyo Ravagers or some shit, right? Bro, just, you're running a business, okay? So just don't use an anime profile picture, right? Because first of all, you know, that's fucking weird. So don't do that. Don't use a picture of your cat. Don't use a picture of your dog. And if you don't have an Instagram profile, what the fuck are you doing, man? This is the 21st century. I know you probably hate the internet or whatever, but look, just make an Instagram profile, right? I'm gonna show you why in the next lesson, which is like, this is the place. Instagram is the place where you're gonna land clients, and I'm gonna show you how, right? So use clear profile, headshot, smile, you're approachable, not auditioning for a noir film, don't be long. Right? Yeah. Smiles are always good, but if you want to look cool, yeah, just make sure you don't look like a fucking dickhead when you're not smiling, right? So don't use an anime profile picture, don't use your pet, don't use a family picture. Because, you know, people want to hire you, not your entire fucking family lineage, right? So yeah, don't use a logo also, because nobody knows your company. If you have a company, nobody knows what it is, right? This is a very short lesson. This is what do's and don'ts. Again, you can read it down below on what not to do. So yeah, we're finally going to go into the script. So I'll see you there. All right, the moment all of you have been waiting for, right? Now is the time. You know what? I have a feeling that after this lesson, you don't even have to finish this course because you can already start making money. But now you should definitely finish this course because you paid for it. So just fucking squeezed everything out of it, please. So, okay, this is what you're going to do. You're going to find prospects on TikTok, but outreach them on Instagram. Why? TikTok's search engine is better than Instagram. Trust me on that. Because one, Instagram, I don't know why their search engine is so shit. So just use TikTok. Some of you use TikTok, right? I personally only use it to find prospects because the search engine on TikTok is god tier. And by the way, I didn't learn this by myself. I learned this from somebody very high up there. But yeah, I'm just gonna regurgitate why this is good. So it's a step-by-step process. So find them on TikTok, then reach out to them on Instagram with a compliment about their product, brand, or their work, right? They could be a great woodcutter. They're, you know, and if they're selling axes to cut wood, you can be like, hey, I can write like good emails so you can sell more axes so more people can cut fucking wood. And, you know, the environment's going to be destroyed, right? Which is a good thing. Wait for their reply, either like on your DM or a simple thanks. So here's the lesson on this one. So when you send someone a DM on Instagram, most of the time it's gonna go here, right? Most of the time it's gonna go on requests, right? Who the fuck is this? I'm glad you buy reps from. Huh? I didn't buy reps from. Well, anyway, so most of the time it's gonna go here. See how I didn't reply because Paul Gray is a fucking annoying idiot, right? So most of the time it's gonna go on a request section. So only if you reply, right, then it will go to the primary section or maybe the general section, right? And that is your goal. That's where you want to go to when you outreach to them. So always the first goal is to always go from their request to either their general or primary, right? That way they get messages easier. And then the second goal is after they say thanks or like they like your message, right? Consider yourself 50% in the door. So after that, after they reply, send a Google Doc. Send a Google Doc of, you know, sample work. It could be an email, a revamped about page, or a video caption, whatever. Sell them, like, just write them a Google Doc of your copywriting and give it to them for free, right? And if you say, oh, good, that's too much work, man. I don't have time for do that shit. I don't want to give someone free shit in hopes that I could land them for $1,000, right? If that's the case, you don't deserve to be here. I say just DM me and I'll give you a refund and you can fuck off, right? But on serious terms, right? that's a very bad mindset to have, and you shouldn't have that mindset. If your mindset is like that right now, change it right now. Give people free samples, right? And let them use it if they want to use it, right? And this is what you say. By the way, like after you complimented them, like nice cock, right? By the way, name, I just whipped this up for you, Google Doc link. I don't know if you need it or want it, but I enjoy writing it, so it might help. I've written either your about page or Instagram caption or a welcome series or like Pornhub ads, right? Let me know what you think and feel free to use it if you think it's fitting. See, most of the time this gets you through the door, right? So when you compliment someone's work, right? When you compliment someone's work to get through the door, don't just say, right? Don't say shit like this. Say like, hey, just saw or watched or went off to your video about, right? Really helped me realize or whatever, right? Look, when you give them a compliment, the compliment has to genuinely help you in some way, and the compliment has to be real, because I don't know, something about human beings, we can sniff out bullshit very easily, especially if it's through the internet, right? So when you compliment them, it has to be a genuine compliment, and it has to help you in some way. It genuinely has to help you. So if they're chopping wood, just say, hey, like I never chopped wood before, but I've seen your technique and I think I'm gonna try it out, and I just want to say thank you for, you know, making this tutorial on how to position your ass towards the other side, opposite side of the axe, and like how to use your back muscles to chop the wood and how to grunt, right? So yeah, it genuinely has to help you, and when you compliment them, just make sure the compliment is genuine and not fucking robotic bullshit. So, right? So send them a Google Doc. Again, it could be a welcome series, could be an about page, could be Instagram captions, or I don't know why I said video captions here, but it's the same fucking thing, right? And if they respond positively, suggest a call. Would you be opposed to a call this week? See, always say this, yeah? Always say this. Just copy it. Just copy and paste this question. Would you be opposed to a call this week? So, example, cool. Right? Would you be opposed to a call this week? Because, you know, like, I just really want to help you, like, do this or do that, right? But just say, cool, would you be opposed to a call this week? So, okay, let's do the outreach, shall we? I'll show you the scripts right now. So, something like that, right? Again, you don't have to copy this word for word. This is a structure that you can follow. It doesn't have to be word for word. And yeah, you want to keep testing. You want to keep testing this out. Why? Because I know some of you guys are gonna melt the shit out of this script, and most people are gonna like notice it if you contact the same people. So just, this is a guideline you can follow. Just make your own one. Again, this is what landed me my clients, right? A few clients over here that I'm sharing with you. But again, just make your own one, right? Use mine as a guideline. So after the initially positive response, so again, after the initial response, right? So they will only respond like this if you give them something. So this is that something, that free Google Doc of their work, right? And it has to be, don't copy and paste shit around unless you're writing for the same company. Then you can just change a few things, right? But essentially, you want to give them a free Google Doc, which I told you earlier, because this will really incentivize them to get on a call with you, right? Because if you don't give anything and then you're asking for their time, they have to pay for it with their time. So don't be a dickhead and just do this, right? Now, one or two things is going to happen after this. They, one, either say yes, or two, they fucking ghost the shit out of you, which you will follow up with them by saying like, right? If they ghost you a second time, just take your loss and just fuck off, right? Or you can follow up with them a second time, but yeah, I don't recommend it, but yeah, whatever. So, this is how you find clients on Instagram, right? Find clients on Instagram by going on TikTok, and then you DM them, hey, blah, 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 right? Again, you can read this all below because I'm gonna put that below, right? And yeah, this is gonna work like a charm. Almost guaranteed, depends, you know, if you do the work or not. I mean, anything in life is guaranteed if you actually put in the work. So put this into work. Don't mess, outreach it, be specific, be personal, make this person, the prospect, feel like human being. Another thing is to also make a spreadsheet with So make a spreadsheet with all your prospects' contact on it, right? And then, you can make that yourself. I don't have a thing for you to use, but yeah, you can make that yourself. It's very fucking easy, right? So you don't outreach the same person a second time, because that's gonna be weird. Like, hey, blah 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 blah, notice your blah blah blah, and then you do it again. Hey, blah blah blah, blah notice your blah blah blah, and then you just look like a fucking robot, right? So make a spreadsheet with everyone's contact on it. And yeah, this is the outreach, how to land clients on Instagram. So yeah, I think this is pretty much all you need. And in the next lesson, if you don't want to do it on Instagram, I can show you how to do it through email. But my God, I don't think, should I make a video for that? Yeah, whatever. So I'll see you in the next video. All right, so this lesson we talked about landing people on Instagram, right, or social media. I'm gonna show you, if you don't want to do all that stuff, which you should actually do, but if you don't want to do it, you know, I got your back. We're gonna do it off social media and do it through cold emails instead. So again, get a domain email. So no more johndoe12345.gmail.com, right? Never use gmail.com, please, right? Create a professional email. So let's say your name dot, like, you know, john.copywriting.com, like that. Just make it very easy to remember, right? Save your creative juices for copy, and use scrap.io. Again, scrap.io. Do I have Scrap? Anyway, you can just search it up on YouTube, what Scrap you use. Like, I don't really use Scrap anymore because, I don't know, like, Instagram is just easier. But if you don't want to do Instagram, just use Scrap. So okay, sign up to their account, install a Chrome extension, search a keyword, you know, could be CEO, founder, co-founder, executive, business owner, whatever, right? Lawnmower, Pornhub, whatever, right? Click the scrap.io to find emails, right? Build a targeted email list, verify email addresses, export data to your CRM. So you want to always verify the email addresses, because if you're cold emailing the CEO and then you just realize the email's dead, then it's just like, what the fuck? Like, he hasn't touched that emails in like 6 years, right? Always verify it, you know? And if the emails are getting open but no responses, contact their marketing team, right? just anyone in a high position, just contact them within reason. So arguably the founder or the CEO or the co-founder or the executive or the business owner or their marketing team, right? Their marketing department, right? So ethics of email scraping. This is very important for you, and I don't want you to screw this up. So always respect privacy laws and regulations. So if you know what that means, don't sell their fucking email addresses like a dumb cunt, right? Don't bombard people with unsolicited emails. Also, don't like, hey, I got this, I got that, and blah, 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 and then just constantly follow up with that. Like, if I'm not mistaken, in some countries they can actually file a lawsuit against you for like privacy infringement and harassment. So, don't do that. They're not gonna do it, but one day if you're like going crazy and then that person's also crazy, they'll probably do it and you're fucked. You'll probably be in jail. I don't know, whatever, right? Provide value in your outreach. Don't just fucking sale pitch them, right? So let's say they're like not replying. You can follow up with like, hey, here's a tip for you. I just saw your about page. It's very boring. It looks like shit, and no one's gonna buy your products reading that crap, right? So here is a revamped version. Again, send them a Google Doc, right? So yeah. So again, this is a very short lesson, right? So go to Scrap, follow these steps, right? And start landing clients. You should still do Instagram. Like, come on, just do Instagram. But if you don't want to do it, go Scrap.io. If you don't know how Scrap.io is going to work, I don't have an account for it anymore, so I cannot show you how. Just go on YouTube and search for it. And very short lesson, and I'll see you in the next one. All right. The easiest clients to land. Who are they? Where are they? And why do you want to work with them? So, and this is just based on my experience actually. The easiest clients to land are time poor, cash rich, right? So, sweet spot. They already have a successful business, generate sufficient income, wants to build a personal brand on social media, doesn't have the luxury of time to do it themselves. So, this really ties back to my ghostwriting section. Again, you want to find people who already have a successful business and they look like they're trying to build a personal brand, but it's not working. So these folks are your golden ticket. They've got the money to pay you and they're desperate for what you're offering, which is very true. It's like finding a hungry person when you're selling sandwiches. So, it's very interesting. So they're the easiest clients to land because all they want to do is just to build their personal brand, but they don't have time to do it. So just get that off their plate, right? Get that off their plate. Give them what they want, and it's very straightforward actually. There's the text below this course which you can read. So I'm just gonna make this a very quick video. So okay, let's just get into this. Let's read this together, shall we? Less pressure. You're not promising to directly impact their bottom line, which means less pressure on you. See, what that means is most people always offer revenue-based services, meaning most email marketers always promise an increase in sales or an increase in revenue or an increase in blah, 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 right? Look, these people already have a successful business, meaning if you don't make them enough money or you don't make them a certain amount of percentage of whatever, right? It doesn't really matter because they're already rich. So most of the time they just want a following on social media, or they just want a newsletter which you can grow to like 2,000, 5,000 subscribers, whatever. They just want you to take care of their personal stuff, aka also become their ghostwriter in a way. Again, like this course really ties back to my ghostwriting thing. So yeah, tangible results. It's easy to show the value you're providing. Look, boss, 10 posts this week, just like we promised. Yeah. If you don't know how to do this, start practicing. All right, ongoing need. Unlike a one-off project, social media management is an ongoing gig. Hello, recurring revenue. So if you can manage their socials, what time to post on Instagram with the captions and blah, blah, blah. You're not making the video for them, you're writing the captions for them, right? What time to post on Instagram, LinkedIn, Twitter, right? That's very, very good. And if you can manage that properly,
here's my own experience, they'll never fucking get rid of you because it's a headache to teach someone from the beginning to do this again. That's why they don't want to replace you. So yeah, if you want money as quick as possible, this is what you do. Again, you're still a ghostwriter, you're still a copywriter slash ghostwriter, whatever you want to call it, right? But you're handling their social media. So obviously you can charge, you gotta talk to the guy and see how much you can charge. Arguably, maybe I started with $500 a month, and now I'm making 4 figures. I'm not gonna say how much, but yeah, that's how much they are willing to pay you. 4 figures. If you don't know, just look it up. Easier to sell. Time is precious. If you can give them more of it, they're more likely to bite, right? So again, time is something you never get back, and they know this because they're not fucking stupid. So yeah, handling their social media becomes valuable. All right, you can read all of this, right? Opens or social media managers can lead to other copywriting opportunities within their business. Exactly. So here's how I skilled mine. I started out with ghostwriting for this guy, then I handled his social media, then I handled his LinkedIn, now I'm handling his newsletter, and pretty much I think in a few more weeks I'll be handling his marketing campaign and flows, and obviously he's paying me more. So you see, the art of working with a client is that you can still charge the same guy more money for more services. Obviously this is going to take more of your time, but it's easier because they're already hot, right? So you're striking where the iron is hot. So that means you don't have to really find a second client if you don't want to, because you can get like more out of this one guy. And then when you do have a second client, which I recommend you should have, right? You can do the same process on the 3rd client, same process, 4th, 5th client, as many clients as you want. Just make sure you don't want to blow your brains off with a shotgun, right? Like Kurt Cobain. So yeah. All right, how to spot these clients. Look for successful businesses with a weak social media presence. I've already talked about this. This is pretty self-explanatory, right? Check for inconsistent posting schedules. Look for profiles that haven't been updated in a while. Listen for complaints about not having enough time in their content. Watch for businesses that are active on one platform but neglecting others. So example, one guy could be active on Instagram but he's inactive on Twitter, which is a big pie, and also social media, which is arguably one of the best places, if not LinkedIn's very gay, but it's the best social media platform to have exponential growth in my experience, because the way I grow my clients' profiles are so fucking quick, right? So excuse my language, and actually go fuck yourself. So watch for business that are notice when the business owner's personal brand doesn't match their business success. Yeah, okay, so initial outreach process. Hey, I just came across your TikTok, Instagram, Pornhub, and I'm blown away by a specific aspect of their product. Again, you can read this. I'm not gonna read this over the shoulder with you. You can read, right? Just read this. In all respects, why this approach works. It's personalized and show you've done your homework. You're providing value up front without asking for anything in return. You're demonstrating your skills in a tangible way. You're not being pushy, but rather letting your work speak for itself. Again, most of these tips here I've already spoke about, right, in my previous section. So yeah. Remember, easiest clients to land are always time poor, cash rich. Keep that in mind. Time poor, cash rich. And the service you are offering is to save them time, not generate them revenue. All right? So yeah, in my experience, these are the easiest clients to land. If you don't want to do this, whatever, easiest clients to land, right? But like, arguably, you should still aim to generate companies' revenue. They're not the easiest to land, but you should still do it. This is just like a quick fix. It doesn't really solve the problem of whether or not you can showcase that your copy can generate companies' revenue. Because in the long run, I think generating a company sufficient amount of revenue is it's worth more than saving someone time. So you could just do this as your first client or whatever, but then generating revenue, that could be like your 3rd or 2nd client. So again, quick video, and see you in the next one. All right, another quick one. This is due diligence, because I know some of you guys are,
some of you guys are gonna like fuck this up, so this is just a very quick lesson. Again, write this down. So due diligence, what do I mean, right? It's the art of not being a complete moron when approaching potential clients. It's about doing your homework so you don't come off as a clueless clown in a business suit. So see, most people really fuck this up, so I'm just gonna read this over the shoulder for you. So timing is everything. Don't jump the gun and write a Google Doc before they show interest. You know, that's really stupid. So that's like you meet a vegan, but you don't know they're vegan, and you just immediately give them a piece of steak and they say, I'm vegan, and you're like, shit, I already bought it. Now what? Right? So don't do that. Wait until they show interest. Then you write them the Google Doc and then you send it their way. So another one, know their business. For the love that all that is holy, don't write copy about dishwashing soap for a company that sells blanket and sleepwear, right? Just keep that in mind. It's not just missing the mark. It's not even the same galaxy. So research their products, their market, their brand voice, be relevant or be ignored, right? Understand your prospect. If you're getting on a sales call, do your homework. Check their LinkedIn, social media, recent press release, if they have tone, energy, whatever. And for Pete's sake, don't make assumptions about their personal life or views. You're there to write copy, not start a political debate or offend them with your hilarious jokes, right? Look, how many lessons are we in? I know my jokes aren't that great, right? But it's because I'm talking to you. I'm not talking to, fucking Tim Cook, the CEO of Apple. If I was talking to the CEO of Apple, I'd probably, in all honesty, be a little bit more laid back, because that's due diligence. I'm doing my due diligence. I'm not being completely right. So how to actually do due diligence? Stalk their social media professionally, right? Not like right now. Don't do that. Fucking hell, I'm so autistic. Anyway, check their company pages on all platforms. Look at recent posts, comments, customer interactions. Dive into their website. What's their brand voice? What problems do they solve for customers? Any recent news or product launch? By the way, you should always do this. Always fucking do this, because holy shit, I'm gonna tell you a very embarrassing story. All right, I cold DM this guy on Twitter. And then he was just like, oh, you're a ghostwriter. I'm like, yes, I am. And he's like, oh, that's interesting. Yeah, let's get on a call. So I got on a call with him, and I was trying to sell him a landing page for his website. Right? A landing page for his website. So I'm like, do you have a landing page for your website? And he's like, yes. And I'm like, that's interesting. How about testimonials? Do you have testimonials? He's like, yes. You didn't check? You didn't check my stuff before we got on this call? And I was just like, right, that's interesting. Yes. I think the link was broken, some shit. Look, long story short, he just laughed at me, and then he just hung up the call, right? Which is fucking embarrassing towards my ego. But look, don't do it like I did. I learned it the hard way, so don't do what I do, and just do this before doing what I did, which is so fucking stupid. So yeah. So anyway, again, you can read this below, right? And I'll see you on the next one. Cheers. All right, the secret to following up with prospects. Holy shit. This is Nescafe, by the way. You should drink Nescafe, like instant coffee. All you gotta do is just put the thing in hot water, and boom, you already feel like you've done something worthwhile in your life without actually doing anything. So anyway, how to follow up like a prospect. How the fuck do you follow up properly? So, okay, most people follow up are shit, right? They're just checking in if you've received this. Hi, just making sure you've received this. See, I've got like, I can show you tons of examples on my Twitter. Am I actually on my Twitter? No, I'm on my client's Twitter. All right, you know what? Never mind. So okay, most people follow-ups are like this. I got this so much on my Twitter and on my Instagram. It's just like, hey, I'm selling the service that can get you more leads. Hey, I'm selling the service that can turn you into a fucking AI robotic moron. Or hey, and like, I'm selling this or I'm selling that. I usually don't reply because, one, it's not personal, and it's a mass outreach method that I absolutely fucking despise, right? So this Don't do this. Don't just say, just checking if you received this, and don't just say, hi, just making sure you received this. The fuck, right? You just have to actually follow up. Most people don't do this, right? Voice notes. Use a fucking voice notes, right? Hey, it's you're here, whatever. Just wanted to check if you got a chance to look at these ideas I sent over. No worries. If not, I know you're busy running an empire. Let me know if you need any clarification or want to chat more about it. Have an awesome day, right? So, look, if you are shy about sending voice notes, then you seriously have a fucking mental illness, because I don't know why so many people are shy. I'm like, oh man, I'm uncomfortable. Like, look, listen, man, just copy my voice tone, all right? Just say like, hey, Richard, it's Auke here. Just want to check if you got a chance to look at those ideas I sent over. If not, no worries. I know you're busy running your business, so just let me know if you need any clarification or want to chat more about it. So yeah, have a great Sunday, have a great Monday, have a great Friday, whatever, right? Have a great day. Just do it like that, right? 99% of the time, they're gonna reply to you. So just send a fucking voice note, please, for the love of God. And please just be like, oh man, I'm kind of shy, you know? It's just like, I'm not comfortable hearing my own voice in my video. Bro, you have a mental illness or what? So just, right? Just do it, right? So anyway, video messages, even better. So, Nescafe. If you want to have like almost 100% guaranteed reply open rate, fucking balls to the walls response, right? Video messages, arguably use Loom. So you use Loom, right? And this is gonna take a lot. I mean, this is like a high investment, but also potential for high reward. So the investment is you take your time out of your day and you go over your Loom. You go to Loom, do a screen share, whatever, you go to their website, you look at their fucking landing page, just say, yeah, this is shit, I can change this. You don't say, yeah, this is shit. It's like, so this is a very good headline, but I can optimize it by writing this instead, which I can guarantee has an guarantee can bring you, just say any fucking random number, it doesn't really matter. I can guarantee a 10% increase in conversion, I can guarantee a 15% increase in conversion, whatever, right? You scroll down, it's like, okay, so the body copy has little to no bullet points, right? So what I can do is that I can take all of this text and turn it into at least 7 bullet points so people can go like that. So again, that's a Loom video. So record a quick video saying something like, hey, your whatever your name here, Jackson here, just wanted to pop in and see what you thought about those ideas I sent over. I had a few more thoughts I'd love to share if you're interested. No pressure though. Hope you're having a great week, right? So this could be the first video and the second video. Without their permission, just send them over a Loom video, right? If you don't know what a Loom video is, I'm not going to teach you how to do it. You can just search it up on YouTube. Fuck, right? Why it works. People want to see your face. It builds trust. It's memorable. You're not just another email in their inbox, right? It shows you're willing to go the extra mile. Now, you can do this for DMs or you can do this for emails. Arguably, this works better if you do it on Instagram than it does on email. So you can still do it on emails. I've seen people do it, but in my experience, listen, just do Instagram, all right? So keep it short and sweet, 30 seconds max for voice notes, 60 seconds for videos. Be giant, don't try to be someone you're not. Yeah, again, don't be someone you're not. If you can see in this whole video, hopefully I come off as genuine and I'm not trying to be someone. I'm not trying to be fucking Brad Pitt or Tobey Maguire from Spider-Man 1 and 2 and 3, right? So add value, maybe mention a quick tip or insight relative to the industry. Hey, yeah, a quick tip, like if you change your headline to this, it can actually increase this. And if you put more bullet points instead of a fucking body of text here, it can do this, right? Again, just tell them the truth and don't fucking bullshit. You can probably bullshit in a number of percentages, but just, listen, just fucking do what I tell you, all right? Anyway. Here's a brutal truth. That's your problem, mate. Don't be introverted or scared. This is a business. If you want to succeed, you need to step out of your comfort zone. So, that example. I'm introverted. I can't do this, right? Again, I think I've already said this in my main point a few seconds ago. So, like, that's the brutal truth. Because that is your problem. That's your problem, right? In this business, you're a copywriter. You know, copywriting is very introverted-centric service you can offer, but if you're an extrovert, just practice it. If you're an extrovert and you're a copywriter, I don't know who made this rule, probably God or something. He said God probably wrote this rule down in the computer. It's like, okay, if a copywriter is extroverted, he has more chances of becoming a successful millionaire with a lot of bitches, right? He probably did that, and now we're living in a simulation. So, be an introvert with your copy, be an extrovert with your sales process and your cold DMs and your cold outreach, right? So, just stop, don't say checking in, just stop doing that. And yeah, I mean, you can read all of this, right? So again, just a quick video, just wanted to get it out there. And hopefully by the grace of this course that you paid for, the fuck ups that you're about to make will be limit 50%, hopefully. Anyway, I'll see you in the next one. All right, we're gonna talk about a very, this is a very crucial lesson. Disqualifying clients. Why disqualifying clients is very important. Do you want to know why? Let me ask you a question. Would you want to work with someone who is a piece of shit? No? Yeah, that's basically what disqualifying clients is. Okay, let's say this, right? Let's say you get on a sales calls with them, and then after that, your gut instinct says like, yeah, something doesn't feel right here. This guy is making me uncomfortable, or this guy is like, he's bullshitting. He can't actually back up what he says. His business is probably close to bankruptcy. So that's why you need to disqualify them. Why? Because one, you don't want these people as your clients because they're gonna fucking suck the energy out of you, right? They're energy vampires, right? Because, look, they're just gonna be a fucking headache to work with and they're not worth it, all right? So I'm gonna show you 6 red flags that you need to watch out for. So penny pincher, like, they haggle over everything. So can't you do it cheaper? My nephew does it for free, right? If your nephew does it for free, stick to your nephew. Arguably, you should probably pay your nephew, because if you don't pay your nephew, that's considered slave labor. So, avoid this guy. And the micromanager, which is number 2. They change their mind more often than they change their underwear. Wants to know what you're doing every 5 minutes, right? So, micromanagers are a fucking waste of time to work with. They're going to be an extreme headache for you. You know, the thing about headaches is that a headache is only as good as your investment into the thing you're doing. If you get a headache writing copy that you know can increase someone's sales by 1,000 fucking %, that's a great headache to have. But if you're working with this guy over here, the headache is a waste of time. Arguably, it's your fault you got the headache in a workplace because you didn't listen to your gut, right? So avoid that guy. You're a copywriter, not a puppet. Cut those strings, right? The I could do it myself guy. If your client constantly tell them, you know I can do this myself, you know I can do this myself, you know what you should do? You should refund them and tell them that you should fuck your wife more often, but I don't think she wants to because, you know, you're getting a little flabby down there, you know? So just refund them, tell them to go fuck themselves. If they say, hey, you can't talk to me that way, I'm just like, hey, I talk to your wife that way. Fuck, she loves it, right? So, okay, anyway. Scope creeper. While you're at it, can you so this is a personal story of mine. I was doing product descriptions for this one client a few years back when I was a beginner, right? I was doing product descriptions for like a pet store or something, and then out of nowhere at like 11 p.m. he said, I need you to do a little bit of market research on the site by tomorrow morning. And like a retard, I was just like, yes, let's do it, brother, right? So I had to research pet stores all across Indonesia, about like dog stores and like what treats are they selling and how many cats do they have, and it's a fucking headache. And I shouldn't have said yes. I should have just refunded him and said, hey, go fuck yourself. Or actually, I don't want to refund him because he paid me to do product description, so I just should have just stick to that. But I was eager to please because he was like one of my first clients, and I was early in the gig. He only paid me like what, $100 or like $97, right, to do all that. It was a massive headache. Don't do it. the exposure payer. So this guy, you know, you don't want to work with someone who always constantly focus on going viral, because going viral is a great thing, but going viral for the sake of going viral is fucking stupid, because it's a vanity metric. Hitler was viral, right? But he killed himself. So 9/11 was viral, but nobody made money out of it except maybe, you know, Raytheon or like the big banks. That's a very bad example, but yeah. Going viral, you should try to aim to go viral in hopes of translating that virality into sales or into subscribers or into TED Talks for your client, right? But going viral in and of itself, because the guy wants to jerk off to it, you know, he goes in the show, so, oh yeah, I'm going viral, I got 1 million views, oh yeah, right? No, avoid this fucking guy. I've worked with this guy before. I worked with a guy like this before. It's a fucking headache. I actually just refunded him and said, you know what, this is not gonna work out. You are genuinely fucking stupid. You don't know how mathematics work because, you know, you didn't pay attention in school. I dropped out of school, by the way, so that doesn't count. So, how to disqualify clients. 1, the price shield quote. Again, you should charge $500 as a beginner, and if someone can pay you $500, good. You don't want to work with that piece of shit. And if they say, can you do it for $250? You said, yes, I can, but then you lower your services, right? We will get into that in the sales call, right? So sales call section. So availability dodge. Sorry, I'm booked for the next solid 6 months, right? So this is what you say. If that guy seems like a fucking retard and you don't, but you want him as a client, but you're not sure yet, just say you're booked, your schedule's full, right? I can go on maybe for the next 6 months or maybe for the next 2 months, whatever, right? Or just do this. I don't think I'm the best fit for your project. It's not you, it's me, but really it's you. So, excuse me. Always say this to be polite. Again, just be respectful and be polite. This is copywriting. It's business, right? So just be polite. Don't say, I don't think I'm the best fit for your project. Say, you know, like, I can't write copy for your pet store because I'm a, you know, SaaS expert. So I'm not a pet store expert, right? Clear expectations. Lay out your terms clear. If they balk, wave goodbye. So here's how you do it. You say, okay, what's going to happen is when we start working together, this is what's going to happen. I'm going to revamp your web flows. I'm going to revamp your email flows. I'm going to start scheduling 2 threads a week for your Instagram. I'm going to start writing more captions, and we're going to try to post 1 video or 2 videos a day, right? All that stuff, all the expectations, right? Clear expectations, right? And this is how much it's going to cost, and this is my deliverabilities, and this is how many times I can rewrite the copy. You know, I only get 1 or 2 revisions only. If you want a 3rd revision, it's going to cost more because time is money, right? So just do that. If you're a beginner, have unlimited revisions, but if you're on your second client, have a number of revisions. Argue maybe 3 or 4. So trial run. They paid a small project, right? So this is what you do. Say, okay, we can do a small project together, and if they paid and if they're a nightmare to work with, then just say goodbye to them. So okay. In conclusion, trust your gut. If something feels off, it probably is. Don't ignore those red flags because you're hungry for work, right? Again, it's not worth it. Look, money is everywhere, okay? Money is everywhere. You gotta think about money, just flows through you. Look, you learn copywriting, which is a very valuable skill. So money is gonna flow through you if you work for it, but these are not the people you wanna work with, all right? Again, very quick video here, and yeah, that's how you disqualify clients. I'll see you in the next one. All right, landing small gigs, free and paid. So you don't really have to do this. This is more of a bonus or more of my insights, right? So you can still land clients small or free or paid, whatever, right? The traditional way on what I showed you before. So like Instagram and emails, right? Sending cold DMs or cold emails via Scrap or whatever, right? But this is what I started with roughly post-pandemic COVID-19. I was broke. I only had one skill, which is typing shit on the screen. So this is what I started with. This is how I got started as a writer. And you know where I found these people? That's right. I found them on the cringiest website or the cringiest platform in the world, which is LinkedIn. So why do these matter? Why do you want to do this, right? So the whole goal of this is to get testimonials. Why do you want testimonials? Because people can sell you better than other people or than you can do it yourself. So if someone says this hamburger can make you lose weight, and then you're like, what, really? And then another person says, yeah, it can make you lose weight, and you get 3 other people, then 4, then 10, then 20 people that says this hamburger makes you lose weight, you're more likely to believe it, right? That's the same thing over here. So you don't need 20 testimonies, you only need a few, right? You don't need a lot of testimonials. So why testimonials matter? Social proof is marketing crack. People trust other people more than they trust you, which is very true. So it's easier to land big fish when you've got a bucket of small fries singing your praises, which is also true. Testimonials can mask your rookie status faster than a fake ID at a college bar. If you're in Southeast Asia, you probably can buy alcohol illegally on the side of the street. I never done it. Have I? Anyway. So, the paid route, right, which is recommended. Always get paid. Never do shit for free unless, unless you don't mind these people being a headache for you or whatever, then yeah, whatever, do it for free. But always try to do the paid route first. So, Upwork and Fiverr, set your rates low but not rock bottom. Over deliver like your life depends on it, because it does. Ask for detailed testimonials upon completion. So, okay, hold on. Not just Fiverr or Upwork. LinkedIn, right? Arguably, maybe focus on this. So build up your LinkedIn profile and cold DM some people on LinkedIn. Again, this is just based on my experience. This is how I started. I landed a few clients in Slovenia, Slovakia. I forgot where they were. They were all Eastern European. They paid me roughly like $100, which is that's not bad actually. But you either do it you either go international or local. I recommend you go local because it's much easier. I've landed more local clients through LinkedIn than I did through international on LinkedIn. So local business, target small business in your area. I've never done this, but I've heard it work for some people. Offer a special introductory rate. Exchange lower rates for glowing testimonials. Yeah, so the lower you go, the less of a wall these people have to face to get to work with you, right? So find forums in your target niche, offer your service at a discount, make it clear you're trading lower rates for testimonials. Yes, right? So keep this in mind, write it down, whatever, right? All right, free route. You can either write for a nonprofit, friend. Let's say your friend has a company, or he has a drop shipping store, or he has a fucking condom store, or whatever, right? Then yeah, you can do this practically for free, right? Influencer infiltration. Find a micro influencer in your niche, offer free services in exchange for a public testimonial, leverage their audience for visibility. So how I would do this is that I would go on Instagram. I would, do the same things I've taught you a few lessons back, but I work for free in exchange for video testimonials that you will put on your landing page. Or on your Instagram profile if they allow it. So, rules of engagement. Set clear expectations, time box it, quality control, right? Just because it's cheap or free doesn't mean it should suck. So if you're doing something for free or cheap, do it like they're paying you $10,000 because your reputation is on the line. If you do it like shit, why would you do it like shit? It doesn't make any fucking sense, right? So get it writing. Have them agree to provide the testimonials before you start. Draft a template for them to make it easy. Exactly. So just make a simple template. You can go on ChatGPT, like how to make a client testimonial template, right? Give it to me and then just edit it, blah, blah, blah. So pro tips. Excuse me, it's the coffee. Video testimonials are gold. If you can get them, do it. As for specifics in testimonials, they are great. It's useless. They increase our conversion rate by 50% is money. That's way better. Don't be afraid to guide the testimonials. Give them points to hit. Use these small gigs to test new techniques or niches. Yeah, exactly. So remember, this is a stepping stone, not a career path, right? So you don't want to be stuck doing this shit for like 3 months, right? Just do it as fast as possible just to get testimonials. Again, the whole goal is just to get testimonials, right? So yeah, I'll see you in the next one. All right, landing in-house copywriting jobs. So if you don't want to go through the hassle of finding clients and being a freelancer, which being a freelancer is worth it. I'm still a freelancer, by the way. Freelancer. I have my own business, whatever, right? I don't work for anyone except for my clients. That is a fact. But if you don't want a hassle of entrepreneurship on your shoulders, and you got rent to pay, you got a car to pay, motorcycle, you got your iPhone to pay, right? You bought a monitor and you have to pay it every month. Why would you do that? But anyway, landing in-house copywriting jobs. Why in-house copywriting, you say? Steady income, predictable rent payments, benefits, health insurance that isn't just don't get sick. But if you're a freelancer, you don't get free health insurance, right? Career progression, climb the corporate ladder, consistent work, no more hustling for clients, team environment, water cooler, gossiping. Yeah. By the way, you can do this. Either as a remote work or in-house, but most of the time it's in-house. So, where do you find these gigs? Marketing agencies, tech companies, e-commerce giants, media companies, startups. Oh fuck. Yeah, avoid this unless the startup's really, making bank. They're gonna overwork the shit out of you, right? Large corporations, right? So, you can read all of this below. How to land these jobs. First of all, polish your resume. Highlight relevant experience, even if it's that blog you wrote for your cat. Quantify your achievements, increase email open rate by 25%, proofread like your life depends on it, because it kind of does, which is true. Craft a killer portfolio, showcase your best work, quality over quantity. So if you don't have a portfolio at this point, what are you doing, right? Didn't I tell you to write one? Like all these exercises with NESB, storytelling and all that stuff, right, in the previous lessons. If you haven't done that yet, I don't know what the fuck you're doing, right? You're probably just eating ramen noodles while you watch me and just like talk about jack shit, right? So anyway, network like a boss. Join professional organizations, AY, pro writers, etc, right? AY, these are companies, by the way. Attend industry events, free drinks, and potential jobs, win-win. So if there is, then yeah, market yourself. But I think online is always better. Leverage LinkedIn, but for the love of God, don't be spammy. Exactly. So my previous lesson, I did talk about LinkedIn. So okay, tailor your approach. Research the company, know their voice, their products, their pain points. Customize your cover letter to whom it may concern. BS. Blah, 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 blah. Follow up, right? Pro tips. Consider starting with your junior position or internship to get your foot in the door. So the pay might not be shit, or that it's like free for like 2 weeks or whatever, right? Be open to related positions, content writer, UX writer, etc, right? So my experience, when you do in-house, the lowest thing they can give you is probably content writing, which is different from copywriting. It's more, you use less of your brain, I would say, but it's still good. Just to get your foot in the door, right? Keep freelancing on the side to build your portfolio, but check your contract first. Yeah, some contracts don't allow you to freelance, which is fucking bullshit. So I don't really recommend doing this, but if you want like predictable, stable income, then yeah, just do it, whatever, right? If you like working a job, yeah, whatever, just do it, right? What else? Be prepared to write for multiple formats, emails, social media, web copy. Again, I've taught you how to do this, so it should be pretty easy for you. Red flags to watch out for. We're like a family here. When someone says that shit, just fuck off, all right? We'll exploit your personal time. So if they say we're like a family here, right? So even if it's off work, right? Even if it's off work time, it's past 5 p.m., they're still gonna message you, they're still gonna tell you to edit some shit, they're still gonna tell you or ask you like, what pajamas are you wearing? Why are you wearing that? Do you know that pajamas is politically incorrect, right? So competitive salary, ask for a specific range, wear many hats, you'll be doing 5 jobs for the price of 1. Yeah, please don't do this. They hire you as a fucking copywriter, they hire you as a writer in general. If they say, can you take out the trash? Can you get your boss a drink? Can you fucking give me a foot massage? Can you wank off in front of me so I can wank off in front of you, right? Don't do it. Fast-paced environment, which is bullshit. Hope you like 60 hours a week. So fast-paced environment means you're working 24/7 every day. So just remember, landing an in-house copywriting job is more than just your writing chops. You need to show how you can play well with others, meet deadlines, handle feedback, without crying in the bathroom, say that for home like a professional. So these are some things to watch out for, and remember this. So anyway, again, I still recommend freelancing and landing clients via cold email and Instagram. But yeah, if you want to do in-house copywriting jobs, then right. So anyway, I'll see you in the next lesson. All right. The second moment you've all been waiting for, right? So I'm gonna assume some people are interested in working with you, and then after that they'll say, okay, like let's book a call, right? And you're like, okay, where do we book a call? Facebook Messenger, WhatsApp, BlackBerry Messenger. If you're still using BlackBerry, props to you. I miss BlackBerry actually. Fuck. Anyway, so lesson 39, or is it lesson 40? I have no idea. Booking calls, keep it simple, stupid. So, by the way, I'm not calling you stupid. This is a phrase in copywriting, keep it simple, stupid, because keep it really dumbed down. So if you're offended, right, fuck off. Right, anyway. So, here's what you're gonna use. You're only gonna use 2 things, Calendly and Zoom. Don't overcomplicate it. Calendly, set up your own Calendly. I'm not gonna show you how because you can just watch a YouTube video, right? It's very easy. And of course, you know what Zoom is thanks to COVID-19. That's it. Don't overcomplicate this. So why these 2? Calendly is easy as pie to set up. Integrates with your calendar so you don't double book yourself. Looks professional as hell. This is very fucking true. Zoom, everyone and their grandma knows how to use it now. Maybe. Reliable most of the time. It has like a 40-minute, if you're on a free plan, it's like a 40-minute, which is most of the time, that's all you need in a sales call. It's just 40 minutes. As features, you might actually use screen sharing, recording, etc. Right? How to set this up. Calendly, sign up, connect your calendar, set your availability, create a meeting, type for your client calls, get your link, Zoom, sign up again, download the app, set up a recurring meeting room, right? The process. When a prospect is interested, send them your Calendly link. Great, let's hop on a call, right? Again, that's how you do it professionally. You don't say, okay, here's my number and let's get on a call on like WhatsApp or BlackBerry or Facebook Messenger. They book a time. Calendly sends them a confirmation with your Zoom link. Exactly, right? So make sure your Calendly is set up on like working hours. So if you're available from, let's say you're available from lunchtime, which is 12, and then after that at 5, right, which is the end of work time, something like that. You don't really want to do it in the morning unless you have an agreement. It's like, okay, what time do you think is best? And if the client's in the United States of America and you're in fucking, Micronesia, right, then just see the time zone differences and adjust accordingly. Again, it should work in his favor, not yours, the time zone I'm speaking of, because here's the guy with the money and you're the guy with the skills. He's paying you to do something and he's probably going to be your first client. So just like if your call is at 3 a.m. in the morning, you're going to fucking do it. I don't give a shit, right? And if you think, no, I'm so tired, right? Then, well, maybe you don't deserve this, right? So anyway, test your audio and video before calls. Can you hear me is a terrible way to starting a meeting, right? Again, this is very annoying. It's like, can you hear me? Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Oh, yeah, it's not getting through, bruv. It's not getting through, mate. Right? Like, can you shut the fuck up? Like, look, it's not my fucking problem. Just make this shit work, all right? Why am I so angry today? Holy shit. I think it's a Nescafe. Nescafe put something inside. I'm not angry. Be on time. Yeah, that's self-explanatory. If you want to record a call, there's another thing. Ask for permission. All right. Use virtual background if your room looks like a tornado hit it. Again, I don't have to do it because I've got my jacket collection, right? Got that nice light over there. It looks fine in my opinion, right? Got that nice lighting over here, right? My iPhone is the webcam. My iPhone's the webcam. Okay, so very simple. This is gonna be a very simple video. Remember, the goal is to make booking calls so easy that your prospect thinks, damn, if they're this organized for a simple call, imagine how they'll handle my project. Yes. So anyway, again, very, very short, quick video. And what's the next video? I think it's sales calls, right? Maybe. Yeah, anyway. See you in the next one. All right. The second, third, fifth, whatever moment you've all been waiting for, right? This is like one of the final, most important lesson ever, right? And it's sales calls, right? So, in my experience, sales calls, usually it's like, if a prospect agrees to get on a sale call with you, right, chances are they're already like 99% ready to work with you. A sales call is just to like tie in the gap to see if you're an actual person, right, that is, an actual copywriter who knows what he's doing, who says what he can do, right, and he's not a fucking weirdo. He doesn't have a fucking hentai wallpapers all over his room, and if he's using a background, why are you using a background? And if your background's hentai, right, then what the fuck, right? Just don't be weird. So that's something to keep in mind. Write it down. When a prospect wants to get on a sales call with you, chances are they're already 99% on board on working with you, which is a very, very fucking good sign. Like, good job, right? You are almost through the door. The last thing is just getting the fucking payment, right? So, all right, the mindset. You're the solution, not the supplicant. What do I mean, right? Ditch the employee mindset. You're not here to beg for a job. You're here to offer a solution to their problem. You're the doctor, they're the patient. Act like it, see? That's the mindset you have to have, okay? When you go to a hospital, the doctor's not begging you to employ them or begging you for your money. You are giving the money to the doctor. So flip that around. You are the doctor, they're giving money to you to solve a problem, all right? Keep that in mind, write it down, whatever. Just make sure you frame the call that way. So, okay, before. Research like a stalker, but less creepy. Know their business inside and out. Check their social media for recent news or posts. Understand their industry and competitors. If they have a website, check their website. They got a newsletter, check their newsletter. If they have a landing page, check the landing page. If they got a web page, check the web page. If they got an about page and it's shit, mention it. Prepare your battle station. Quiet room, no barking dogs or screaming kids, or like if there's a concert outside, Taylor Swift can't stop singing, right? Kill her with a machine gun or something. Just buy it off the dark web. It's very easy. I'm joking. All right? Relax. Stable internet connection, professional background. Just use it on Zoom if your room looks like a tornado hit it, right? Or just like make it like this. Arguably, just make it like this, whatever. But all right, have your tools ready. Google Doc portfolio. Most of the time, they're gonna say like, so do you have like any previous work that you have before? Or do you have testimonials, or do you have like case studies, or whatever? Have you done this before? Have you done this before? If you see a guy who doesn't really look like a brain surgeon and you don't really trust him, and he's gonna perform brain surgery on your son or on your daughter, and you say, "Have you done this before?" And he's like, "Yes, I have, but there's no proof," right? Are you gonna trust him? You're like, "No, get the fuck out of here," right? So have a portfolio. Again, if you don't have a portfolio yet, which you should have by now, I don't know what you're doing. Stop watching this video and go write it. All right, write 30 emails and write, I don't know, five long form sales pages, whatever, right? Payments. Look, nobody said this was going to be easy. All right, it's going to be very simple, but it's not going to be easy. Copywriting is very simple, but it's not easy. Payment methods: Stripe, PayPal, Wise, EDC. Right, man. I don't know how many people shoot themselves in the foot when they like, do you have Stripe? No. Do you have PayPal? No. Do you have Wise? Wise? Yes, I'm wise. I'm very wise, right? So it's just like, dude,
The guy is prepared you to hand over his money to your wallet, right? And you're just saying, sorry, someone cut off my fingers or my arms, I can't take it. So, you know what? Fuck this shit. Fuck PayPal. If you want to deal with their bullshit, yeah, go ahead. Stripe is nice. Wise is very nice. I recommend Wise. Wise is like #1 for international transactions, because holy shit, it's so good. Anyway, like, let's just get back on track. This is about sales calls, not about accepting payments. The fuck, okay. Call. Question-based selling. The opening. Set the tone. Thanks for taking the time to chat. I'm excited to learn more about your business and see how I can help. Mind if I ask you a few questions to get a better understanding? See? Now, again, you don't have to say it exactly like this. You just have to frame it in a way. Just take all of this stuff over here and put it into bullet points. So, here. When did you start? You ask the client. So, when did you start this business? Oh, I started it like 2 years ago. Right? And you're like, oh, that's interesting, right? And if he asks you a question, it's like, when did you start? Just say like, oh, I started like 48 hours ago when I bought Alka's course, right? But then, I'm really excited to get this started because I've already done a few work, blah, 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 and don't lie to them. Fuck's sake, just don't lie, right? And I'm really excited to start this thing. However, I want to ask you, why did you start this company? Because, again, you want to emphasize because, the word because, right? People get offensive. I don't know. People get like a little bit, there's like a wall built on them when you ask them questions, right? So always say because the word because always eliminates that wall. It's like, well, why did you start this business? Because I'm just very interested, because I'm just very interested, right? So emotional connection. Why did you start this business? Oh, I started it because I wanted to do this, blah, 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 whatever, right? Some bullshit. How's business going on right now? Because I'm just very interested. Like, what's the state of the business? How's everything, right? Oh yeah, it's like this, it's like that. Oh, yeah, I don't know. All right, where do you see yourself in a year? Oh, where do I see myself in a year? I see myself in a year either doing this, which is going to be so good, and blah, blah, and blah, blah, right? And it's going to be so amazing, blah, blah, blah. What's holding you back from reaching that goal? What's holding me back? Well, I guess, my wife doesn't wanna do the devil's tango with me anymore, and oh man, I'm failing my business because this marketing manager I've hired off of fucking Fiverr is doing a shit job because he's literally from the deep places of Bangladesh, which is, the sun never reaches, right? So, what happens if you don't fix this issue? I don't know what's gonna happen. It's emotional roller coaster. Okay, what happens if this issue is fixed? Whoa, it's gonna be so good, right? So yeah, again, follow this point. Just copy and paste it or just write it down on your paper. This is usually how a sales call goes. It's like, why did you start this? When did you start this? Why did you start it? How's business going? Where do you see yourself in a year? What's holding you back? What happens if this issue isn't fixed? How would things change if we fix this, right? So, the magic word, because. Always follow up your questions with because like a Jedi mind trick for adults, I love to know more about your business because it'll help me tailor my copy for you. So, the art of deflection. This is going to be a pretty long... Yeah, it's going to be pretty long. The art of deflection. When they try to turn the tables and interview you, answer it briefly and bounce it back to them. How long have you been copywriting? Yeah, cool. So I've been honing my craft for X months, years, 48 hours ago when I bought Alka's course, constantly improving and delivering results for clients, as you can judge from the samples I've written for you. But, again, you have to write them a free sample. Don't forget that, right? But I'm just really curious about your journey. What made you start this business? Because I find entrepreneurial stories fascinating. See, because, right? Again, you can read this yourself. And another thing, just shut the fuck up and listen. Shut up and listen. I don't know how many sales calls I've seen where the service guy can't stop talking about himself, or can't stop talking about his watch, or can't stop talking about how hot Dubai is. The weather's 40 degrees here, man. Like, man, dude, listen. Just listen to them, all right? Nobody in this world likes their voice more than the person talking. So, do you know people like talking about themselves? I bet you didn't. Well, there you go. So just listen, right? Handling objections. Okay, price objection over here. Very key. Again, you should be writing this down. So that's more than we were looking to spend. You. Cool. Can you tell me a bit more about what you were expecting to invest? Because I want to make sure I'm providing value that aligns with your expectations. You don't really have to say it like this. This is just a guideline, all right? Experience objection. You seem a bit green. Do you have experience in our industry? That's a fair question. I'm new copywriting. Yeah, whatever. But I learn fast and implement fast. Show them work, then you can work hard. Again, people just want to see, especially if you're a beginner, this is another tip. They just want to see, one, you can work hard, and one, two, you're easy to work with. So if you can work hard, which means you can meet deadlines every time, or you can send like work 3 days before a deadline hits, or like a week before the deadline hits, that shows you can work hard, and they appreciate that. If somebody work for you and then they show you they can work hard and they are very fast at what they do and they're very easy to work with, then sure, you're gonna like them. So urgency objection. We're not ready to make a decision right now. I completely understand. What factors are you considering in your timeline? Because sometimes waiting can actually cost more in the long run, and I'd be happy to explain how. Again, you should explain how. If you don't know how to explain how, just say it like this. You don't have to say it word for word, just say it in the lines of, look, if you wait now, not only is your business gonna fucking fail, and you're not gonna run out of money, and you're gonna face the edge of bankruptcy, but yeah, you're gonna be completely broke, and then you would have thought maybe starting sooner and investing in my skills was better. Something along those lines, right? So, closing the deal. All right, so after you've talked about everything here, right, again, here's another thing, yeah? When they're telling you all of this, why did you start and whatever, just write it down, what they're saying over here. Write it down, pen and paper, right? Just like, okay, right, okay, that's interesting. That's very interesting. Why did you start this? Because I'm very interested. I'm just very interested. Oh, I started this because of blah, blah, blah. And you're like, okay. Again, write it down. You don't even have to actually write it down. You can just fucking draw a dick pic on your board, right? Like, it's all about selling the illusion that you're listening to what they say. And if someone sees you writing down what they're saying, they're more likely to take you seriously, and they'll respect you more, and they'll be like, holy shit, this guy's like so serious, you know? He's writing all my words down because he's like very serious about this project we're gonna do together. Fuck, I love him already. What the fuck? Let's do it. Let's fucking go, right? So always when a prospect is telling you this, right, along these lines, when you're doing your sales calls, always write it down. You don't even actually have to write it down. You can draw a fucking tits, right, or a Ferrari or a Porsche, right? You should still write it down, actually, so you don't forget. So anyway, all right. So after all of this, you're gonna say, okay, based on what you've told me, it sounds like a summary of their pain points and blah, blah, blah. Is that accurate? Yes, that's pretty accurate. All right, here's what I propose, right? I'm gonna do email marketing for you. I'm gonna do ghostwriting for you. I'm gonna do LinkedIn writing for you. I'm gonna make your fucking about page better. I'm gonna make your landing page better. I'm gonna make your ads on Facebook convert better because now they're ass, right? This will help you achieve, which is either more views, more revenue, or more whatever, right? Does this sound like it will solve your problem? Oh, yes, it would, yeah. All right, if you're ready to move forward, I can have the invoice drawn up and sent over today. Would you like to get started? Sure, yeah, let's go. All right. If they're not ready to commit, set a specific follow date. I understand what you need to consider. Would it be all right if I follow up with you next Tuesday to see where you're at? Yeah, no, that's great. Because most of the time they'll object to the price. They'll say, like, again, this is something you gotta keep in mind. When somebody, where do I write this? Okay. When they object to your price, always, what are you prepared to invest? Right?
Oh, I'm prepared to invest. Let's say you want to charge them $2,000, right? You want to charge them $2,000 for revamped plus right? Oh, $2,000 is a bit much, I'm not prepared to invest in it. Okay, what are you prepared to invest in? Maybe $1,000? I'm only prepared to invest into $1,000. So okay, $1,000. And for $1,000, I think I've said this in my previous lesson, $1,000, when you lower your price, you should lower your services. So $2,000 is for writing their about page on their website and ghostwriting for their LinkedIn. If it's just $1,000, then revamped about page only, or only, right? So when you lower your price, you lower the deliverables of your services, right? So that's how it works. You don't go to Ferrari and ask, hey, how much is this Ferrari? Whatever. Oh, it's $1 million. Holy shit. Nah, I'll buy it for $500,000. Deal. Right? Deal. Never in the world has that ever happened, right? So when you lower your prices, lower your deliverables. All right, write that shit down. You don't charge the same for the same deliverables here for what you charge for this. All right. So again, this is how a sales call usually goes. And what's my next lesson? Yeah. So yeah, keep this in mind. Why did you start and when did you start this? Why did you start? How's business going? Where do you see yourself? What's holding you back? What happens if this issue isn't fixed? What would change if we fix this? And the magic word, because. Always use because. And always use a note and pen and paper and write their shit down, even if it's just a dick pic or a tit pic. Or arguably, you should actually write down what they're saying, because you're not a dumbass, right? You're not stupid, okay? So don't do stupid shit. I did the dick pic and tit pic back in the day. Look, it worked, but then I should have wrote down what they were saying, because, whatever, right? So again, you can read this all below. And yeah, I'll see you in the next one. All right, in the sales call section, we talked about how when you lower your price, you should lower your service deliverables, right? So in this one, I just want to really cement this to you. Why? So over here, let's go. Your prices aren't a fucking suggestion, right? The problem, that'll be $2,000. That's too much. What are you prepared to invest? 1,500. Shake my hand, right? Congratulations, you just played yourself. So why this is dumber than a rock? You're not a clearance rack at Walmart, because they do clear stuff at a massive discount. You just told them your initial price was bullshit. Again, it's something to keep in mind. Because if you said your price was expensive and you said, I want to go for this price and the service is still the same, then your first price was actual fucking horseshit and the real price is what you're doing for like $1. You're doing the same work for less money, aka you're a chump, right? So here's a Porsche analogy, right? Which I said, I did a Ferrari analogy in the back, but the Porsche analogy, I like it better. So just bear with. Imagine walking into a Porsche dealership. How much for this 911? The dealer, $200,000. You, too expensive. I'll give you $90,000. Sold. Shake my hand, right? No, what the fuck? You see how stupid that sounds, right? That's you when you cave in on your prices. So the Apple Store scenario. Again, I really want you to cement this shit in your head and write it down so you don't become a chump. Because the amount of people who don't do this and they're like so fucking desperate. Man, what the fuck, man? All right. I want that iPhone for $500 instead of $1,500. The clerk, sure, why not? Here's a full feature iPhone at 66% discount. See? Said no Apple employee ever. The solution, less money, less service. All right, write this down. Less money, less service. Here's how you handle it. $2,000 is too much. How about $1,500? I understand budget constraints. For $1,500, here's what I can offer. Then you reduce the scope. Fewer revisions,
Fewer emails, less research, slower turnaround time, less time spent on the project in general. So less of anything, right? If you're doing LinkedIn ghostwriting for them, spend less time doing revisions for them. You should still deliver fucking great content and copy for them, but you should just do it, less revisions and maybe slower turnaround time, because you have other projects to work on. You should have other projects to work on, because you should still try to land your second client even if you got your first one. All right, so the key is to make it clear they're not getting the same service for less, they're getting a less service for less money, right? Write that shit down. How to present it. I appreciate you sharing your budget. While I can't offer the full package at that price, here's a tailored solution that fits within your $1,500 budget. X words instead of Y, 2 revisions instead of unlimited, 7-day turnaround time instead of 3, any other reduction that makes sense. Again, you don't actually have to say it like this. This is just, guidelines. So what the fuck? Yeah, this is just guideline. What was that just now? Anyway, I'm still recording, right? All right, nice. So, this will still provide value and can help you achieve their main goal while staying within your budget. How does that sound? All right? Most of the time they'll say yes. So pro tips, have tiered packages ready. Don't make shit up on the spot. Again, don't make shit up on the spot. Make a package right now. Just say like tier 1 is like the shittiest package. Tier 2 is like the package people buy the most. And tier 3 is like the most expensive one, which has to make sense, right? So, be confident. If you waffle, they'll smell blood in the water. Be prepared to walk away. No deal is better than a bad deal. Example, yeah. Disqualify clients. Disqualify them. So, no deal is better than a bad deal. So, remember, you're running a business, not a charity. Your time and skills have value. Don't discount them. If they can't afford you, they're not your client, period. So, you're not just selling words. You're selling outcomes, expertise, and results. Price accordingly, all right? Price accordingly. You're the doctor if you're, I can't afford brain surgeon for my son or my daughter, they're gonna die. I know someone who can. Step aside, right? That's a very evil analogy, but yeah. So again, very short lesson just to really cement, because most of you, like, you're gonna cave in under pressure because you're like beginners or some shit. If you have experience like me, like this is shit, you can do this with half your eyes closed. It's like, all right, here's what I can do for you. I'll just do this. If it's like this, then I'll just deliver less of this. And then they'll understand. If they don't understand, they're not a business person. They're a fucking retard. So, all right, see you in the next lesson. All right, we're gonna talk about post-buyer's remorse. What is post-buyer's remorse? This is going to be a very quick video because I see a lot of beginners, and you might make this mistake as well. You get paid, let's say you get paid $2,000. You're like, that's great, whoa, right? And then after that, the first thing you do, or what you probably do, is probably tell your mom, and then after that, you're going to go buy beers and drink with your friends, right? What happens to the client? He just paid you, you kind of ghosted them, and then after that, now he's thinking, what the fuck? I just paid someone $2,000, and now there's like no updates from them. He didn't even tell me what's gonna happen. I just paid him, and he's just like, all right, thanks, bye, right? So, how do I really cement this? Yeah, all right, think about this. When you go to Apple, and you see their new iPhone, you immediately think to yourself, wow, that's interesting. That's a great iPhone. It has a camera, I can zoom in, because I'm a creep. I like zooming into people's apartments, to find something naughty. And then after that, you buy it. It was $2,000. And if you spend $2,000 on an iPhone, you get this creeping feeling inside. You're like, holy shit, that's a bit expensive, right? Holy shit, that's fucking expensive. What the fuck, right? But then the kicker is that you get the iPhone immediately, right? So that's the difference between getting a physical product and a service, because a service, you can't physically hold it. So the post-buyer's remorse of a service is stronger than the post-buyer's remorse of buying a new iPhone, right? So how do you avoid post-buyer's remorse? 1, okay, after they paid you, this is what you're gonna do. You're gonna write down, or you're gonna say maybe on a call or a voice note or whatever, right? Arguably, don't do it on an email.
just get their WhatsApp or get their Telegram, right? And tell them, okay, one, here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna write up some drafts for you to review, right? Could be a draft for LinkedIn, could be a draft for captions on Instagram, could be a draft for emails, web flows, landing page, about page, whatever, right? That's one. Two, I'm gonna create a detailed project timeline for you in the next few weeks, right? Which is like, okay, week one, I'm gonna write the email flows and test out this. Week two, I'm gonna do this. You get the idea, right? All right, now three, I'm setting up our weekly check-in calls. So what is a weekly check-in calls? Every week, you're gonna have to have a call with them to catch up and then see where this is, right? And then it doesn't even have to be long. Could be like, 5 minutes long. It's like, weekly call, hey, what's going on? What's new with you? Oh, nothing much. Okay, all right. How's the emails flows? Yeah, they're doing great. Oh, yeah, okay. All right, bye. Right? Do that every week. Why? You're trying to build a real relationship with these people. If you build a real relationship with your first clients, and I really hope your first client is not a fucking dickhead, right? And he's actually a great guy, you can build a genuine relationship with him in which he will give you more projects to work on and then he'll pay you more, right? So you get more money out of one guy. Who doesn't want that, right? So you get ideas. So to avoid post-buyer's remorse, just tell them what's gonna happen in the future, right? They don't pay you $1,000, $2,000, $3,000, and then you say, that's great, all right, bye. No, tell them what's gonna happen in the future. Always tell them what's gonna happen in the future now, so they don't ask for you, hey, this is not really working out. I don't really feel comfortable doing this, and I think, I just got excited in a moment, but I think I want a refund. And then you're gonna have to refund that $2,000, which is already in your bank account, and you have to watch it disappear from your bank account. You know how painful that is? Oof. Yeah, anyway. So, again, that's how you avoid post-buyer's remorse. And always, after your client pays you, always tell them what's gonna happen in the future, right? Emails, one, right? What's gonna happen in a weekly basis, give a timeline, blah, blah, blah. Have weekly check-in calls with them, and you get the idea. Just make them feel comfortable working with you and make them feel comfortable that they're paying you, because this is the first time they're paying a fucking stranger online 4 figures to do something, right? Even if your client's just paying you $500 or whatever, right? You should still do this. So yeah, that's pretty much it. Pretty short lesson, so I'll see you in the next one. All right, we're gonna talk about onboarding, right? Which is usually you're gonna be a part of. If the guy's running a big company, you're probably gonna be a part of his already existing team. So there's not really a lesson, it's just like a few basic guidelines to help you so you don't look like a complete amateur, right? So, okay, onboarding. 1, email, software access. Most clients will add you to their marketing platform like, MailChimp, ConvertKit, blah, 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 right? If the client has a newsletter, he'll add you to ConvertKit or MailChimp if they have web flows, which obviously is both of them, right? So, yeah, just make sure you're ready for that, be prepared for that. Also, be ready to accept invitations, set up your account quickly, right? That's another thing. Pro tip. Familiarize yourself with major email platforms beforehand, right? Don't look like a deer in headlights when they ask you if you know how to use ActiveCampaign. So, a lot of you guys don't know what email marketing software looks like or how it navigates or what buttons to press or if you can put nude pictures on it, right? So, this is the first thing you gotta learn, and I'm not gonna teach you how. Just go on YouTube, right? Again, just go on YouTube, search. If your client's using MailChimp, which is, shit, yeah, whatever, right? Just search how to use it. ConvertKit is the best one. If your client uses ConvertKit, use it. ActiveCampaign, it's pretty good too. Yeah, just search. I mean, it's like a 5-minute video, right? So, all right. Communication channel. You'll most likely be added to either WhatsApp or Slack, right? Most likely Slack. If it's the Western world, they like using Slack a lot. I have no idea, right? Respond promptly when added. A simple "thanks for adding me, looking forward to working with the team" goes a long way. Again, you can read this all below, but Pro tip, download these apps in advance. Nothing says amateur hour like asking what Slack is, right? Yeah, never ask them what Slack is. Everyone is going to assume you know what Slack is. And if you don't know what Slack is, right, Slack is this. This is Slack. It's like a less incel version of, what is that? Discord? Yeah. Nothing against Discord, but I have everything against incels. Anyway, project management tools. Be prepared to add like Trello, Asana, or similar tools, blah, 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 right? If you're unfamiliar with the tool, spend some time on YouTube learning the basics before your first day. Again, you shouldn't only use this for Asana or Trello, you should probably use this for everything up here. So some key points to consider. Be proactive, don't wait for them to handhold you through everything. Ask intelligent questions about their processes and preferences, right? I don't know what intelligent questions you should ask, but like just basic questions like how do you navigate this, how do you navigate that if you can't find it on YouTube, or if like some guy's being a dickhead and he kept sending you jerk off videos. So anyway, set up notifications. Respect every client has their way of doing things. Adapt to it. Yeah, this is something you should definitely keep in mind. Say you got a client using ConvertKit and then another guy's using fucking this shit MailChimp, right? You got no choice, bro. You gotta adapt to it, all right? He's paying you. Just you're learning how to do copywriting, but also you're learning how to navigate a CRM properly, right? You navigate how to navigate these tools because you're a modern copywriter. You're not an old copywriter. An old copywriter during the 50s, right? Like fucking Eugene Schwartz. All he does is take a piece of paper and it's like, all right, how do I make these people buy? All right, and he just writes it down and it's just an ad on like a fucking poster or whatever, right? So yeah, remember, you're the new kid on the block. Act like it, right? This is your chance to make a great second impression. The first was during the sales process, right? Again, something to keep in mind. Onboarding is a two-way street. While they're bringing you into their systems, you should be gathering the info you need to do your job well. The mindset. You're not just a hired gun, you're becoming a part of their team. Even if temporarily, right? Hopefully not. Hopefully you keep working with your client for as long time as possible and they keep paying you 4 figures or get to 4 figures because holy shit, man, because you deserve it. Look, I taught you everything in this course, right? So you fucking deserve it, all right? You fucking deserve to make a lot of money in your life. All right, so act like you give a damn about their business because you should, yes. Because if you don't give a damn, it will shine through. I don't know how. There was this one time I was writing for this client and I really didn't give a shit about his products and he said the copy was stale as shit, right? And I'm like, you know what, you're right. So I forced myself to give a fuck. I forced myself to become the CEO, quote unquote, of the company and act like I own the company and I'm writing sales emails for the company, right? So yeah, just give a damn. So, all right, very short lesson, and I'll see you in the next one. All right. Oh, Christ. All right, this is going to be a very quick lesson, and it's about portfolios. If you don't have a portfolio yet, what are you doing, right? If you don't have emails yet, and if you don't have like long-form sales pages yet, I did tell you through multiple videos across this course that you need to write a portfolio because if you don't have one until now, you're not a copywriter. You're a daydreamer, right? With a keyboard, right? So, all right, here's some quick tips to go through, yeah? So, if you don't have at least 30 emails or 5 long-form sales pages in your portfolio, again, you're not a copywriter, you're a daydreamer with a keyboard, right? So, 1, if you don't have a keyboard, if you don't have a keyboard, you should have a keyboard, excuse me. If you don't have a portfolio yet, go back to module 2 and relearn how copywriting works, right? 2, make it real, even if it's not. So, I'm assuming you did write for real companies, right? But if you didn't and you wrote for companies that don't exist, I don't know what to tell you, right? You should always pick real companies. Don't pick big companies, always pick companies that are not so famous, but when you write copy for them, it's believable, right? Like prospects will see that and it's like, oh, he wrote for this company. Yeah, that's believable. I mean, the guy's pretty small yet, and he's charging like what, 500, 4 figures, right? 2 grand, and then you wrote for this company. Okay, that's fine, whatever, right? So like, why real companies? It shows you can adapt to different brand voices, and it proves you understand real market needs, and it also demonstrates you're not living in fantasy land, right? So the process: 1, choose your company's victims. Choose your company's pick like 5 to like 10 real businesses. Arguably, maybe pick 10 real businesses, all right? Find 10 businesses that you can write for in your target niche, right? Create imaginary campaigns. So for emails, invent a product launch, a sale, a new feature, or whatever, right? And for sales pages, pick a real product and rewrite its entire pitch. 3, write like your life depends on it. I mean, it kind of does. If you don't have a portfolio and say like, oh yeah, I want to work for you as a copywriter. All right, do you have proof? And you're just like, proof? Yeah, I have proof, but you don't, right? So channel your inner Don Draper, minus the drinking. Use all the techniques you've learned so far. Make it so good that a company would be idiots not to hire you on the spot. Right? Again, you took this course, so I'm going to assume you're going to be a really fucking good copywriter if you practice, right? So edit mercilessly, then edit again. Right? Get feedback from other writers if you can. Again, get feedback from our community. Right? Arguably, you want to look. If there's one guy in our community who's like spouting out some bullshit, but he's always wrong, don't listen to him. All right? I need to talk to him and then tell him, listen, man, you're full of shit. That's not actually how copywriting works. So yeah, always listen to a guy who actually knows what he's talking about in our community, right? Or outside our community, or go on YouTube, right? Or go on Reddit, whatever, right? So some pro tips: quality over quantity. 10 killer pieces that beat 30 mediocre ones, right? So diversify, also diversify. Show range in tone, style, and approach, right? Diversify, also diversify your niche probably. So let's say you're writing for e-commerce. E-commerce is a huge niche that has different niches within it, right? So let's say there's an e-commerce startup company that runs cereals, right? They have cereals, like all these cereals don't have sugar, you know, they don't have refined sugars, they don't make your gums fall out, right? Or sorry, your teeth fall out. And then also dog company food, like let's say we have dog food. Did you know dog food was like shit? Made by Procter & Gamble. Here's why our dog food is better, right? That's another example. Or like write for a SaaS company, you know, SaaS, SaaS, right? Software as a service. So what is software as a service? Just search it up, right? You want to have diversification so people can see like, okay, he's not just a copywriter in X niche, he's a copywriter for like a lot of stuff, and he can write really fucking great copy, right? I can send you some examples, or I can link some examples, I don't know, just ask for it, right, of like companies I wrote for before, and you can see how I did it, right? Just ask me, or I'll probably link it somewhere or whatever, right? So be honest, right? If asked at me, these are spec pieces, right? Lying will only bite you in the ass. So if someone says like, did you actually write for them? Or is this like some bullshit? You're gonna be like, oh yeah, I actually wrote for them. Oh, what do you mean it's bullshit? Look, lying doesn't get you anywhere, all right? So it's just don't fucking lie, okay? Just tell them, yeah, this is just for practice. I wrote this for practice, just so you can see how I write. Okay, well, it's pretty good. It's not proven, but it's pretty good. All right, let's get on a call. Let's talk. Let's work something out, right? So in my experience, they will never ask you if these are like spec pieces, right? If these are fake. They will never ask you that. They're just gonna assume, okay, he did work for them. They will always assume that. They will never ask you this, so don't fucking worry. Right, update regularly. As you get real clients, replace spec work with actual projects, right? I don't know how many people have never done this. I don't know why, but the work is already there. So just update it with real ones. So all right, remember, your portfolio is your battleground. It's where you prove you're not just a chump with a thesaurus, right? Every piece should make potential client think, holy shit, I need this person on my team, right? Always keep this in mind. Fucking write it down if you have to, right? This isn't just practice. This is your ticket to the big leagues. Treat it that way, right? So the mindset, you're not building a portfolio, you're building a reputation piece by piece. Each email, each sales page is a brick in the foundation of your copywriting empire, right? So again, if you don't already have a fucking portfolio, holy shit, right? Go back to module 2 of this course, right? Lesson, I don't know which lesson, but it's in module 2, which is way back, right? This is like starting high school from the beginning again, because you fail high school, right? And not graduate. So relearn how copywriting works and get to it. No one said it was gonna be easy. It's simple, but it's not easy. So anyway, I'll see you in the next one. All right, this is a bit of a short one because it's just some materials to make you a better copywriter and just some things you can probably keep in mind for you to take notes of. Arguably, in my opinion, this course that I've made, it's already comprehensive enough for you to start copywriting and landing clients, right? Because this is everything I've known. This is like 5 years of experience condensed into like what? How many lessons is it? Like 60, gonna be like 60 lessons or something, right? But if you want to go deeper, read the old ones, right? The oldies, which you should, then I suggest these resources. So, OG Copywriting Bible Collection, so Scientific Advertising. This is a very fucking important book and you should not skip this one, all right? Every copywriter has this book, right? This is literally like the Bible of copywriting is scientific advertising, right? And if you're like, oh, okay, I don't want to spend money anymore, man. I bought this course and now you're telling me to spend more money on shit, right? And buy more shit, I'm fucking broke. Just download a free PDF of this and don't be lazy. Just read it through your computer or through your phone, whatever, right? Or just go buy a fake version of this or whatever, right? Advertising, its principles and practice is also good, right? Again, you can find this all yourself, right? Effective Direct Advertising by Robert E. Ramsey from 1888, believe it or not, right? That was, holy shit, it was like 100 something years ago, right? Say like even 100 blah, blah, blah years ago, copywriting was still very effective. And why I recommend reading this one is because from the year 1888 all the way to the year 2024, copywriting didn't change much because human psychology is still the same, all right? If you compare us to the day the pyramids were built 6,000 years ago to a modern human being right now, not much difference, right? So Better Advertising by John Manley, The Essentials of Advertising by Frank Reloy Blanchard, again, very good one. And of course, right, Swipe.co, right? I think I've recommended Swipe.co before, but yeah, just another reminder to go to Swipe.co because it has the best copywriting in the whole world is on Swipe.co, right? The best of the best, from Porsche to Rolls Royce, maybe the iPhone, to like sales emails, how to lose weight, long form sales pages, all of that. Swipe.co, it's your best friend, all right? Keep it as a second tab, like on your computer somewhere, all right? So some points. Why all these resources matter, right? 1, timeless principles. Human psychology hasn't changed much in 100 years, right? Or maybe 6,000, whatever. 2, back to the basics. These books focus on fundamentals, not fleeting trends, again, right? 3, proven track record. These methods have worked for a century. That's not a fluke. Historical context. Understand where modern techniques come from and also competitive edge. Most of your writers won't bother reading this. Their loss, your gain. Example, right? So, most copywriters don't read these stuff. I'm telling you to do it because it just makes you, I don't know, like when you go to Swipe.co or if you read Scientific Advertising, just something in your brain clicks when you read it, I don't know how to explain it. It's just a feeling. Your gut will understand, but your logical brain wouldn't. So just do it, right? So how to approach this reading list. Don't just read, study, take notes, highlight, and actually think about what you're reading, right? Apply what you learn. Try out these old school techniques in your modern copy, right? Again, if you have a client and he's running email flows, test it out, right? Test out 2 versions, all right? Be critical. Not everything from 1921 works in 2023. Use your brain, right? Why did I put that as 2023? Holy shit, did I forget? All right, synthesize. Combine these classic techniques with modern best practices for killer combo, right? Well, if you know what's modern and if you know what's old, then yeah, you can synthesize. But if you don't know either, and copywriting is just copywriting and you cannot tell the difference, there's not much point doing it. But again, you should probably keep this in mind. Write it down. So, Again, you can read all of this below, and yeah, with Swipe.co, here's another tip for you. If you want to get really good at copywriting, right, you should go to Swipe.co, take the best copywriting, and copy the copy of Eugene Schwartz or whatever, who wrote Rolls Royce or the Porsche ad, and write down every word he wrote hand by hand, right? Pen and paper, write it down by hand, like this, right? Because something in your brain will click. This will make you a better copywriter when you write the best copy in the whole world by hand, when you copy it by hand, right? Not by a computer or not by fucking typing on your phone, right? You have to do it with pen and paper, because something in your brain, something very profoundly deep, will understand it. Your logical brain cannot tell you what it is, but your gut definitely 100% can. And if you want to be a really great copywriter fast, you want to be a good copywriter fast, yeah, you took this course, so you're already, I'm going to assume you're already a very good copywriter because you practice the shit out of this, right? And if you didn't, the fuck are you doing, right? This is how you do it fast. Another way to do it fast. You take notes of like the best copywriting in the world. You copy it word for word, right? With pen and paper. So that's another tip for you. And that's why you should always watch my videos, because I don't say this in my description. So anyway, see you in the next one. Oh, all right. This is a very crucial lesson. One I have fallen victim to. Do you want to know what it is? Can you guess? It's called removing your ego, right? So when I was a beginner copywriter years back, I don't know, maybe it's just because who I am. You probably couldn't tell I have an ego, maybe, right? But like, every time I work with a guy and that he will ask, like, can we revise this? Like, I don't really like it the way this sounds. So can you revise this into a bullet point? Or can you change the wording of this? Or can you not make it sound so fucking sexist or some shit? Or can you make it politically correct? And I'm not politically correct. And I was just like, you know what? This guy's a piece of shit. You know, I'm a copywriter. I know better. But listen, man. I know we talked about disqualifying clients because they're shit, right? But let's say you got a client who's really good, but then he asks you to redo some stuff or to revise some stuff or edit some stuff, and then you're just like, no, and then you start arguing with the guy and ask him why or tell him why. Like, this is actually a good idea. Your idea is shit, and I'm a copywriter because I learned from Auke and I didn't learn from you. You are a nobody. Auke said that a business owner only knows how to build a business, whilst a copywriter knows how to sell products. That might be the case, but most of the time you should still listen. So, okay, right? The cold hard truth is that you're not God's gift to copywriting, all right? You're a service provider. Your job is to make the client happy and get results, not to win a Pulitzer Prize, right? So, why your ego is your worst enemy, right? I have a fucking ego, but even I still listen to my clients for revisions, right? So it blinds you to improvement. Again, very important, write it down, right? It pisses off your clients too, right? A pissed off client, and if that anger is directed at you because you pissed them off, that's consider them lost, right? You lost them as a client. No more $2,000, bye, right? It stunts your growth faster than smoking stunts as a teenager. By the way, if you're smoking and you happen to be a teacher, I smoked when I was a teenager. Maybe that's why I'm so short, right? So anyway, scenario, right? You submit copy that you think is hotter than jalapeno. Your client, can we change this part? You with an ego. But I'm the copywriter. This is perfect. You know nothing. You without ego. Interesting suggestion. Can you tell me more about your concerns, right? Always ask this question, by the way. Always fucking ask these questions when they ask you to revise something. Most of the time they will tell you what happened or what went wrong, but if they don't ask you, just say, can you revise it to this? Just ask them why, right? So why your ego needs to go. The client pays the bills, all right, not your ego. If your ego paid the bills, you wouldn't be on this course, and you'd be probably, telling everyone to go shit themselves in the street while getting paid to do it, right? I don't know where the money is coming from, but yeah. Right? They're not buying your artistic vision, they're buying results, all right? They are not buying artistic vision, results. They're buying this, all right? This, all right? If they want changes, you make changes. End of story, right? You don't know everything. I don't know how many people need to hear this, but yes, you don't know everything. Shocking, I know, but the client might actually know their business better than you do, right? Which is another thing. The client is the one that built the business. You are there to help make their sales flow better, not to help them say, I actually know the business more than you do. How? I don't know. I just took a shit and, decided that I did. So their stupid revisions might be based on data you don't have. Again, never assume, right? Always just say yes, right? So flexibility, longevity, right? Stubborn copywriters don't last long in this business. Being easy to work with is as important as your writing skills. Again, that is another thing you need to cement in your subconscious, is that you need to be easy to work with. Don't be a fucking pain in the ass, all right? You're probably already a pain in the ass to your mother, to your father, to your sister, to your brother, to your pet dog and cat and whatever, right? Hopefully you're not, but if you are and you don't have the social awareness to realize it, just assume that you are already a pain in the ass. So don't be another pain in the ass to your client, someone who is giving you money, right? If that person's paying you $1,000 even, just don't be a fucking pain in the ass, all right? So it's not personal, and this is another fucking thing. I don't know how many copywriters I've seen, man, and it's just like, well, like, why would you suggest that? That's so fucking stupid, I'm the one who wrote this. You don't know anything about copywriting. I know copywriting because I learned it. Like, look, listen, man. When your client asks for revisions, right, it's nothing personal, all right? It's never anything personal. It's always business. It's purely business, all right? When your client critiques their work, they're critiquing your work. Your work, they're not critiquing you. They're critiquing what you created. That doesn't mean they're critiquing you. They're not critiquing you as a fucking person. They're not insulting you because of who you are, right? They're trying to get the best possible outcome for their business. They're not trying to do it because they satisfy their fucking ego. It's like, look at this piece of shit. I paid him $2,000. Time to insult his mother. No, that doesn't happen, all right? They're just trying to get the best possible outcomes for their business. Keep that in mind. Right? Fucking write it down. Write this down also, right? It's not fucking personal, all right? So, how to check your ego at the door, right? Listen first, defend never. When a client gives feedback, shut your mouth and open your ears. You have 2 ears for a reason and 1 mouth, all right? Don't interrupt with justification, just listen and take notes, all right? Ask questions, don't make assumptions. Can you tell me more about why you want this to change? Always ask them that question, by the way. Understanding their reasoning can help you make better revisions, right? Separate yourself from your work. This is very fucking important, all right? Separate your work from yourself. Your work is its own thing. Who you are is another thing. It's never a symbiosis. It could be a symbiosis, but not that much, not by a stretch, right? So always just separate your work, your copywriting from who you are, all right? Yeah, you made it, but it doesn't mean that's who you are. It's just like your skill. As your skill continues to grow as a copywriter, you become better, right? So your copy is not your baby, it's a product you're selling. Right? Be willing to kill your darlings if it serves your client better, if it serves the client better, right? Focus on solutions, not problems. Instead of explaining why their idea won't work, suggest alternatives, right? Let's say you just fucking know that one angle of your sales page is gonna fucking work and it's gonna make them an increase like bajillion %, right? But they have different ideas. Always explain to them, I see what you're going for. What if we try this instead, right? So like, what if we try this? What if we try to keep it this way? Or what if we change a little bit of this, because I can see it changing this, and I can see it doing this, and I can see it making you more sales. I can see it converting better. I can see you getting more email subscribers. I can see you selling more products if we did it this way, and we said this and we said that, right? So, okay, remember why you're here, right? Or remember why you're there. Your job is to help the client succeed, not stroke your fucking ego, right? If their success means changing your perfect headline, so be it, right? Your job is to make them more successful, which in turn makes you more successful, right? Don't focus on your own success by bringing them down. That doesn't make any fucking sense, all right? So, pro tips. 1, build revision time into your process. Expect changes. It's a part of the job, not an insult to your skills, right? Over communicate, which is that's 2. Explain your choices. Sometimes clients just need to understand your reasoning. And 3, pick your battles. If a change will generally hurt results, all right, the key word is generally hurt results. Explain why professionally, right? Don't say, all right, listen, you fucking dumbass, you skunk of brain, right? You're a piece of shit. My copy is like, it's like the best thing since the fucking moon landing, right? No, explain it professionally, right? But if it's just a matter of preference, let it go. Right? Again, pick your battles, all right? Some battles are worth fighting, some battles are worth turning the cheek over for, right? Again, just based on what you feel, right? So, okay, use data, not opinion. I think is weak. The data shows is strong. Back up your choices with facts when possible. If there's data to show that this works better than that, and it's not just based on what you think or based on fucking, theory or hypothesis, that's better, right? So that's better. Always use data to show it. So learn from criticism. Every piece of feedback is a chance to improve. Ask yourself, what can I learn from this? That is another thing you need to keep in mind. Every time a client critiques your work, that is a chance for you to improve as a better copywriter. Look, you took this course, which is like one of the best roadmaps you can use it to become a better copywriter, but then you're not going to be as good as a copywriter if you don't listen to your client's feedback, all right? That's another thing you got to keep in mind, all right? Write that down. Remember, your ego doesn't pay the bills, happy clients do, all right? At the end of the day, they're paying you, so what the fuck are you so mad about, right? Don't be a fucking dickhead, right? Happy clients pays your bills. You want to make money to pay off that fucking, you bought a new car, it's a really nice car, you can barely afford it, but if your clients are happy, you can pay it, so fuck, right? The best copywriters are chameleons, adapting to each client's needs, all right? Something to keep in mind. You're not an artist creating for yourself, you're a problem solver creating for the client. So the mindset shift you're gonna have is, you're not just a copywriter, you're a partner in your client's business. Act like it, right? So, again, just remove your ego. Remove your ego. You should have an ego, but when it comes to work, and your client asking for revisions because it's genuinely shit and you cannot see past your own vision, your creative vision, just remove your ego, all right? So happy clients pays the bills. A pissed off client means you can't pay your car or you can't pay your rent. You're going to be fucking homeless. You can't pay your Wi-Fi bills. You can't be a copywriter anymore. Doesn't mean you need to suck them off. No, just have common sense. Have common sense and stay within reason, all right? All right, I'll see you in the next one. Okay, we're gonna talk about fulfillment as a copywriter. And I'm not talking about fulfillment when you get when you jerk off and then you get, post-nut clarity. You're just like, oh man, I need to fulfill my destiny, right? I'm talking about real fulfillment, which is this. The golden rule of fulfillment: under promise and over deliver. It's not just a cliche. It's your new religion, right? And if you're offended because I said this was a religion, fucking grow up, right? All right, so the strategy. This is going to be a very short one, but all right, strategy. Always deliver 2 days early. Always, all right? I'm just going to put fucking always deliver 2 days early. Why? Because it shows you're active and it shows you take your job seriously. Listen, there is nothing worse than a copywriter who can't meet a fucking deadline, all right? I have been there. Please don't do what I did, right? I'm not perfect, right? I met a deadline. I passed the deadline. There was one time I passed the deadline by 4 days and the guy's like, where the fuck is the sales process? Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? And I was just like, oh, I'm still writing it. You know why? You know why I'm still writing it? Because I was drinking and then I had this massive hangover and I'm like, fuck. Then I started drinking again and I got my second hangover and I didn't even get it right. Didn't even wrote the first draft. So just avoid what I do, all right? So, all right, always over-deliver 2 days early. If you said Monday, deliver on Saturday. If you said Friday, deliver on Wednesday. If you said end of the month, deliver on the 28th, right? So, full welcome series. Deliver the entire draft 2 days before promise, all right? So, let's say the guy's paying you to write a welcome series, right? And a welcome series, I did show you how to write it. It takes a while to write a welcome series. I mean, if you're me, you could write it in a day, but you don't have my experience. I'm not saying that to be a fucking arrogant piece of shit. I'm just saying that as an observational fact. You don't have my experience. You cannot write a welcome series with half your eyes open, right? Like I can, like what I showed you just now, right? A few lessons back. So 2 days before promise, yes, the whole enchilada, not just the first email, right? You don't write a welcome email and it's just literally the welcome email, like the first email. Holy fuck, no. Deliver the entire thing 2 days before promise, all right? For ghostwriting, deliver 7 days worth of content in 1 day. So let's say you gotta deliver on Monday. You know what you're gonna do? You're gonna work on Sunday. I don't fucking care if you're working on Sunday. I want a holiday, right? No. Fuck holidays, man. Come on, grow up, right? Deliver it 1 day. Deliver 7 days worth of content in 1 day, right? Watch their draws drop faster than your access standards. So, why this works? Ghostwriting is a little bit harder than actual email marketing. Well, it's arguably it kind of works like email marketing, but like most of the time people do like 7 days worth of content in like 7 days. So every day they get something new, which is so stupid. Like there's no time to revise anything. So always deliver 7 days worth of content in 1 day, right? And if you don't know how to do that, well, I can show you in a few lessons, right? Depends on your guys' feedback. Or if let's say it's 14 days worth of content. You deliver that in either 2 or 3 days. See? Same thing. So why this works, right? It shows professionalism. You're not just fly-by-night hack, right? So let me just put this right. 2, it builds trust. Clients love reliability more than they love their own mothers, which is also true. Creates positive surprise. It's like finding an extra fry at the bottom of the bag, right? But better. If you ever ate French fries from McDonald's and you find an extra fry in the bottom of the bag, that's like one of the life's greatest feelings, right? So do that for them. Always do that for them, right? How to make this happen? So set realistic deadlines. Don't promise the moon in 24 hours. Give yourself wiggle room for life's inevitable screw-ups, because you will inevitably screw some things up, right? Which is fine. That's normal. Not because you're fucking stupid. It's just because we're human beings, all right? So start immediately. The moment you get the gig, start working. Again, I really emphasized this point in my previous lessons back. Procrastination is for amateurs and college students, right? If you're an amateur, which you are, and if you're a college student, which I'm going to assume you are also, don't procrastinate, all right? Fucking grow up. All right, use time blocking. Schedule specific times for each project. So my time blocking usually looks like I wake up, let's say like 8, 10, whatever. Yeah, I wake up pretty late, whatever, right? And then after, the first thing I do is drink coffee. Then I'll go to the bathroom and relieve myself. Then I'll start working. And then I'll probably finish work around 2 or 3 p.m. Starting from 10? Yeah, something like that, right? So again, just do what's comfortable for you. If you're a night owl, yeah, whatever. Don't be a night owl, but yeah, whatever. Up to you, right? If you're getting paid, your client's abroad, fuck it, whatever. Your client's local, and with your local time, you're kind of fuck if you're a night owl, right? So have a system. Create templates and workflows. Don't reinvent the wheel for every project. I'm not gonna give you a template or a workflow, right? Because you can find that on YouTube. Again, I just told you my workflow like a few seconds ago. So quality control. Finish early doesn't mean sloppy work, all right? Always polish the shit out of it. Edit it, then re-edit it, then re-edit it, right? So quality control. Always proofread, then proofread again. So pro tips. If you finish super early, don't deliver immediately. They might think you rushed it. Use the extra time to polish and perfect. Again, emphasize editing. Use extra time to polish and perfect, right? Nothing is shittier than a great copy when you're in the heat of the moment, and when you read it again, you're like, yeah, that was pretty shit, right? So if something goes wrong, communicate early. Don't wait until the deadline to say you're screwed. Again, you're not talking to your parents like, Mom, I got a project tomorrow and I need to have like a cardboard box and some scissors and tape. It's like, why the fuck didn't you tell me a week earlier? What the fuck, right? So always tell them immediately. So keep a buffer day for emergency. Life happens, right? So say someone, your friend, fucking crashed his motorcycle, you gotta go to a hospital, right? Again, you're kind of safe on the work aspect because you got a buffer day, right? So psychology. Delivering early creates peak end effect. Clients remember you positively, right? This is some psychological hack for your clients. Don't share this shit with anyone, right? Nah, whatever, go ahead, share it. So you want to make them feel like, whoa, shit, like this guy's a really hard worker. He can, no, because if you say a deadline is this, but you deliver it like 3 days or like 2 days early, they're gonna be like, holy shit, that was pretty good, right? arguably, if it's delivered earlier, it's much better, but just don't rush it. Right? So remember, your reputation is built on consistency, not one-hit wonders, right? Every early delivery is a brick in the foundation of your copywriting empire. This isn't just about making clients happy, it's about setting yourself apart in a crowded market, because most people cannot meet deadlines, most people go past deadlines, and most people fuck things up really badly, all right? This course is designed to help you not fuck up, right? And this is one of the stepping stones is under promise and over deliver. Under promise the deadline and over deliver, which is delivering it way before the deadline. So again, you can read this whole thing below, right? So yeah, that's it actually. I'll see you in the next one. Okay, we're gonna talk about my least favorite topic right now, which is writing with AI. Listen, I know I've really emphasized in this course why you should write things manually, and you should. You know why? Because AI can tell you how to fix a car, right? It can tell you how to fix an engine, and it can tell you how to replace your oil in your fucking beat up Nissan, right? However, it's good at telling you what to do, but if you don't actually know how to do it, you're fucked no matter what, right? And in copywriting terms, if you rely on copywriting to do the copy for you without actually knowing how copy works, what to do, how to proofread things, how to bullet point some things, how to shorten sentences, then you're just lost, you're blind, you don't know shit, right? And the copy is gonna be shit, and you're gonna get fired, and you can't pay for your car, right? Your girlfriend's gonna leave you. So let's start reading this. So, Auka, how the fuck am I gonna finish a whole welcome series in a day? Or how the hell am I gonna finish a week's worth of content before Monday, right? Which we talked in a previous lesson. It's simple pimple, alright? AI is your new best friend, alright? What the fuck? AI is your new best friend. So, think of it this way. You're a big copywriter, and then you got too much work. You can't do all the work yourself. Who do you hire? That's right, you hire another copywriter. But that copywriter happens to be artificial intelligence. So AI is your partner. It works for you, right? Or it could be your intern. It works for you. Think of AI as an intern, all right? It's not a robot that is going to replace you. It's someone that works for you, all right? AI is your employee. If you have a copywriter working under you, you're going to ask that copywriter, hey, can you write me a draft of X? Or can you write me a draft of this about page? All right, done. And then he'll do it and he'll send it to you. And all you got to do is just revise and give suggestions and edit, right? But instead of a human being doing that, artificial intelligence is doing that for you. So that's why AI is your new best friend. So the AI truth bomb. Everyone's freaking out about AI replacing copywriters, but here's the deal. AI only replaces people who don't have hard skills, right? Guess what? Copywriting is a hard skill, right? What do I mean by that? If you want to learn how to play football is a hard skill because it's hard to learn it, right? Same like copywriting is a hard skill because it's also hard to learn it. It's also hard to teach someone copywriting if they don't have years of experience, right? You don't need years of experience. You took this course, you can cut it by like months. So, mantra you need to tattoo on your brain is copywriters who use AI will replace copywriters who don't. Again, these are not my words. Someone else said this, but it's still true anyway. Copywriters who use AI will replace copywriters who don't. You know why? Because they're faster in delivering work, all right? Versus people who write things manually. Like if you're still writing things manually, great, I respect you because I still write things manually and you should still write things manually. But if you need to get the body copy done in like a matter of fucking 5 seconds because your deadline, you're a dickhead, you keep drinking beer and your deadline's, coming closer and closer, this is what you do. So stop worrying, start leveraging artificial intelligence, right? So why AI won't replace you unless you're a lazy ass, right? Copywriting requires human creativity and emotional touch. AI cannot do emotional touch, right? They don't have the human creativity as well. So AI also cannot bullshit its way through a client meeting yet. See, if you don't know copywriting and you rely on sales calls, and you rely on artificial intelligence, and you get on a sales call and the guy starts asking questions, you're just going to be dumbfounded. You're going to be sitting down there and you're going to be like, oh yeah, that's interesting. Because, right? So, yeah, so, come on. So AI can't adapt to sudden changes in your brand voice or marketing conditions on the fly. So here's another thing. Here's what I use. Yeah, I use Cloud AI, the paid version. All right. So Cloud AI, your new paid intern. I use unpaid intern. I use Cloud AI because it's a Mozart of AI copyright. It nails tone and pacing like a boss, right? So if I want to get copy done really quick, I use artificial intelligence, which is Cloud AI, right? I never use ChatGPT or Gemini or any other of those AI software out there because Cloud. Here's a tip: Cloud is really good at copywriting. It's fucking great. It's not perfect. You still need to edit some stuff, but it's close to being like this omnipresent thinking machine, right? So use Cloud AI. Arguably use the paid version. If you got $20 to spare, I highly recommend you use the paid version, right? If you don't, the free version's okay, but again, if you can't get the free version, if you can't get the paid version and you got to use the free version, just write it manually. You're better off doing it that way. So how to use it? No specific prompts. This ain't a paint by numbers game, right? Play around with it, experiment, break shit, right? Experiment with Cloud AI. Sorry. Think of AI as your intern who works for free and doesn't complain about overtime, right? Which is another thing. Practical application. Brainstorming, first drafts, research, overcoming writer's block, right? Editing and proofreading, which is very important. If you hate proofreading, fucking ask Cloud AI to do it. Personalization, of course. Like, if you're not really good at capturing people's voices yet, capturing clients' voices, or capturing the tone of a company's voices yet, ask Cloud to do it for you, right? Again, it will save you so much fucking time, right? So some pro tips. Use AI for the first draft and idea generation, but always refine with your human touch, right? Let AI handle the grunt work so you can focus on strategy and client relationships. Exactly. Keep learning and adapting. AI is evolving, so should your skills. If you stop learning copywriting and you start, going to swipe.co and like fucking copying every copy you see word by word with pen and paper, you are completely fucked. So always disclose to clients if AI is a significant part of your process, right? So yeah. The AI workflow. Input, feed Cloud your brief target, blah, blah, blah. Again, you can read this, right? Generate, let it create rough draft on or multiple versions, right? Again, very, very fucking useful for this, right? If you want to test flows in your email, you can create multiple versions, right? So you can test 2 or 3 flows. So edit, apply human creativity and expertise, refine, use AI for final proofreading and suggestions, deliver, impress clients with speed and quality. So again, use Cloud AI. Ethical considerations. Never pass off AI generated content as 100% original human work. Keep that in mind or write that shit down, right? Use AI to enhance your skills, not replace your creativity, right? Your creativity is something that literally, you took this course, so you probably have a good sense of creativity, right? Be transparent with your clients about your use of AI. Most of the time, they don't give a shit because if you can generate them results, they don't give a fuck, right? Look, AI, you still got to spend a lot of time with it, and business owners know you're going to spend so much time with AI, so they're not going to fucking touch it, right? They'd rather just hire someone who will do that shit for them. So AI is a tool, not a replacement. You're still the brains of the operation. Your job is to be a human element in an increasingly robotic world, right? Embrace AI or become as irrelevant as a floppy disk. So again, AI won't replace you unless you're a lazy ass, right? So keep that in mind. So anyway, why does my throat hurt so much, man? Is it because I keep screaming or something? Anyway. Alright, I'll see you in the next one. Alright, you know how I emphasize artificial intelligence in the previous course? Here, I want to talk about deliberate practice because I still want you to be a great fucking copywriter and not some robotic prompt generator, right? So, listen. First things first. if I see any of you write copy with artificial intelligence and you pass it off in the group chat as something you wrote manually, I'm fucking kicking you out and I'm not giving you a refund, right? Because that is insulting the members around you and it's also insulting me. Because listen, man, I want you to be a great fucking copywriter, so you should write copy manually every time you put them on a group chat. And if you don't, I'm gonna fucking kick you out and I don't care. I'm not giving you your money back. Fucking sue me, I don't give a shit, right? So, don't do it. Here's something you need to keep in mind, all right? Only use AI for your clients. Never use it to get critique from the members in our group chat. So, all right, let's get into this, shall we? So, deliberate practice method for copywriting. What is deliberate practice, right? It's giving 10% more effort into something you're already doing. It's like bench pressing for your brain, but instead of getting swole, you're getting smart, right? So bench press analogy, day one, you bench press only 10 kilograms for 1 rep, which is very, very bad. It's horrible, right? You push for 2 reps, your pecs are crying. You push for 3 reps on day 5, you're getting somewhere now. And then on day 7, you go up to 12 kgs for 1 rep, rinse and repeat. That's deliberate practice. Now, deliberate practice cannot be given through artificial intelligent copywriting, right? It can only be ascertained manually, right? So deliberate practice, small consistent improvements that compound over time, right? Why this matters for copywriting is because you can rely on AI to spit out copy faster than a Ferrari, but if you don't understand copywriting at a fundamental human level, you're going to have more blind spots than a bat in sunglasses, right? So deliberate practice challenge here. This is very simple, right? Take your last piece of copy that you thought was harder than jalapeno, right? So anything that you think is really fucking great, and rewrite it in 150 words. Keep the emotional impact, but make every word count. And now do it in 100 words, right? So do it like this. Go down, right? If you want to make the most impact out of your emails and stuff, you do it like this. You either make it 150 words or 100 words, right? Or maybe 50 words, whatever, right? So why this works? Most people practices are shit. You know why? Because let's say you want to get good at something, right? Let's say you want to get good at bench pressing, but all you do is just bench press 10 kilograms for 1 year. And you're like, oh my God, why am I not getting good at bench pressing? Well, it's because you keep bench pressing. You've been bench pressing 10 kilograms for a year. You're not upping the reps or the kilograms, right? So what the fuck's the point? There's no deliberate practice on it. There's no deliberateness on it, right? Deliberateness? Yeah, whatever, right? So why this works? Forces you to identify what's truly important, sharpens your ability to write concisely, again, right? Trains you to pack emotional punch in fewer words, which is very fucking important, right? Makes you think critically about every single word choice. Again, when you write something, don't think about the word choice, just keep writing it. And when you edit it, then you do it like this, right? So the aha moment, I can't explain it, but trust me, do this enough times and suddenly your copywriting will click for you it's never before, right? It's like achieving copywriting nirvana with more coffee. So pro tips, do this daily. Consistency is key. You paid for this course, so don't be a fucking lazy ass, all right? I don't know how much I'm gonna price this course for, but yeah, it's gonna be worth your time if you pay the price for it, right? So vary the types of copy you practice with. Sales pages, emails, social media posts, caption, mix it up, right? Time yourself, add a little pressure to stimulate real world conditions. Say you're gonna say there's a deadline that you didn't miss, but then the guy wants a quick copy because your client's a fucking dickhead, but whatever, he's paying you for $4,000, right? Whatever. And then you're like, all right, then you stimulate real world conditions. Again, when you work under pressure, I don't know, something, if you work under pressure, especially if you're a guy, I don't know if this happens with women or anything. Again, not being sexist, I don't give a fuck, whatever, right? You're working under pressure, your work is better for some reason. I don't know if it's great, if it's good pressure, right? So compare versions. What did you lose? What improved, right? And take some notes, write it down, right? Remember, AI is a tool, but your brain is the real powerhouse, right? Understanding copywriting at a deep level will make you invaluable. AI or no AI, right? Let's say there's gonna be a worldwide ban on AI, right? Because like Elon Musk really hates artificial intelligence, which is understandable, right? Then you're not gonna lose anything because you still know how to write copy. Like you can do it with your eyes closed, like, right? So you don't have to worry about anything if you know copywriting in the back of your hand because you deliberately practice it and you understand it at a deep human level, right? So this isn't just practice, it's deliberate practice. The difference between playing a piano and becoming Mozart, right? Does Mozart play a piano? I have no idea, whatever. Mindset, you're not just writing, you're sculpting. Every word you remove is revealing the masterpiece underneath, all right? Fucking write this down. This is one of the greatest things I've ever said in my whole life. Anyway, I'll see you in the next one. All right, software, the right tools for the job, right? This is going to be a very short lesson, very quick lesson. Just want to get this out there, so let's just get right into it. So, again, very short lesson. So for emails, you're going to use Google Docs, right? Because it's shareable, editable, and the client can't claim they never saw it. So always, every time you write an email, always use Google Docs to share it with your client. And for Twitter, you're going to use Tweet Hunter, right? Because in my experience, Tweet Hunter is very comprehensive. It's like easy enough for all things Twitter. Easy for long form tweets, easy for tweets, easy for threads, right? LinkedIn, you're gonna use Author Up, right? Authored Up, why? Because LinkedIn's native editor is about as useful as a chocolate teapot, right? So just use Author Up. You can also schedule posts on Author Up schedule LinkedIn posts using Author Up. But in my experience, use Author Up so your client can see what you write, and then after that, copy everything that you wrote in Author Up and just post or schedule your post natively on LinkedIn. My experience, that works best, right? So newsletters, ConvertKit. Again, I'm a huge advocate for ConvertKit. I don't really like other email softwares because they're, I don't know, it's just fucking tedious and just shit. And ConvertKit is like the Swiss Army knife of email marketing, right? It just does everything, just about everything email, right? So here's a kicker. These are my personal favorites. If your client uses something different, don't throw a hissy fit. Again, I think I really emphasize like on the ego part of this. Just learn the software, right? So client using different tools, ask them what they use, heat up YouTube faster than you can say tutorial, learn, live it or love it, whatever, right? Remember, adaptability is key. Be a chameleon, not a dinosaur, right? Don't stay stuck. These are just my personal favorites, right? What I use. But when these tools are meant, make your life easier, not give you an existential crisis. That's why you should always learn. When in doubt, Google it or ask YouTube. The internet is your best friend. Use it to research thoroughly, right? So, again, every email software has a tutorial on YouTube. So just learn it. It takes you like 5 minutes to learn it, right? So just do it, right? Again, these are the software I use. If your client doesn't have any of these softwares, I recommend you just use these softwares to set it up. So, yeah, again, you can read it below. So, yeah, I'll see you in the next one. All right, writing for different stages of the customer journey, right? So, this is like one of the few bonus lessons I want to get out there. I forgot to mention this in the email marketing section, but whatever. So, this lesson's for email marketing, right? Although I put an emphasis on direct response, sometimes it's always better to use that later and nurture your subscribers first through email content, right? So what do I mean? So here's the breakdown. Customer journey stages. Awareness stage is stage 1, right? Who the hell are you, right? Stage 2, consideration. Tell me more, right? Tell me more. Oh yeah, that's interesting, right? Stage 3, all right, I'm sold, right? Retention, I think I love you. Advocacy, have you heard about my new favorite thing, right? So let's break it down, shall we? So awareness stage, get noticed without being creepy, right? Tone, right? Informative, helpful, not salesy, right? So if you don't like, remember that analogy I use how copywriting is salesmanship in print, and then it's the guy in the mall trying to sell you fucking shoe deodorant, right? By the law of large numbers, he will get a customer, but if you want to get more customers, don't be a fucking sales prick, right? So here's how to do it. Content, blog posts, social media, Instagram, right? Top of end funnel ads, right? Example, Tired of waking up looking like a zombie? Here are 5 tips for better sleep. Again, you can use that on social media, or you can use that on blog posts, or Twitter, or LinkedIn, right? Or top of funnel posts, right? So, funnel ads, sorry. So, consideration stage now, the goal. Show them what you've got. So, tone, educational, solution focused, right? Educational, solution focused. Content, case studies, right? Before and after. Comparison guides, compare, okay, I'm comparing this fucking water to like this water, and which one has microplastics and which one has no microplastic, right? Or webinars, right? You don't really have to do this, you just set it up. I mean, obviously the client's gonna fucking do a webinar. You're not gonna do a webinar, what the fuck, right? So, example, how our memory foam pillow helps Sarah sleep like a baby and how we can help you too, see? All right, decision stage, seal the deal, persuasive, urgent, value focus. This is where you do direct response, right? So, product pages, free trial and demos, right? Product pages, this is where you do copywriting, or you do email campaigns for it. So example, transfer your sleep tonight, 30% off and plus free shipping for the next 24 hours, right? Retention stage, all right. Keep them coming back for more, because the best customers are the ones that already bought from you before, right? The best customers are ones who already bought from you before. If someone bought a Ferrari, chances are they're gonna buy that Ferrari again. Or if someone bought a Porsche, they're gonna buy a Porsche again. Well, like me, I've been buying iPhones for 3 years in a row now. Sorry, not 3 years. Yeah, but you get what I mean. I don't go for fucking Android anymore. So, yes, keep them coming back for more. Tone, appreciative, helpful, and exclusive, right? Give them VIP access, whatever, right? Thanks for choosing us. Here's an exclusive guide to maximizing your sleep quality. So, advocacy stage, goal, turn customers into raving friends. Celebratory community focus. We're so glad to have you a part of our community, of like-minded individuals. You can like meet up with people who think like you, who eat food like you, who shit like you, whatever, right? So content, referral programs, be a referral, let people know that we exist. User-generated content campaigns, right? Like example, love your sleep, share the ZZZ and get 20% off your purchase, see? User-generated campaign. Again, you're using people's testimonials, because like what I said in previous lessons back, nobody sells your product faster than your existing customer base, or nobody sells products faster than testimonials, or nobody sells a product faster than a real life use case study of a person before and after transformation, right? So some pro tips to keep in mind. Match your language to the stage. Don't try to close the sale in an awareness piece, right? Because that's fucking amateur hour, and you're not an amateur because you took this course, right? Use different call to actions for different stages. Learn more for awareness, buy now for decision. Tailor your messaging to where the customer is, not where you want them to be. Remember, it's a journey. Don't try to rush it like a bad Tinder date. So the big no-nos, right? Don't use decision stage language in awareness content. It's like asking someone to marry you before you even said hello, right? Don't neglect post-purchase stages. This journey doesn't end at the sale. No, it ends when you say it ends. It ends, even if they bought from you, you have to keep fucking nurturing them and selling them, right? Because like what I said, your best customers are the ones who bought from you before, right? So, don't use the same tone across all stages. You wouldn't walk to a first date the same way you'd talk to your spouse of 20 years, would you? Again, very important, something to keep in mind. Write it down, right? So remember, each stage builds on the last. It's a marathon, not a sprint. Your copy should guide the customer smoothly from one stage to the next, and always be thinking, where is my customer right now, and where do I want them to go next, right? So, I think you can... Like awareness stage, you can, if you get new subscribers, they all go to the awareness stage flows in like ConvertKit, and then if the consideration stages, if you have them there for like, let's say a week, right, or like 3 days, and then yeah, down and down and down and down. You get what I mean, right? So I'll see you in the next one. Okay, killing 2 birds with 1 stone, or A/B testing. So A/B testing is very important. I think I've spoke about it in a few lessons back, telling you like which versions you should do. Like you should always make 2 versions of a campaign, right? In this lesson, we're gonna dive deep into it, and yeah, let's just start this, shall we? So, What the hell is A/B testing? It's like asking twins to fight for your love, but with your copy. You create 2 versions, send them out into the wild, and see which one performs better, right? Why it matters? Because data doesn't lie. So the testing process usually looks like this. Choose your variables, right? Could be subject line, headline, call to action, different images. Again, if you have to do images, make sure the designer does it, not you. If your client wants you to do images, they're gonna have to pay you more. Always keep that in mind. All right, change one thing at a time, right? Only one thing. So either you change the subject line, you change the headline or the call to actions or images or what have you, some words in a body text, right? So only one thing at a time. Write that down. Never change like a whole thing, because then you cannot really measure the results accurately. Because if you change the whole thing, you don't know what worked, and you're just writing something completely new, and you're not gonna get paid to do that. So yeah, just change one thing. All right. Create variants, right? So version A, your control, current version, right? Version B, the challenger, new version, right? So example, only change like this stuff, right? So split your audience. 50-50 split is standard. So example, you do version A, you run an email campaign with version A to 50% over here, very self-explanatory. Version B to 50% over here, right? So make sure your sample size is statistically significant. So let it run for a set period or until you hit a certain number of interactions. So I usually let this run for like a week to see which one does better. And if the other one does better, so let's say B does better, right? Then I'll double down on B. See, again, very simple, right? So analyze results. Look at the metrics like open rates, click-through rates, conversions, and don't just eyeball it. Use statistical significant calculators, right? Usually when you use ConvertKit, you can see which one has a better open rate or better click-through rate or better whatever rate, right? Which one generated more revenue, which one had more interactions, which one had more impressions, which one had more replies. Depends what you want to go for, right? So implement and iterate. Winner becomes the new control, right? Rinse and repeat until you optimize, right? So I don't know why I wrote it like this, but yeah, very self-explanatory. So what to test? Subject lines, a limited time offer. B, John, don't miss out on this deal. See, you want to change stuff as small as this. Again, you can read this all below to get an idea, right? But you want to change stuff as small as this. Like just give small increments only. Call to action buttons, buy now versus get your copy today, right? So example, if your client is selling an ebook or selling a course or selling whatever, right? You can use this call to action over here. So headlines. A, lose 10 pounds in 10 days. B, fit into your favorite jeans again. Honestly, you wouldn't know what works because this really depends on your target demographic, right? So this could work more because it's more straightforward if your target demographics are, straightforward people, or if you're insecure moms, right, who are in like their 50s or some shit and fit into your favorite jeans again, right? So you don't know what works again. That's why you need to test it. So body copy length, short and punchy. B, long form with more details, right? Images, product shot, lifestyle image, right? Again, you don't know which one works, so just test it out. So some pro tips. Don't test insignificant changes. Buy now versus buy right now isn't worth your time. Run tests for a long enough time to get meaningful data. Rome wasn't A/B tested in a day. Oh boy. Man, when did I write this, man? Anyway, don't ignore statistical significance. Again, right? Yeah, don't ignore statistical significance because that's shooting yourself in the foot. If you see something doing better and you're like, oh, cool, and you don't do shit about it, well, you're just wasting your client's time and your time, right? So test at different stages of the customer journey. Again, we talked about that in our last one. So what works for awareness might bomb for decision, right? So you always got to keep testing, right? So big no-nos. Don't test more than one variable at a time. You don't know what caused the change. Don't declare a winner too soon. Patience, young Padawan, right? So I see people like when they test something out, they just like waited 3 days and like, okay, this one's doing good, or like a client forces them to, like, okay, this one's doing good, but you're like, client, hello, shh, right? I'm the copywriter, you are just a business owner, right? I know what I'm doing, you don't know what you're doing. Your dick gets hard when you see larger numbers because, I don't know, you're bad at math or something, right? So at least a week, do it at least a week or longer, right? So remember, A/B testing is ongoing. It's not a one and done deal, right? It always evolves. You don't A/B test something and when something does better, you're like, okay, it's gonna be like that forever. No. In retrospect, it doesn't actually end because you gotta keep improving and you gotta keep testing, and markets and mindsets always change, so it never ends. So you're gonna have to keep doing it anyway, all right? So what worked for one audience might not work for another. Context matters, right? Sometimes both versions suck. Be prepared to go back to the drawing board. Again, something to keep in mind, and you should write this down. Especially if you're a new copywriter, because you don't know what will suck and what will not suck, right? So, P.S. If you're not A/B testing, you're just guessing, and guessing is for psychics and weathermen, not copywriters. So always follow the data. As a copywriter, always follow the data, right? Never guess shit. Man, guessing is amateur hour, all right? Just read the data, follow it, act like a scientist, and yeah. I will see you in the next one. All right. Measuring and reporting on results, right? So usually this is not your job, because usually your client will do this, or like someone in a company of your client will do this, right? Because I mean, you're a copywriter, you're not an analyst. The closest thing you would get to this is probably the A/B testing thing, right? But measuring and reporting on results, it's not your job. However, sometimes duty calls, right? And you need to put your head down and do what must be done. So why this matters? I think it worked well. Doesn't cut in the real world. Number talks, bullshit walks. So here's some key metrics to keep in mind. Open rates. Industry average is 20%. If yours is lower, it means your subject line suck, right? Again, A/B tested, right? CTR. Low CTR, your copy is as compelling as a wet piece of paper. Again, A/B testing, there's going to be a short version that is snappy and a longer version with more details, right? So keep that in mind. Conversion rate, holy grail of metrics, shows how many people actually did the thing you wanted them to do. So let's say buy now versus like, get a discount and blah, blah, blah. If one converted better than the other, that's self-explanatory, right? If both are shit, then you need to go back to the drawing board and rewrite the entire copy, right? So return on investment, because your client cares about money, not clever wordplay. Calculate revenue at cost 100, right? So again, not really your job. I never did this, but sometimes copywriters need to do this, right? But honestly, I don't think you need to do it. So okay, time on page, right? If you remember last time when I was doing the copywriting over the shoulder and how long that copy was, and yes, you should read it. You should always go back to it and take notes on it, right? Time on page is also important because it goes to show if your copy is converting attention well, right? The attention is going to the copy, and if it's gonna go, if people are actually gonna do what you're telling them to do. So if it's low, it means the copy is really boring, and then the conversion rate is likely not gonna be great, and you're probably gonna get fired. No, I'm joking. You're gonna go back to the drawing board. So bounce rate, your landing page is the digital equivalent of a ghost town, right? So if someone clicks on it and they're just like, nah, fuck this, and then they just go somewhere else, means you need to probably redo your landing page or redo your client's landing page, because you can see on YouTube like what's a high landing page what is a high converting landing page looks like, right? Because I'm not gonna show you over here. You can just search that up, but maybe I'll make a lesson on that. Depends your feedback from you guys. So, okay, social shares. People like it enough to show their friends. Low shares, your content is less viral and externalized it. So this one, sorry, coffee. I need to coffee to function, right? So this one usually goes for like LinkedIn. If people share your stuff on LinkedIn, that's great. Or on Twitter, if people share your stuff on Twitter, that's also great. Retweets, right? So yeah. If it's shit, then self-explanatory. So how to report. So compare benchmarks, right? Compare benchmark industry standards or previous campaigns or competitive performance if you can get it, which is very fucking hard to do, so I don't recommend it. Provide context, don't just vomit numbers, explain what they mean and why they matter. Key metrics, what worked, what bombed, what did we learn, right? Again, this is not really your job because it's an analyst's job in your client's company to do this. But if you have to do it, this is how you do it. Recommend next steps. I don't know, what do you think is not a professional response beyond, okay. I have to be very honest with you. I never did this before, right? I never did this before because I don't have to, but I know how it works. And every time someone or my client asks me like, so what do we do now? Since this is like this, then of course you already know what to do. So I would recommend this. I would recommend changing the body copy to something snappier. I'd recommend changing the headline to something that's more compelling, more direct responsey. I recommend changing the CTA to have a more real world description or whatever, you know. The next step should be like that. You don't be like, so what do we do next? And you're just gonna be like, I don't know, right? So yeah, and also be honest. If something failed, own it, right? Look, people can tell if you're lying, all right? People can tell you're bullshitting, especially a business owner, because look, your clients, I'm gonna assume your clients are not stupid and they're not a complete dumbass, right? And if you're not being honest with them, they can tell, right? So just say if something failed, it failed, and just fucking own it. Be a man and own it. If you're a woman, be a man and own it, right? So use consistent format, create a template, makes it easier to compare over time. So some pro tips, right? Set expectations up front. Agree on KPIs before the campaign starts. Don't cherry pick data. Show the good, the bad, and the ugly. Use tools like Google Analytics, email service provider reports, and social media insights, right? You can find that on Instagram. Yeah. Always tie results back to business objectives. Nobody cares about your clever puns if they don't make money. Don't overwhelm with data. Focus on what matters, right? Don't make excuses, provide solutions. Don't ignore negative results. They're learning opportunities, not personal attacks. So, okay, if your client says you're full of shit, right? That's probably a learning opportunity for you. So, again, to really tie this all back, this is not your job. This is an analyst's job in your client's company to do. But if you have to do it, this is how you usually do it. Again, I don't really go into detail with this because I've never done this before, but the reason I'm teaching it is because, I don't know. Like, when you're a beginner, your client's probably a dickhead. So if he asks you to report on measures or measure results, right? Yeah, this is how you do it. So, yeah, quick one, but yeah, I'll see you in the next one. All right, quick one. Staying up to date with copywriting trends, right? So, copywriting has evolved very little since the 1800s, right? If you read the book that I've recommended, I forgot what it's called, right? But yeah, that's a great book and it's from the 1800s. You can see how it evolved very little. Albeit right now we're using snappier and shorter words compared to before because our attention span right now is more fucked than it was back 100 years ago, right? So there's going to be a very quick course or a very quick lesson. So who to follow on Twitter? Follow this guy, and this guy, right? Again, you can read it down below. And on LinkedIn, I recommend you follow Charles Miller is pretty good, right? Charles Miller, Dickie Bush, and who else? Yeah, is a good guy. I can't remember, whatever, right? So, follow those guys. Go on Instagram. A lot of copywriters are on Instagram, right? So, they're very easy to find. I think this guy's pretty good. Tom Stoic or Tom Beanham. This guy's pretty good. If you're in the States, attend conferences, right? If you're in, in America, right, you can attend conferences, but I don't think there's really any copywriting. I don't think there's any copywriting conferences in Jakarta or Kuala Lumpur or in Singapore, right? So wherever you are, right? So yeah, maybe ignore this. But if you're, let's say if you're in the States right now, you're going to college, yeah, chances are you can go to AY or Copy Chief or MozCon, right? So again, third one, join communities. So this one, there's a lot of fluff on this subreddit because like it's just like amateurs leading amateurs, so it's like the blind leading the blind, right? But most of the time there's a guy who is actually legit and he will drop like golden nuggets, right? So just keep an eye on this one and take some notes. Again, never stop learning, right? Facebook groups like the Copywriter Club, yeah, again, same philosophy like this one, and then there's some guys are legit and they will drop golden nuggets, right? So, analyzing successful campaigns. So if you have a favorite creator on YouTube or on Instagram or on TikTok or whatever, chances are they probably have a newsletter or an email list, right? So sign up to the list, right? And take notes on what they write, right? Screenshot ads that make you want to buy. Also, if there's an ad that you come across on Facebook, yeah, again, just screenshot it, keep it in your swipe file. You should have your own personal swipe file, right? And also reverse engineer landing pages that convert. So if you see if you go to your favorite creator and he's like selling a course or something and he has a landing page, chances are that landing page is converting very well, right? So you want to analyze the landing page and reverse engineer to see how it worked, right? If you don't know how to reverse engineer, just ask ChatGPT or Cloud or Gemini to do it, right? Again, just be quick about it and see what worked, right? So experiment with new platforms. TikTok isn't just for dancing teenagers anymore. Again, TikTok, like Instagram, caption focus now, right? So some pro tips. Set maybe 5 minutes every week to learn these things. Again, just 5 minutes, right? Don't be so caught up with it though. So be skeptical of revolutionary techniques. If it sounds too good to be true, it probably is, right? So if someone says like you can write a shit copy, but if your headline is good, that doesn't matter because it usually will convert well. That worked on Twitter like 3 years ago. Now it's completely fucking different, right? So big no-nos. Don't ignore emerging platforms. So what's the newest platform now, yeah? The newest platform is probably Meta Threads. You know, Threads that work like Twitter, right? So Threads, that's the newest one we have right now. Your client will be asking about them and there's a potential for your client to grow on there maybe if you're ghostwriting for them, right? But my experience, Threads is full of shit. People there are so fucking dumb, so whatever, right? So trends come and go, but good writing is timeless. Again, writing hasn't changed that much since the 1800s. So yeah, I wouldn't worry about that, right? So yeah, again, very short lesson, just something to keep in mind. So I'll see you in the next one. All right, copywriting ethics and best practices. Don't be a complete douchebag, right? Now, I know in this course, I sound like I am very politically incorrect. I mean, I've been making jokes that are, you know, I wouldn't say at church or I wouldn't say at a dinner table in front of Pope Francis. But I have morals, all right? I have morals, you know. Spoiler alert, I am actually a human being with morals. Wow, all right? So let's just cut this short, all right? So the cold hard truth is that, yeah, shady clients pay you well, but selling snake oil will rot your soul faster than a Big Mac rots your gut. What do I mean by this, right? Let's say a guy or you approach someone who is selling something that doesn't necessarily work, right? Here's what you're gonna do. Let's say this guy who is selling a crypto course that teaches people how to make $1,000 in 2 minutes, right? Contacts you and says, hey, can you write a landing page for me? I want to get more students in. And you're like, okay, sure. And you get on a call. The guy's a piece of shit, but you know, there's a lot of money involved. And then after that, he's like, yeah, I'll pay you $2,000 to write a landing page for me. You're gonna be like, oh fuck, that's great, holy shit, $2,000. Let's fucking do it for a landing page? Of course, yeah, I'll do it. But here's why you don't want to do it, all right? So, or why you should do it is, first, take the gig if you're desperate, right? $2,000 is a lot of money. It's not a fucking joke, right? If you're desperate, we've all been there, right? So cash the check, pay your rent, eat something besides fucking ramen. If you're in Indonesia, eat something besides mie sedap or Indomie, right? So after that, get the hell out, all right? Don't make Scam City your permanent address, right? So if the guy is selling a crypto course, yeah, just take the fucking project to make his landing page, write his landing page, cash, get this money, just fuck off, all right? Don't work for people like this, all right? Because one, it'll mess with your head. For a living is like, I mean, yeah, it'll mess with your head. Lying for a living is like smoking for your brain. Now, if you're a smoker, you know it's bad for you, but you still do it anyway. That's what it's like working for these people. It's good money, but it'll fuck you up. So don't do it, right? You'll attract more shady clients, right? Birds of a feather, all that crap. So, example, this crypto guy said, man, this converted very well, 50% conversion, which is like fucking godsend, right? It's God tier conversion. I'm gonna recommend you to my friends, and then he recommends you to his friends, and then now he's selling a fucking weight loss pills to like insecure moms, which whatever, that's fine, right? Insecure moms, it's kind of their fault they're fat because they know what to do. Just stop eating like a fucking pig, all right? But like, whatever, right? Because it'll be harder for you to land legit clients later because potential clients will see who you're working with. So let's say they saw you working for the crypto guy. Then they asked you, do you have any experience? They saw you working for the crypto guy, and now you're working for this weight loss pill guy. And they'll be like, these are all like scammy ass companies. But look, if the results are good financially, they probably wouldn't mind. So here's the direct response dilemma. The money is good in the miracle weight loss cure world, but it's like dating a hot cycle. Fun at first, therapy bills later, right? So
The thing, yeah, direct response is I'd say you can use it for good, but like,
if you go on ClickBank, which is this, if you go on ClickBank, you'll see what I mean. Every product on ClickBank has this like, what is this WhatsApp call on? Fuck off. What is this? Who's this? Anyway, so on ClickBank, you can see all like these direct response copywriting landing pages for all these like scammy ass products. Yes, they make millions of dollars in revenue, but you'll see what I mean, right? So don't fucking do it. Exit strategy. Use the money to build a portfolio of legit work, network with non-scammy businesses, please, for the love of God. Gradually replace bullshit clients with real ones, right? So again, this is going to be a very short lesson. You don't want to work for these people because it will fucking rot your brain, it will rot your soul, it will make you think you're an evil person, you're not going to be confident, you're going to start lying more often for no fucking reason in daily life. You're going to probably start lying to your girlfriend, you're probably going to start lying to your parents, you're lying to your friends. If you're already a liar, go fuck yourself, but like, whatever. So, good money, just get the money and just cash out. That's it, right? So again, always just try to work for legit businesses, right? That's one, because the long-term game for working for legit businesses is better than working for people like this, because yeah, the short-term game is really big. You get rich really quick, but it's not ethical, all right? So yeah, I'll see you in the next one. All right. What lesson is this? I have no idea, but it's gonna be an eye-opening, albeit painful one, because I'm gonna tell you something that probably your mom or your dad or your girlfriend or your boyfriend or your dog or your cat is not gonna tell you, but I'm gonna tell you anyway, because I'm not here to waste your time. I'm only here to tell you the truth, the whole truth. And that truth is that some of you in this course are not going to make it as copywriters. Why? Because the cold hard truth is that
it's gonna be your fault that you don't make it as a copywriter. It's not gonna be anyone else's fault. It's not gonna be your mom's fault, not gonna be your dad's fault, not gonna be your cat's fault, not gonna be your grandmother, your dog, your cat, bitch, whatever's fault, right? It's gonna be your fault, right? And the only person you're gonna blame is the person in the mirror, right? You know why? I did say copywriting is simple. I didn't say it was easy. Because if it was easy, everyone would be doing it. And if everyone would be doing it, nobody's gonna pay you $1,000, $2,000, $3,000 per project a month or recurring revenue, whatever, right? So I just want you to write this down, and I just want to ingrain this into your mind, right? Is that the difference between people who succeed and the people who don't is that the people who succeed in the short term, they're gonna like skip the weekends. Your friend asks you out, hey, let's go drinking. No, sorry man, can't do it. I'm working, right? Excuse me. Or let's go on a holiday. No, sorry man, can't do it. Let's go out for lunch. No, sorry man, can't do it. Your girlfriend calls you, can we go and like bang in a hotel? No, sorry babe, I'm building a business, right? So it's small sacrifices like that that separates the winners from losers, separates the, badasses from the bullshitters, right? Because the universe, I'm gonna get a little bit into philosophy here. The universe has a filter, all right? The universe filters out people who actually want to do the thing they say they want to do, and people who say they want to do something, but they're just fucking bullshitting, right? And filters are natural, right? Because swamp filters water, oysters filter oceans, charcoal filters toxins, and sand filters impurity in water. If you take sand, you put water on top of it, and there's like a transparent vase beneath. You can see the water gradually becoming cleaner with the help of the sand capturing all of the impurities, right? So, you're in the filter right now. Why? Because some of you will come out as pure drinkable success, right? Like pure water, you can drink it, right? And some of you will be like, gunk. Shit, right? Because I think this is going to be quite a long video, but I just really want you to ingrain this into your mind because, hey, you paid for this, I'm going to make this worth your while, right? A lot of people buy courses just so they can feel like they're not missing out on anything, right? And and a lot of people, they like cling to the fear of not missing out because they simply don't want to miss out. They don't want to miss out on an experience versus actually buying a course, taking action on it, and actually see their life change, right? And that is why some of you in this course, and I know for a fucking fact, some of you bought this because you have the fear of missing out, like deep within your mind or your heart, and your feelings are dictating your buying decisions versus your logic taking over to say, hey, this is probably a useful skill that you can use, which can take you to a higher place in life, financially, mentally, spiritually, whatever. I mean, writing in and of itself is a little bit spiritual once you've done it so many times, because you're putting something from your brain onto something in a physical world, which is written down, and you can see the critical and gaps in your thinking, right? That's why writing is a little bit spiritual if you do it manually and you don't use ChatGPT, right? So again, back to my point. So the universe is a filter. Some of you are gonna make it, some of you won't, because again, this is not going to be anybody's fault. It's just the law of nature, or the law of the universe, or the law of God, or the law of, metaphysics, or whatever you want to call it. And the painful beauty is that today, right now, at this very moment, while I'm talking to you through this camera, you get to choose today, right? You've made it to the end of this course. Maybe you skipped it, maybe you didn't. Some of you did take notes, some of you didn't. Some of you, skimmed through this whole shit without watching my videos or reading anything I have to say below. Some of you didn't, right? And the people who paid attention versus the people who didn't pay attention, the answer is right there. If you didn't pay attention, you're not gonna fucking make it, right? So what I suggest, if you're a person who didn't pay attention, I'm gonna make you, or you're gonna make yourself, I cannot make you do anything, because this is up to you. You're a fucking adult, grow up, right? Go back to the first section of this module and retake this whole thing again. Again, you paid for this, right? If I'm not here to waste your time, but if you're gonna blame me for wasting your time, you've wasted your own time, right? Because actions, I'm only giving you the tools so you can take action. Taking action is a skill in of itself that I haven't taught you, because people are different, right? But the only thing that separates people from doing something and not doing anything is, of course, very cliche, it's action, right? And painful beauty is that you get to decide today whether you want to take action, have a better life, right? Buy your girlfriend a nice necklace, buy a nice car for your mom, buy a nice house for your parents to retire in. Or if you don't care about any of that stuff, and again, none of my business, your goals are your own. I have no judgment, right? If you want to be a furry in a furry costume, woof woof, right? Do it, whatever, fuck it, right? I'm only here to teach you a very valuable skill that can pay you in the next, I don't know, how long has copywriting been, I don't know how long it's been existed. So long as there's writing in the world and you can have the ability to read, copywriting will always exist, because persuading people is something that is in human nature. And human nature evolves very, very slowly. So if you live for 30,000 years, this could probably still pay you, right? But nobody has ever lived 30,000 years before, so yeah, whatever, it will pay you for a very long time. And that's the beauty of copywriting. And the beauty of that is that you get to choose, right? So the $1 million question is, in 5 years from now, right, are you going to be driving in a Ferrari, Porsche, or a Lambo, or on a private jet, or are you going to be in that villa in Bali, in Phuket, in Koh Samui, wherever? You're going to be in Dubai in a penthouse, you're going to have your new girlfriend there, or your old girlfriend if you love her, right? Whatever. Are you going to be the guy traveling in Europe without a fucking tour guide because you can afford it to travel solo and it's, without a tour guide? Or will you be the guy traveling in Patagonia, in Chile, hiking there with new people you've met over there? Are you gonna be that guy 5 years from now, whatever your goal is? Or 5 years from now, you're still gonna be stuck in your office job, still gonna be stuck doing work you don't want to do, looking through a computer, working for some soulless fucking company that doesn't give a shit about you. If you die today, they'll probably replace you in 48 hours, right? It's that easy for them, right? So the question is, in 5 years from now, who are you going to be? Are you going to be that guy who I mentioned first, the one driving the Ferrari? Or, right now, the one taking a fucking MRT? You get to decide. Choice is yours. You bought this course. My only job here is to yell at you through this fucking screen, but then even that has limits, right? So, you know why people actually fail? It's because of this. 1, they're lazy. I'll start tomorrow, right? Or 2, they're scared. Rejection hurts, but poverty hurts more, right? Poverty, I've been a very poor man. I have, believe it or not. I literally ate sardines for I ate 2 cans of sardines one time for a month straight. And after that, I only ate bread with noodles. It's laksa, but it's pretty good, right? So,
Poverty, if you don't want to be poor, or if you are poor, you know what I'm talking about, right? And grow thick skin or get out of the game, because every no is just a stepping stone to a yes. Again, write this shit down, right? Every time someone says no to you, remember something very, very fucking crucial, all right? You are inside the universal filter. The universe is trying to see if you're full of shit or if you are who you say you are. And it's trying to test you. It's filtering you out. Is this guy good or is this guy toxin, gunk, waste, right? So, if you're good, you turn into drinkable water. If you're bad, you get stuck in the sand where all the rest of the bullshit goes, right? That's you. So you get to decide. And another thing is, you guys don't practice, right? Or poor people, people who fail, don't practice, right? You can't become Hemingway by watching Netflix. Write every day, right? And I mean it. You're supposed to write every day. Even let's say you did land a client and you're like, oh, I don't have to work today. The fuck? You don't have to work today. You have to work every day. You work every day until you die. You have to be... Copywriting has a high demand, and it needs you to be a little bit obsessed with it, you know, albeit more obsessed with it than you are obsessed with like your girlfriend or your hobbies or your porn addiction or drinking, smoking. If you go to the gym and you're obsessed with exercising, right? That's still good, whatever, fuck it. But you gotta be a little bit obsessed with copywriting. So try at least just write something once a day. Anything, could be just like 10 words, right? But it has to mean something, of course. And also, they give up too soon. So example, right? I've known a few people who try to become copywriters. And they did outreach for a little while. And then after that, they've been at it for, let's say, 14 days, 2 weeks, right? Excuse me. I ask, so how's it going, man? Is it good? Or like, did you land anyone? Did you do anything? Did you get any free gigs? Did you apply for this? Did you apply for that? And you're like, oh, I don't know. I don't think it's for me. I mean, I tried my hardest, my damn hardest and whatever. And then after that, now, you know, I don't think it's for me because I don't get any replies and no one's reading anything I send them. And after that, it's just a no. I'm constantly getting rejected. And I'm just like, yeah, I've been that guy too. Everyone's been there. If you're a beginner, you've been there, right? If you're a beginner, you will ultimately go through that. You know why? Because it ties back to the natural law of the universe. You're in a filter. It's trying to see if you're a bullshitter or if you're a walker. You can walk the talk or you can take the bus to bullshit town, right? So, just don't fucking give up, all right? And also, they don't invest in themselves, right? This one you did invest in yourself because you bought this course, so props to you, you did invest in yourself. But if you see any losers around you, maybe your friends are losers, or if you know a loser in real life, you can see they don't invest in themselves, or what they invest in is fucking stupid, like anime, or Netflix, or HBO Prime, or whatever, or Amazon Prime, or video games. If you're the kind of cunt that plays video games on your phone like a fucking retard, right? I don't know, man. I don't know what else to tell you. If you make it as a copywriter, but you play video games on your phone, then props to you. I take my words back, and I will single-handedly pay you maybe, I don't know how much. We can talk about that, right? But yeah, they don't invest in themselves. Or what they do invest in doesn't bring them any significant ROI in life. Ever, right? And this one, holy shit. This one's more about parents, actually, because your mom thinks you should get a real job, or your dad thinks you should get a real job, or your family thinks you should get a real job, or your friend thinks you should get a real job, or maybe your girlfriend or your boyfriend thinks like, don't you think it's a bit like whatever, maybe you should get like a job and settle down a little bit, you know, go work in if you're in Indonesia, go work in a warung, or go work in a PT, like lu kerja di PT, terus ngapain? And then after that, what? You retire and then you die, right? And then you work for a PT untuk berapa tahun gitu. To anyone, yeah, I'm speaking Indonesian. To anyone who don't know what I said, yeah, it's not really important, buddy, or whatever. So, I speak 2 languages, by the way. So yeah, they don't network, lone wolves die alone and broke. This is a people's business. Learn to talk to humans, even if it scares you. Again, I did put an emphasis on not being a fucking introvert in this course because being an introvert, it never pays you anything, all right? It's very comfortable, but it's so, it's like nesting behavior, you don't want to go outside, you don't want to hunt animals, you don't want to meet people, and it's just like nesting behavior. All you want to do is stay in your room. You're like, oh, I'm an introvert. Oh, yeah, whatever, right? I'm an introvert, but I need to make money. Listen, today's the day you stop being an introvert. Just fucking stop, all right? Just switch it off. You can switch it off just like this. You might not think it's possible, but it is. Just try it today. Switch it off today, and then boom, right? And the rest is just the habits that you build towards becoming an actual fucking extrovert, right? And stop being an introvert. So, they don't take responsibility, they're not adaptable. So there's a lot of market changes, but I've taught you how to be adaptable, so we're not really going to go into this. But a lot of people you might know who were once rich and now they're fucking broke as a joke is because they didn't adapt to the market demands, or they didn't adapt to market needs, right? It's like if you're in Indonesia, do you know becak drivers, right? They didn't adapt to taxis. And if you know taxis didn't adapt to go-cars or Uber, right? So, there you go. And becak drivers didn't adapt, or horse couriers didn't adapt to becak drivers. You don't need a horse anymore. You can use a bicycle. You see? It moves like that. Also, not taking responsibility. So if you think everything is someone else's fault, you're absolutely right. It is everyone else's fault according to you. But blaming people, where does that get you? Blaming people and not taking responsibility and everything is everyone else's fault. You know what that's like? It's like you take a piece of cyanide, right? You take a bottle of cyanide and you drink it and you expect someone else to die. But you're the one that's dying from the cyanide dosage, right? So it makes no fucking sense. It makes no sense, dude. It makes no sense. Take responsibility. You have one life, right? And if it's not going to be today or tomorrow or next week or 2 weeks from now, then it's never going to happen. And you're going to be a fucking failure till the very end. And most people are failures, right? Your parents are probably failures. Your friends are probably failures. Maybe your girlfriend, not your girlfriend, maybe your boyfriend's a failure and you can see that and it's going to happen. And then I'm not here to fucking bullshit you. I'm being very honest with you because I'm not fucking lying. Most people are failures. You can see it. Just look outside in the window and you can see people driving by or people walking by in the streets. You're like, that's not a successful person, man. And then I don't know what the definition of success is because it depends on each individual, but success usually looks like, for me, it usually looks like you can help your parents, you can help your friends when they're in need, you can help people around you, you can probably make people's day better by, fucking donating something to them, right? Or you can buy a house for your parents, you can buy a house for yourself, you can buy a nice car for yourself without breaking the bank, all right, without borrowing from a loan shark or whatever, right? And yeah. Holy shit, this is a little bit of a deep video, yeah? But yeah, that's what it is. So, you can see how my energy is a little bit low now and I'm not so, right? Because this is a little bit of a serious video and, this whole course is serious, but I delivered it in a very light manner. But this one, you cannot take this lightly. some of you are not gonna make it as copywriters. That is the fucking truth. That is the truth. And if all of my students make it, if all of you make it, I'll be so fucking happy for you. And you will be happy for yourself too. Forget about me. Just make yourself happy, right? Just forget about me. Do it for yourself, or do it for your parents, or do it for your girlfriend, or do it for your friends. Your friends said you're a fucking loser, right? Nah, all right, motherfucker, watch what I'm gonna do. All right? Just do it for them. Forget about me. You don't have to do anything for me. I'm only here to teach you and probably yell at you through the screen, right? So, the mindset of a winner is that whenever you're faced with a rejection, it always brings you somewhere closer to a yes. You have to adjust the lane a little bit, but it always brings you closer. It never brings you far away. I don't understand why people frame rejections like when someone says no, they're gonna go like, oh, I'm gonna start at the very beginning. No, bro. You know, this isn't a fucking Olympic dash race, you know, where if you fuck up, you have to start from the starting line again. No, if you run and you're tired, yeah, you stop at where you stop and then you go again. You see, you never run, you get tired, and then you just walk yourself back to the starting line, right? It doesn't fucking happen, right? So, every setback you have is always a big opportunity for you to come back, right? And it's not just for copywriting, I mean life in general. If you're skinny and you got fat, just stop fucking eating. And yeah, every no gets you closer to a yes. That one, hopefully you wrote that down because it's very true. And you know, there will be days in your life when you're doing this, when you're outreaching people, when you show them your portfolio, show them your quote unquote work, and you're trying to land your first client. There will be days when you feel like you're a complete fucking fraud, right? An imposter. You're not who you say you are. You're not what you say you do. You are not the person you think you are, right? And days like that, it will happen. And it will be days when you look at a Google Doc and you can't even fucking put one sentence or string two sentences together. You'll be like, the end. Like, that's the best sentence you can do. Days like that will come where you wonder if maybe, right, that you should have listened to your parents, or you should have listened to your mom, like, oh man, maybe my mom was right and I should actually get a real job, right? And you know, those days happens. But the difference between the people who do take action and the people who don't is not luck, and it's not who you know, though that helps. If you know some people in the industry, yeah, that helps. But the difference is one word: persistence, right? Resilience. The ability to look failure in the face and say, is that all you've got? Right? Because you need hard skin, you need thick skin. And failure, or the filter of the universe, will always throw shit at you to filter out whether or not you are drinkable water or just fucking piece of shit. They'll stay stuck in the sand. So, this isn't just about writing good copy, you know. Like, copywriting in of itself, yeah, it's a very good skill, but like, I mean, the things I'm telling you are the things I've been through. I mean, I've been through a lot of shit in my life. And, you know, I pushed through it. I'm sure you have also. There are times in your life where you're just like, man, what the fuck, right? You're just like, man, should I just like give up or something? And giving up is fucking easy, man. That's why everyone does it, you know? Like I said, most people are failures. Most people are losers. Most people are losers and failures, right? And I'm not gonna sugarcoat it and say, well, oh no, you can be successful in different ways. You can be successful by being kind. Okay, shut the fuck up, all right? Grow up, man. You know that's not true. You know it's not true, bro. It's not true. Even if it's hard to accept, it's not true, you know? That's not what success looks like. Success is what I described just now. So, if this feels harsh, if you feel like I'm going overboard, or you feel like I'm so unfiltered or politically incorrect, or I should go easier with my words, or I should be nicer, kinder, right? Listen, I forgot who said this. I think it was Immanuel Kant. He said, if the truth kills them, let them die. So if this hurts you, try to find the truth in it, because there is a lot of truth. So yeah, that's the reason why some of you are not going to make it as copywriters, because some of you are inevitably going to quit, and some of you cannot handle the pressure of life, you know, because a hammer always strikes where it's hottest, right? When the smiths are doing this, they strike where it's hottest. And sometimes where it's hottest, life will inevitably strike at that spot where it's hottest. And it will either make the steel or you stronger, or it will just make you crack and split in two. Right? So yeah, bit of a serious one, Jesus Christ, right? I sound like my dad. Anyway, see you in the next one. Alright, I'm gonna make this a very quick one, because the last one was like, holy shit, it was almost 30 minutes. But to really tie in my point of the last video, I'm gonna show you a few things you need to keep in mind of, right? And that is how to not lose your shit in copywriting. So, scenario one, I put all common scenarios that most beginners copywriters go through, the scenarios I have been through, and the scenarios that you will likely go through. So just like, this is a little bit of a heads up of what to expect. It doesn't always happen, but sometimes if it does happen, it's going to be one of these 4 scenarios over here. So scenario 1, the ghosting client, right? This guy is going to vanish like out of nowhere, right? So example, I had this one story, or had this one guy, I was in the sales call with this guy, and we were talking, and he really liked my copy, and after he was like, oh, like this is so good, I really need someone like you in my company, because my sales is failing, I can't sell my fucking, products, blah, 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 blah. I'm like, okay, this is interesting, so okay, I'll shoot you over an invoice. He's like, perfect. He agreed to $2,000, and once I send it to him, it's fucking gone. I followed up with him. Hello, nothing, and then I got fucking blocked. Right? So either he was very good at bullshitting, or his wife convinced him otherwise. So, hey, if you're watching this, go fuck yourself, right? Anyway, never mind. Nothing personal. So, scenario 2, right? The sales call cocktease, right? I have to give better names, man, because I don't know why I always use sexual references. Maybe because I'm fucked up. Whatever, right? Everything's perfect. You're vibing. You send the invoice. You're ready to pop the champagne. And suddenly, they're harder to reach than a politician after a scandal, right? They didn't block you, but it's just so fucking hard to get them back in line, right? Because most of the time, these people are like cowards, most of the time they cannot tell you no, they never learn how to say no, the best way for them to say no was just to avoid talking to you, right? I'm sure you know people like this in your own personal life, but yeah, these are one of those people. They just happen to have a business and they happen to have a lot of money, right? So, okay, let's say you did land a guy, right, which is scenario 3, you did land a guy, but he's the revisionist terrorist, right? You land a client, but they're a nightmare in Gucci loafers, right? You know why? Because here's the thing. Sometimes people will look like a green flag because 1, they have a business, and 2, they're making a lot of money, and 3, they're spending it on fucking yachts and Lamborghinis and whatever, right? But then after that, when you start working for them and you start writing for them, there's 1 or 2 things that can happen. Either your copy is actually fucking shit and they're telling you it's shit, or it's really good, but they're just, a micromanager, and they want to control every aspect of the marketing campaign that you are doing for them, aka your copywriting.
And then after that, it's gonna be a fucking nightmare to work with them, and it's just gonna be a fucking headache, right? The best thing you can do for these people is to take your loss and just tell them to go fuck themselves. And like, go back to your yacht, go pay that hooker to suck your dick, right? And go be a miserable piece of shit. I don't give a flying fuck, right? That's the best thing you can do with these people. There is no negotiating with them because, again, they're wearing Gucci loafers, right? Which is, that's gay. So anyway, scenario 4, the soul-crushing critique. The client that rips your copy apart like a hungry dog with a steak, right? It feels like your dad tearing up your F-grade assignment all over again. Good times, right? So you know what the solution is? Just be fucking indifferent, yeah. Sure, you can feel like the highs and lows of this shit and be like, man, this is not worth it, and I'm a fucking fraud and piece of shit. Maybe the guy's right, maybe copy is shit. He's probably right, but I don't think so. You took this course, so I'm gonna assume your copy is not gonna be shit, and that guy's just a fucking dickhead, right? But always be indifferent, all right? Be stoic. The only thing you can control is your output. Always your output, right? If the guy said the copy is shit, well, because maybe your output is shit, but if your output is good and the guy said it's shit, his output is shit, and your output is still good. But the only reason is to be fucking indifferent, right? AKA stoic, right? Be stoic a little bit about this. Not because you're gay or because you don't know how to fight or you don't have any defense mechanisms, but being stoic is controlling what you can control. You can't control how people feel, or you can't control what people say, or you can't control what people think. You can't control a fat person to stop eating fucking Burger King and start eating salads, right? So just be stoic. So, indifference is your new superpower, right? Expect the worst, assume the client will ghost you, the project will fall through, and your computer will explode. Anything better is a bonus, right? 2, it's not you, it's them, usually. Most of the time, client's behavior has nothing to do with you. Remember that, write that shit down, right? They've got their own shit going on. Let's say the revenue is falling apart, their wife doesn't want to suck their dick anymore, or their yacht has a hole inside, the guy's still trying to cover it up because he doesn't want to spend money to cover that hole, so now his yacht's sinking slowly, right? And he's taking it out on you. Why? Because you're like the most, how do I say this, yeah? You're like a prostitute, they fuck you and then they can just take the day out on you and then they tell you to fuck off, right? You're not a prostitute, by the way. You're a service provider. You're a problem solver. You are a doctor. You are a brain surgeon. You're here to solve professional problems professionally. But sometimes you will inevitably encounter fuckers like this, Gucci loafers, right? So, diversify your client's portfolio. Don't put all your eggs in one client basket. When one goes, you've got others to fall back to. Again, that is why it's so fucking crucial that I have said in previous lessons back that when you land a client, you should still look for your second and your third and your fourth and your fifth, right? Arguably, maybe stop at your fourth or your fifth. Depends how much work you can handle and how much they're paying you, right? Because one guy inevitably will say like, you know what, I don't have enough money to do this, or I think the project's already done. I think you've already generated us enough sufficient revenue. I think it's time to call it quits, and then they quit, right? And then after you're like, fuck, he's the only guy I am working for. Now I don't know how I'm gonna pay for my car, my girlfriend, my rent, my parents' house, right? Or my dick to be sucked, right? So, develop thick skin and, again, don't take it personal, because criticism of your work is not criticism of who you are as a person. Your copy is not who you are. You are not your copywriting. You are a different person. Your copywriting is just your output, right? When someone shits on it, they're not shitting on you as an individual. They're shitting on a copy. Again, Gucci loafers, but Jesus Christ, sorry. Fucking Nescafe, man. But it's still fucking annoying, right? But still, be fucking indifferent to it, right? Also, have a fucking mentality. Fund, save some money so you can walk away from toxic clients without fear. Again, don't
if you landed your first client, let's say he paid you $1,000, and then you're like, holy shit, get the beers out, right? And you splurge it on everything. Yeah, don't do what I do, because I did exactly that. I splurged it on everything, and by the end of the month, the dude ghosted me, and I had nothing to fall back to. Very big mistake, so don't do what I did. And remember, when you inevitably get bad clients, because I believe every copywriter will get bad clients. I've had bad clients, my friends had bad clients, I know people who've got bad clients, my mentors years ago had bad clients, right? Remember this. This too shall pass. Bad clients, harsh critiques, dry spells, they're all temporary, right? Nothing lasts forever. Good times are also coming, but also good times don't last, right? It's a cycle. So, focus on what you can control, and just let go of everything you can't control. Celebrate small wins. Build a support network, right? Again, that's what our community is for, right? Take care of your mental health, meditate, right? I'm not saying this to be like a sleazy bastard. I actually do mean this. Take care of your mental health, because if this isn't straight, you cannot convert anyone. If this isn't straight, you cannot convince people to buy anything you want. You ever seen a salesman who hates his job and he's like, oh, do you want to buy this? No, nothing. So yeah, all right, then fuck it, right? No, right? Take care of your mental health. You know, if you're not already going to the gym, I suggest you do. If you're not already meditating, maybe you like that kind of shit. I don't really do that. Meditate, right? See a therapist, right? If it's that serious, right? Should I recommend this, seeing a therapist? Yeah, if it's that serious, go ahead. I don't mind, whatever. Remember, your brain's the money maker, right? This right here, this one makes the money. Your hands are just the one that writes it, right? If your brain's fucked, there's no fucking point, right? So keep a fuck yeah folder, save every compliment, every win, review when you're feeling like a fraud. So whenever someone says this, did this, or you got a review from your testimony, or you got a testimony from your client that says like it helped us achieve like a 10x in our revenue, blah, 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 right? Just keep it, read it, right? So set boundaries, learn to say no. This should be your default answer to a lot of things in life. No, especially when you get older, right? I'm 25 now, and there's a lot of shit I say no to, like drinking, alcohol. Yeah, it's a big surprise. I look like an alcoholic, do I? I sound like one, but I'm not, right? I'm a coffeeholic, right? I found another drug to fall into. So just say no when something just sounds like shit, or you don't want to take part in it. You know, it's just like, or someone asks you to do a project and say, oh, I'm going to pay you through like a revenue share versus actually paying you a one-time fee. That's only good if the company is really big and their revenues are like, what, $5 million a year or $1 million a month, right? Then you're like, yeah, revenue share, fuck it, I'll take 20%, give it to me, right? But if they're like doing $1 a month, right, tell them to go fuck themselves. So indifference, shit happens, I am the constant, this too shall pass, all right? Write this down. Remember, being indifferent doesn't mean you don't care about your work. It means you don't let external factors dictate your self-worth or emotional state. This can be applied to relationships too, by the way. So, filter through the bullshit. Work with people you like. Do what works for you. Learn from every experience, good and bad, right? Now, working with people you like, that one is actually very possible, but it's not going to be possible in the beginning because you're a beginner. You don't know who has a good personality and who doesn't until you work with them, right? So, if you find yourself spiraling into depression over client feedback, it might be time to reassess. Remember, you're selling words, not your soul. Keep some of yourself back for, you know, yourself, right? So, again, just be indifferent. Have some stoicism, right? Because copywriting, I mean, not just copywriting, but service-based businesses in general, you're dealing with people, so it's going to be a little bit of a roller coaster, right? Dealing with people like this. And it's just going to happen. There's no way around it. You're going to face it, right? And if you have problems, just look, screenshot the conversations and whatever, and just put it in a group chat. Of course, I will read it and I'll give you some advice. Other members of the group chat will also give you some advice on how to handle the situation better. But most of the time, yeah, it's gonna happen anyway. So like, there's no reason to be afraid, or there's no reason to like think of yourself as a fraud, because you know, it happened to me, it happened to my friends, it will happen to you, it will always happen to the members, and it happens to everyone. Service-based businesses are like that. You're dealing with people. People have different personalities. Some people are God sent, some people are like straight from like Satan's lair, right? So again, something to keep in mind, right? Write it down if you have to, or read the description below. So anyway, I'll see you in the next one. Alright, I'm really milking the shit out of this thing, right? Like, it's like, I don't know what time, it's 4 p.m. here, the sun's like ruining my aesthetics, but whatever, right? So, when you feel like quitting, right? We've all been there. I think in my last video, I really emphasized the point of like, don't quit, but here's another scenario, alright? So, rejection overload. You've heard no so many times, you're starting to think it's your second name, right? No, 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 no. It's like, oh, that's me. I'm a no. I'm like negative. I am the negative association of this word. That is who I am. That's my name, right? Stop it, all right? Another one, imposter syndrome. You feel like a fraud and you're sure everyone's about to find out, right? No one ever finds out. No one cares. Nobody knows. And this is your own feeling, and it's sometimes, it really stopped me sometimes from pursuing copywriting back a few years back, right? I'm like, oh man, I don't think I can actually, you know, deliver what I'm saying, right? But you can and you will, because the guy's already fucking paid you, right? Let's say he already did pay you. Yeah, you will find a way and you will not fuck it up. And if you fuck it up, you're gonna lose him as a client. So most people don't fuck it up. Most people hammer it through. So, right? I suck. Your copy isn't converting and you're convinced you're the worst writer since the inventor of the emojis. Again, I really don't like emojis. I never use them. The only emojis I like is this one, you know, that yeah. That's a good emoji. So, again, you shouldn't suck because you did take this course, but sometimes you're gonna write for a niche you don't really have any expertise in, and when you do, the copy is not gonna convert as well. You're not gonna get, if you're ghostwriting, you're not gonna get much engagement. If you're doing a welcome series, the welcome series is like getting put into a spam folder because no one can be fucking bothered, right? So again, it's not really your fault. It's more like you're just adapting to a new niche, right? This one, if you're writing for a new niche, you have absolutely no expertise in that niche, you don't know anything, right? It's, of course, it's gonna suck. It's your first time. But if you're writing for something that you already know, this rarely happens, right? In my case, in my friend's case, so it rarely happens. So, the money drought your bank account is emptier than a politician's promise, right? So, if you see, or like, let's say your client tells you to go fuck yourself, right? And then you see just like your money's just like constantly falling down. And you're like, man, I need to go get a real job. No, you know, one of my mentors, which is, I'm gonna say his name, J.K. Molina. You can search him on Twitter, J.K. Molina. He told me the best offense is an even better defense. Sorry, no, that is the other way around. The best defense is an even better offense. How the fuck did I fuck that up? Yeah, anyway, right? So, what do I mean by that? Let's say you sent 100 cold DMs, and after that, no one replied to you. So you know what you're gonna do? You're gonna analyze what went wrong and why no one's replying to you and adjust accordingly and send another fucking 100 cold DMs. See? The best defense is an even better offense, right? So, write that shit down. Again, I didn't say that, Jacob Molina said it, and he's one of the reasons why I got to be a little bit successful. Not the whole thing, he just told me that shit and it really clicked with me. I forgot all the other stuff he taught me. Most of it was, you know, regular stuff. Still good though. So, burnout bonanza. You're so tired you can't tell the difference between your keyboard and a waffle iron. Again, never put yourself in this situation. I've seen a lot of people, gifted writers, gifted copywriters, right? they fall into this trap thinking they need to make 10,000 US dollars a month, you know, because it's everywhere on YouTube. If you go on YouTube and you search about copywriting, chances are you'll find one video that says make $10,000 in 3 months as a copywriter, as a beginner copywriter. I'll tell you why that's so fucking stupid. You know why? Because if you're a beginner, chances are someone is only gonna pay you like $500, let alone $1,000, right? Let's say someone did pay you $1,000, and then someone else paid you $1,000. You got $2,000, but that's 2 clients, right? So multiply that by 10,000, but it's all $1,000 per person. So that's 10 people. So you're working for 10 clients. You're working for 10 clients with different products. You know how many times you have to switch your brain to fit their market needs, to fit their niche? That is why people burn out really quick. They make $10,000 and they lose it all in fucking drinking or gambling or whatever, right? Or they just lose it because they're binge eating pizza or whatever, right? So $10,000 should only be a good option for you when you heighten your prices. So let's just say you charge $3,000 per client, right? You're not gonna achieve that in 1 year. Or maybe you will, I've seen it happen, but you're not gonna achieve that as a beginner. You can't charge $3,000 as a beginner. You're gonna have to charge low, like 500, 1,000, right? Which is still pretty good. So, how to bitch slap the urge to quit. Just remember why you started. Go back to your why, right? If you don't have a why, write it down now, right? And if you don't know what it is, was it freedom? Was it money? The ability to work in your underwear? Whatever it was, reconnect with it. I'm thinking it's these 3 actually for you, right? It's freedom, money, and ability to work at home, aka your underwear, right? Because I cannot remember when is the last time I actually had to put on appropriate attire and go to a physical location, excuse me, and after that just like let that job suck away my soul, right? I cannot remember a time like that. It was probably when I was 19. That was a couple of years back, right? Right now, I always work. I'm only wearing a shirt because I'm shooting this course, but most of the time I'm shirtless, right? I'm in my trousers or my pajamas, just the bottom half, right? So, you know, I work shirtless in my underwear, and I make 4 figures doing that shit, right? That in and of itself, sometimes I forget how lucky I am, but that in and of itself is fucking liberating. It's a really nice experience that I recommend. Hopefully, all of you, if you don't fucking quit and you filter your way through the universal filter, hopefully you can all experience that, because I want you to experience that shit. It's a fucking euphoric feeling when you wake up and you know you're making fucking 4 figures. You're making $5,000, $8,000 in your fucking underwear, writing shit on Google Doc. Now, man, that's not real, you know? It's like one of the best feelings in life is that. So, embracing the suck, right? The ones who make it are the ones who keep going anyway. So again, most of the time it's gonna suck because you're a beginner. Just keep pushing through, right? Talk to other copywriters. Misery loves company, and sometimes you need to hear that you're not alone in this struggle. That's what our community is for, right? Set smaller goals. Can't land a client? Make sure your goal is sending out 10 pitches. Small wins build momentum, right? So, if you didn't land a client yet, just keep sending cold DMs on either one, Instagram or emails, right? You should actually make this your main goal. You shouldn't make landing a client your main goal, because landing a client is a byproduct of sending out cold emails or cold DMs, right? And another thing is, I truly believe you should always take breaks on weekends, because nobody checks their emails on weekends, right? So take a break. If it's Saturday, people are still going to be on Instagram, so send it anyway. Send a cold DM on Saturday on Instagram. But on emails, forget it. Nobody wants to open their emails on a weekend, right? Everybody wants to fucking drink, and they want to let loose, and they want to be a complete degenerate. So don't send any cold emails on weekends, right? So yeah, that's why. Take a damn break. Take a break on Sunday. Take a break on Saturday. You know, because the urge to quit is just your brain begging you to rest. So just give your brain rest. Again, you know, don't fuck up your mental health.
it's not fucking worth it. And you need your brain to make money. You want to be rich, right? You want to make a lot of money, right? Yeah, so this is your number one investment, this shit, right? So if your brain wants a rest, just give it a rest. Who gives a fuck, right? So review your wins, look at your past success. Again, that's very self-explanatory. Feeling inadequate, learn something new. Knowledge is power, and power feels good, right? So if you want to get better, find better angles for copywriting that I haven't already taught in this course yet, go to swipe.co or learn on YouTube or whatever, right? So another one that's really powerful for me personally is visualizing myself quitting, because that one feels like shit, like how many people did you let down? You let yourself down. You visualize yourself quitting. Looks like peaceful at first, right? But then the long term, if you think about, or if you visualize the long term of you quitting, like say you quit 3 years ago, and then you visualize yourself 3 years after quitting, what is that gonna look like, right? Looks different for everyone, but it probably sucks, right? So just visualize yourself. Get angry, use that frustration as fuel. Prove the doubters wrong, including yourself, right? So if there's a lot of people in your life that don't believe in what you have to do or what you have to offer or what you have to give, or like your ability to make a difference in this world, a difference in their life or a difference in your life, right? Anger is a good thing. I don't know why so many people say, don't be angry. No, anger is a bad thing. Anger is a very positive emotion if you use it correctly. If you cannot already tell, I'm quite an angry guy by default, right? I'm not angry, I have high energy, right? I have a lot of energy to do stuff. I'm very passionate about the things I do. I'm very passionate about getting things I want, right? And most people said because I'm angry or I'm frustrated, there is a little bit of that. And it's a good thing. It's never a bad thing. Anger and frustration is a good thing. You can use it as fuel to fucking, right? So, make a public commitment. Tell someone your goals. Now you've got accountability. So tell your mom, tell your dad. No, tell someone you don't want to disappoint. Arguably, tell your father. Right? If you don't have a father, tell someone who you don't want to disappoint. Tell it to yourself. Look in the mirror. Say, yeah, I'm going to make, by the end of the year, I'm going to make at least $2,000 a month. All right? Or yeah, by the end of, in 3 months, I'm going to make $2,000. Or yeah, I'm going to land a client. I'm going to make my first $500 in my fucking underwear. See? That's how good this feels, right? So don't quit. That should make your mantra, right? Make this your mantra. Don't quit. The master has failed more times than the beginner has even tried. You know what this is starting to sound like? This is starting to sound like a fucking MLM, man. You guys ever go on these stupid calls and everyone's like trying to motivate you to join their MLM, and then there's this fucking the hit MLM guy, and he's just like, oh, and he's like giving you all these cringy ass fucking bullshit over here. Next time you get on that call and you're already making money from this, you can tell that guy just speak up right on that call and say, hey, you know what? This scam is fucking stupid, and you can suck my huge cock, right? And you're gonna feel so good. He can't do shit. He's gonna be like, whoa, what? And you're like, yeah, fucking suck it, you bitch, right? So anyway, I'll see you in the next one. Bye. Holy shit, congratulations. You finally made it to the last section of this course. Not gonna be the last video, but based on your guys' feedback, I'm gonna make more lessons below, right? But this is like the last video that I can think of, right? Because I'll tell you one thing, 5 years ago, I really needed a course like this, but they're either one, too expensive, or two, they're just trying to fucking milk me. What the fuck? Yeah, that's great, whatever, right? So, Apple, Jesus Christ. So, alright, anyway, so, man, I lost my train of thought there. What the fuck was that? So, some things to keep in mind that I want to share with you is this, right? I am fully confident that this course is the only course you need to get started to make at least, 5K, 5,000. You can probably milk it out to 10K, because the game of $500 a month to $10,000 a month is not that different, but scaling up to $10,000, I think that's going to be a different thing, right? So,
which is probably another course I'll make, but I don't know. So some things to keep in mind here is 1, the future, right? Building your business one word at a time. Right, so step 1, again, don't be a quitter, right? Because copywriting isn't a get-rich-quick scheme, right? It's a get-rich eventually if you don't give up scheme. So tattoo this on your forehead. I will not quit, right? So master the basics. You took this course, so you're ahead of the game, but don't let it go to your head. Keep practicing. Again, really emphasize practicing every day, right? So what do you mean? The fuck? Yeah, anyway. So write every damn day, read successful copy from swipe.co or anywhere else, you know, read scientific advertising, right? Or go read some of Eugene Schwartz. It's his copy, right? And break it down. Stay updated on marketing trends. And step 3, build a portfolio. No portfolio, no clients, no money, living in your mom's basement at 40 years old. You don't want to be that guy, right? Living at fucking your parents' house at 40. Jesus Christ, holy shit, dude. So create spec work if you have to. Make it so good that your clients will think you've been doing this since the womb, right? So again, if you don't have a portfolio and you've made it to the end of this course, you are a fucking idiot. You are fucking stupid. I don't know, you're dumber than a rock. But if you do have a portfolio, you're on the right track. So network like your life depends on it, because it does. Join copywriting groups on Facebook and LinkedIn, right? Or network with the people below you, right? Which is, you know, in the group chat. Or when you land a client, network with who your client knows, or try to get to know who your client knows, right? Because I did that. I know a lot of people my client knows now because he introduced me to them, because I'm such a fucking great person to work with, right? So something to keep in mind, right? Start small, but dream big, right? Very fucking important. Look, we all have dreams and we all have to think. So if you have a dream, make it big. And if you have to think, which you do have to every day, think big, right? The words of Donald Trump. Take on small projects to build your confidence. Over-deliver on every project, no matter how tiny. Use these small wins to land bigger fish, right? Or catch bigger fish. I don't know why I wrote land, but all right. Specialize, jack of all trades. Pick a niche and become the go-to expert, right? So if your niche is ghostwriting, become the ghostwriting guy. If your niche is e-commerce, become the e-commerce guy for like baby brands. Or like if you're e-commerce for dropshipping, become the e-commerce guy for dropshipping. Copywriting, of course, right? Specialization always has higher rates, right? Because problems always have specificity, right? And the more specific you can solve it, the higher you can charge it, because not everyone can fucking do it, right? Set your rates and stick to them. Research industry standards, factor in expertise and results. Don't undersell yourself, but be realistic, right? So you want to set realistic standards, realistic rates, but you can undersell yourself as a beginner. But if you're on landing your fucking 4th client and you're still underselling yourself, you're just, no, don't do it. Just make it realistic, and you have all the claims to back it up why you're not underselling yourself, right? So create systems for everything, right? So develop templates for common projects. Again, very important. I'm not going to teach you because this is very self-explanatory. Streamline your onboarding process. Again, I taught you how to do this. Automate as much as possible, but don't lose the personal touch. Artificial intelligence, right? Keep learning, right? Take advanced courses. Again, this course can teach you how to go from 0 to like at least 4 figures, right? I think $10,000, $10,000 really pushing it, but you can take this to at least whatever you're comfortable with. Maybe at least like 6,000, 5,000, whatever, right? Which is good enough for most people. You can use that money to invest into something else, right? But this shouldn't be the only course you take. You should also take other people's courses on specific problems you are facing, right? Read books on psychology and persuasion. Stay updated on AI and tech developments, all right? Also, diversifying your income, right? This is very important. Maybe some of you are, business centric, maybe some of you are not, but creating digital products, copywriting templates. Again, you can create like products on Notion and you can sell them, right? You can create ebooks, you can sell them too, right? Again, I mean, look, this course is a digital product, right? So yeah, I am diversifying my income in a way. Start a blog or a YouTube channel. Arguably, maybe start a YouTube channel. Nobody reads blog anymore. Who the fuck reads blogs unless they're on Twitter or on LinkedIn? And then we're talking, right? Build a team. Again, very important. As you grow, outsource non-essential tasks. Like if you have to outsource, what's a non-essential task that I always do? Outreach, right? If you cannot do outreach, you should still do outreach yourself. But if you're so fucking lazy, yeah, just outsource it, right? Hire junior copywriters to handle flow. So you know how I always say, like, get AI on board and shit like that. Well, AI can only do so much. Sometimes you gotta hire an actual person, right? So collaborate with designers and developers. I know one guy who collaborated with a SaaS business, which is, you know, now it's called Tweet Hunter, and he's a copywriter. I'm pretty sure you'll find out who it is, and he made a lot of money from that. He cashed out $2 million, right? So brand yourself, create a killer website, be active on social media, but not annoying. Only do this if you're big enough, right? So speaking at events and podcasts, but you should always start with this because these two are free, right? So do that. So track everything. Monitor your income, keep tabs on client satisfaction, use data to refine your processes. Again, never stop learning, right? And never stop tracking everything. Tracking your finances is also very important, right? Give back. If you have to hire someone, but you don't want that someone to be expensive, or like other copywriters are expensive and you don't want to spend it so much, well, you can hire your cousin maybe, right? So you can mentor them for free. You can share your knowledge, or you can share your knowledge through content, or you can contribute to your professional community, well, whatever. Let's say you want to hire this guy, right? Could be a family member, could be your little brother, could be your little sister, could be your cousin, could be your friend, whatever, right? And you need them, and they're a good person, they have good work ethic. They have to have good fucking work ethic, otherwise don't fucking hire them, right? Yeah, then you can mentor them. Whatever I taught you, you can probably teach them through this, right? So, planning for the long haul. Save for retirement, right? Yes, even if you're 22 years old, you should still save for retirement. Invest your money or place your money in high interest bank accounts so, you know, they can keep growing every year with interest and not just lay there, because most people just put their monies in a bank account, they forget it, and they forgot that currency always drops in value. So long as the US dollar is the #1 currency in the world, your money isn't safe, right? So that's another tip for you. So remember, success doesn't happen overnight. Be patient but persistent, right? Your network is your net worth. Cultivate relationships, and always, what the fuck is this, right? Always keep learning. The moment you stop is the moment you start falling behind. So never stop learning, right? Don't be like fucking, you know, these broke people who don't learn shit and watch Netflix all day. Oh, I finally finished my coffee.
Oh God. Oh, Jesus.
So, last video of this course, but based on your guys' feedback, right? Just give me feedback and I'll make videos on that. So, yeah, congratulations. And man, I'm really fucking excited for you because, again, I really want to emphasize, I needed this course 5 years ago, right? So, you're gonna make it. If you keep working hard and you keep refining your processes, you're gonna fucking make it. And hey, you took this course, so you're already 50% there. The rest is just the actions you take every day to make this happen. So I'm fucking excited for you, right? You're gonna be very fucking successful, really fucking successful, more successful than your friends, right? If your friends are broke, if your friends are rich, well, that's debatable, but you know, you're gonna be very fucking successful. And yeah, man. Any questions you have, just drop them in the group chat. And if you want more videos, yeah, I'll pick who's facing like the most common problem. I'll make a video on that. So yeah, I'll see you when the new video comes out, if it comes out. But this is the final video of this course. So congratulations and goodbye.